The Billionaire Needs a Kiss, a sweet second chance billionaire romance. Book 3, written by Rachael Eliker, copyright 2024, BHF Creative Works. Dedication. For Jack, who encourages me to spread my wings and fly. Chapter 1. Hugh. Another party. It was a challenge, but Hugh managed to keep an aggravated groan locked behind a pleasant smile. Hugh had mastered the fickle art of playing confident and indifferent, but beneath his cool demeanor, his mind was in a frenzy. He nodded and smiled at people as he passed, but he kept pacing the floor, a caged tiger, frustrated by the constraints he found himself in. Moving would keep him from being roped into any conversations that would inevitably irritate him with people who would expect him to put on a show. They'd want him to make them laugh, regale them with stories about his fabulous life. There was a layer of truth to everything he said to the acquaintances who jockeyed for a spot next to him. But like any good story, most of it was wrapped up in fabrication. Living a life of illusion was one way of keeping himself unattached. He was fine being lovable, but aloof. Except for the one woman he wanted to see, and, as far as he could tell, she was hiding from him and doing an excellent job of it. He slipped his hands in his pockets and felt a small bag of jelly beans. It had probably been a stupid idea to have run to the store to get them, but he was hoping it would be accepted for what it was, a small peace offering. It wouldn't matter what he intended it to be if he couldn't find who he was looking for. Standing near the kitchen, Hugh spotted Kelsey. She was the one in charge of coordinating the event, and if anyone knew where people were, it'd be her. He beelined it to Kelsey and waited for her to finish talking to one of the wait staff to approach. "Great party." He smiled and kept up the appearance of being at ease, but desperation clawed through him. He wanted to jump right to asking about Sabrina, the woman he'd been on the hunt for, but he knew it'd be rude not to at least throw in some chit-chat. Kelsey was a friend, after all, and they hadn't seen each other in a couple of weeks. There was cause for at least a few minutes of small talk. "Thanks. I needed to hear that." "Oh, yeah? Why's that?" "This one has been a doozy." Trouble in paradise, huh?" "Just the usual drama that accompanies these kinds of events, with the benefit of some added twists I would have never been able to foresee." Hugh anxiously jiggled the jelly beans with his fingers, sweeping the room for Sabrina with another quick glance. "Are the guests or the staff giving you grief?" "Both?" "Spill. You know I love a good story." Kelsey sighed and put her hand up to massage what had to be a headache. "One guest has been incessantly complaining about everything. Everything. He insists we should have used romaine lettuce instead of iceberg for the base of the salads. The napkins are folded all wrong. Do you care if yours are an angled pocket napkin fold or a fan fold? No, no one else cares. They're just happy to have a napkin." Hugh pulled out his phone and typed a couple of notes about the man. "This is gold. Keep going." Kelsey craned her neck to see the screen of his phone, but Hugh tilted enough that she couldn't see. "What are you typing?" "Inspiration struck and I have to write it down immediately, or I risk forgetting all about it." Kelsey gave him an odd look, but didn't press the issue. Putting his phone back in his breast pocket, he noticed a waitress in his periphery. His attention cut over to her. Nope. Not Sabrina. "And the ice?" Kelsey continued with a tortured moan. "Apparently it's too hard. Who's heard of ice being too hard?" "Wow, that's a pretty specific complaint. Maybe he couldn't chew it with his dentures?" His mocking earned him a weary chuckle from Kelsey. "As much of a thorn in my side as that man's been. It's not even the worst of what's happened this evening. I've had years of practice smiling politely at people who don't know or don't care that they're being rude. But when one of the servers was hurrying out of the kitchen, they tripped and dumped an entire tray of hors d'oeuvres all over one of the guests. The poor woman's in the bathroom, trying to wash bruschetta out of her hair. I hate having to fire people, but that server might have to go. It's not the first time something this catastrophic has happened because of her." "It wasn't Sabrina, was it?" "Sabrina?" Kelsey blinked, and a flicker of recognition crossed her face. "No, Not her. Good, Hugh said, refraining from a sigh of relief so he wouldn't tip Kelsey off. I forgot you two know each other. She is here though, right? A sly smile changed Kelsey's expression. He was being too eager and was going to blow his cover. Cool and confident, we're going out the window in hopes of seeing Sabrina again. Yep, showed up 10 minutes before anyone else and has been my hardest worker. Why are you asking? Kelsey pumped her eyebrows up and down, and though Hugh wasn't one to embarrass easily, he could feel a raging blush filling his face. He'd set himself up perfectly for Kelsey to tease him, and he still wasn't prepared for it. All he could do was chuckle and stumble over his words, trying to cover his tracks. We knew each other growing up, but it's been a while. I thought it might be nice to catch up with her. Uh-huh. Kelsey gave him a sideways glance. You caught up already when you were helping her with the dishes at Luke and Lauren's baby shower. Only a few weeks prior, Kelsey had thrown a bash for Luke and Lauren, another mutual set of friends for the impending birth of their first baby, and the definite silver lining had been stumbling into Sabrina. She'd made it clear she wasn't interested at all in rekindling anything with Hugh, but he took it as a challenge. Even if all he was allowed to do was apologize for breaking her heart, it was something he needed to do. He never intended on her being a casualty of the mess he'd found himself in and then drug Sabrina into. But regardless of his intentions, she'd had to bear more than her share of the pain that resonated from that fateful day. I was helping her wash the dishes. How much could we really catch up while doing that? Hugh took a drink off a server's platter as they walked past and downed it in a single swig. Besides, you stole me away, and by the time I got back, the other dishwasher said Sabrina's shift was over, and she'd left. Despite trying to play down his desperation, Kelsey was still smirking. She was onto him. He shouldn't have cared. He wasn't ashamed to ask after Sabrina. Even the thought that she might outright reject him spiked his stress through the roof and made Hugh's already jittery hands shake the jelly beans harder. She glanced at his pockets. What do you have in there? A bag of rocks? Candy. Truth, but vague enough that he didn't have to explain why he'd brought jelly beans. All right. Kelsey thankfully didn't ask, and instead stared into the crowd. If I see Sabrina, I'll let her know you're looking for her. She'll be here through the rest of the evening, so I imagine you'll stumble upon her sooner or later. She asked if there was a possibility for overtime, and I told her I would be grateful for her help. Hugh twisted the neck of his glass between his fingers, trying to be casual as he gleaned information. Is she saving up for something? Because of the overtime? Kelsey leaned toward him and lowered her voice, making sure no one was going to overhear her. I don't know the whole situation, and frankly, it's none of my business, but I think she's struggling to make ends meet. She's new to the area, and it seems like she's still trying to get her feet under her. I see. Do you think she could use some cash? Are you kidding me? Kelsey scoffed. Sabrina seems like the kind of woman who doesn't take a handout. She wants to earn everything, even if it means she works so hard she falls asleep before her head hits the pillow every night out of sheer exhaustion. Hugh chuckled, his gaze roving around the room, stopping at each server dressed in the crisp black and white uniform. Still no Sabrina. That's fair. It sounds like the Sabrina I knew. Hey, Kelsey touched his arm. I've got to run. Going to try and find some softer ice? She rolled her eyes. It's what I get paid the big bucks for. Enjoy the party and don't be a stranger. Luke and I would love to go on a double date with you and a certain someone. I don't think I need to name names. Kelsey's exaggerated wink in his direction sent another torrential blush all the way up to his ears. Kelsey had given him plenty to think about. He probably didn't have any right to be worried about Sabrina since he hadn't spoken to her after their spectacular falling out years earlier. But he was worried. When he'd allowed himself to entertain passing thoughts of her, he imagined by now she'd be married and living her version of domestic bliss in some suburban subdivision, not clamoring for extra pay as a server. As his mind whirled with questions, Hugh started pacing again to burn off the nervous energy that buzzed through him. The whole room was stuffed full of people, talking and showing off for each other in their best dress. Normally, Hugh would have inserted himself into one of their conversations, stealing the show and gleaning tidbits here and there of personality flaws and interesting plots. On the outside, he might have appeared to be the stereotypical rich bachelor who lived only for himself, but there was so much more to him. He was in the business of personalities and relationships in a way that would have shocked even his closest friends. It was a secret he kept close, and though he was a natural-born introvert, people were unwittingly the essence of his success. Tonight, though, Hugh wasn't interested in joining anyone. He only wanted Sabrina and 5 minutes without interruption to talk with her. Finding her would only be the first hurdle, and it was proving to be challenging enough. Dodging a shift of people, Hugh bumped into someone behind him. Hugh apologized over his shoulder. "Excuse me, I didn't." Deep brown eyes that were as rich as milk chocolate and twice as tempting looked back up at him, and it felt like someone had attached jumper cables straight to his heart. Sabrina was wearing the same crisp white shirt and pressed black slacks as the rest of the servers, but without even trying, she made the outfit look good. Hugh pulled out his most charming smile, the one that had been effective on every woman he'd ever met. "There you are." Sabrina glared and made it clear she was the exception. "Not now, Hugh." Not exactly the warm welcome he was hoping for, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. Sabrina steadied a platter of food as guests walked by, picking food off the tray without even acknowledging there was a human being behind the service. "Can I help you with that?" Hugh held out his hands, hoping she'd let him help. Frustration flashed in her eyes. "Are you trying to get me in trouble?" "The opposite, actually. I heard one of your co-workers showered someone with bruschetta and thought maybe I could lend a hand. She was busy flirting with one of the dishwashers when that happened. I'm capable of being a professional." "Let me guess. Kelsey told you not to engage guests in personal conversations." "I also don't flirt on the job, and I don't need guests to do my job for me." "Right." She'd unquestioningly put him in his place. Slipping his hands into his pockets, his fingers brushed against the package of jelly beans. As silly as it was, they gave him courage. Sabrina was a force to be reckoned with, but that was a great part of what had drawn him to her in the first place. "It's hard for me not to want to make things easier for you." "And why's that?" Sabrina asked as she moved around him, offering the appetizers to the guests with a polite smile as she passed. "I know you might not believe it, but I still consider you a friend." Sabrina stopped dead in her tracks and spun around fast enough she almost lost everything left on her tray. "Friends? You want to be friends?" "Like old times." Of all the reactions he'd imagined, uproarious laughter wasn't what he was expecting as an answer. Sabrina tipped her head back, drawing the attention of several people nearby. She couldn't have been more clear about Hugh's proposal than if she'd splashed a glass of water in his face. "I think you know that's not even a remote possibility." Sabrina composed herself as her gaze moved around the room, and she noticed her laughter had raised some eyebrows. "It's kind of cute that you're still that naive." "I've been called a lot of things, but I don't think I've ever been accused of being naive." "You think that things could ever go back to the way they were? After—" Hugh knew exactly where her trailing question led back to. Their forbidden kiss. In the heat of the moment, it had seemed like a good idea, but the aftermath had been messy and had cost them everything. "Okay, you're right. Maybe we'll have to start off fresh. Do we need to make introductions?" The tiniest smile made Sabrina's lips twitch. There was a chink in her armored heart. "Why are you being so persistent?" "After seeing you at the baby shower, I was reminded of all the good times we had. You were always the life of the party." "You must be remembering yourself, Hugh, because I was never the life of a party." "Sure you were." He leaned in and lowered his voice, whispering behind his hand, pretending they were sharing a secret meant only for the two of them. "Don't tell me you've grown up and become stuffy and boring." Sabrina rolled her eyes and scoffed derisively, and in an instant, Hugh lost the small amount of ground he'd gained. "Some of us haven't had the luxury of living like a perpetual teenager. I needed to grow up so I could survive." "I didn't mean it that. What do you do for a living anyway? Go to parties? I bet if there's a way to spin that into a profitable endeavor, you've figured it out, haven't you? as she raked him thoroughly over the coals. Hugh's mouth hung open, but she didn't let him answer. "Speaking of work, I'm in the middle of a shift and need to get back to it." "Hang on." Hugh followed Sabrina, trying to figure out how he could extricate the foot he'd put in his own mouth. Then he remembered the jelly beans, and in one last desperate attempt to stop her, he pulled them out. "These are for you." Chapter 2. Hugh. Jelly beans? Sabrina didn't touch his offering. Her eyes moved up to his and she swallowed, but her expression was indecipherable. "Yeah, I remember jelly bellies are your favorite, or at least they used to be. I couldn't find anywhere that sold the bulk watermelon flavor on short notice. But this bag seemed to have the most. I think they're the green ones with red centers." Hugh flipped over the package and tried to focus as he scanned the list of flavors. He was rambling like an idiot, worrying his gift was too juvenile. Sabrina lit up, and while it was too brief, it was a beautiful sight. Instead of a frustrated huff, she laughed the same sound she made when she was told a particularly cringy pun that would make her double over. "You brought me jelly bellies, and thought of giving them to me here of all places? Is there a wrong time for jelly beans? I figured now was as good a time as any." Hugh offered them again. Sabrina glanced left and right like she was accepting contraband. When she had slipped them safely in her own pocket, her smile was tempered on her lips, but still reached all the way up to her eyes. "Thank you. I can't remember the last time someone surprised me like this." It was challenging, but Hugh managed not to pump his fist in the air for his small victory. He needed to tread carefully. A bag of candy was hardly going to mend their friendship back into what it was before he'd screwed it all up. "That's too bad. It seems like you could use someone doting on you right about now." "I'm not sure what you mean by that." Hugh shrugged. "I guess I never would have imagined I'd run into you at a big charity gala like this." Sabrina's chin tilted up, and Hugh knew he'd made a blunder. He groaned internally for how careless he was being. One step of progress for every 2 steps back. "Are you suggesting I'm not good enough for this kind of party? Or were you not expecting to see me walking out of the kitchen holding a serving tray?" Scratching at his neck, Hugh backed up. "I'm sorry. That came out all wrong. I've been doing that a lot with you tonight." "Yes, you have." He would have gotten down on his knees to beg if he thought it would help any. "I honestly didn't mean anything by it. I'm glad you're here and I'll take seeing you however I can get it. I've been wondering for a long time how you've been doing." Sabrina's eyes wandered around the room. "I'm doing all right." "Are you?" Her gaze cut back to Hugh. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Kelsey mentioned you asked for extra hours." "Kelsey?" Sabrina set her jaw. "Respectfully, I don't think it's any of her business how I'm doing. Or yours." "So..." Hugh let his question hang to give Sabrina a chance to answer before he asked. Keeping her eyes anywhere but on him, she wasn't going to offer up an inch without a little bit of prying. "Are you really doing okay?" Her mouth twisted, and her lower lip ended up between her teeth. Hugh knew that look. She was biting back tears. Sympathy smothered Hugh, and he would have wrapped her in a hug if he didn't think she'd shove him away. "I know it's not my place to ask, but I only am because I think I might have a solution that'd be mutually beneficial to us both." Sabrina straightened her shoulders. Whether she was about to tell him off or let him explain his proposition, they were interrupted when an arm looped through Hugh's. A woman Hugh had met a grand total of 2 times glued herself to his side and batted her eyelashes at him. "Hi." She flipped her strawberry blonde hair over her shoulder and tittered airily. "I knew you'd be here." "Hi, Hugh was keenly aware that Sabrina was front and center to something he didn't want her to witness. The desperate woman. His inability to recall her name. He appeared to be a bona fide womanizer if there ever was one. "Roxy?" She giggled again. "Right. It was on the tip of my tongue." He tried to distance himself from her, but she wasn't going anywhere without a crowbar to pry them apart. "How nice to see you." "Come on." Roxy tugged on his arm, beckoning him to follow. "I was telling the girls about the last party that was at your place, the one where someone's purse dog got up on the counter and tried eating all the guacamole. It's so funny when you tell it." Hugh watched Sabrina for her reaction. Though Roxy's gown plunged dangerously low and she was swaying slightly from one too many drinks, Sabrina kept her expression pleasantly neutral. What she thought of Roxy, or him, for keeping company with the likes of her, Sabrina didn't give any hints. "In a minute," Hugh said. "I was just chatting with Sabrina here." "Oh, isn't that cute? I love that about you." Roxy pinched his cheek. "You're always being so nice to the help." Sabrina barely flinched, but Hugh noticed. She was mortified by the situation. So was Hugh. "Actually, Sabrina and I have known—" "Ooh, are those crab cakes?" Roxy reached for an appetizer off Sabrina's tray and put it in her mouth, groaning with satisfaction as her eyes fluttered back in her head. "Wow, that's so yummy. Did you try one?" "No, not yet," Hugh said. He needed to shoo Roxy away and fast, or he was in serious danger of losing Sabrina for good. Tonight was his one shot because once it was over, the chances of her disappearing from his life forever were very good. "Why don't you go get us a seat at a table, and I'll be over in a second." Roxy pouted, no doubt to emphasize her full cherry-red lips. "Fine. Bring me one of those mini cheese roll-up thingies if you see one, will you?" "You bet." Hugh smiled and waved at Roxy, playing the part he'd mastered so well. Usually he had no problem making women swoon, but all he got from Sabrina was a scowl. When Roxy was out of earshot, he dropped his act. "Sorry about that. Roxy's really a sweet girl when you get to know her." "I'm sure she is." Sabrina ran a hand from her diamond stud earring and down the front of her uniform. "Look, thanks for the jelly beans, but I'd better get back to the kitchen." "You still have one crab cake left to hand out." Hugh pointed to her tray. It was an act of desperation to keep her from leaving. Picking up the crab cake, Sabrina tossed it in her mouth. "Now it looks like I'm out. And Roxy is right. These are good. You should have tried one." Sabrina spun on her heels and marched back toward the kitchen, leaving Hugh in her wake. Catching up to her, he took her by the elbow and gently guided her to the side. She glared fiercely. He was risking a punch straight to the nose, if he wasn't cautious. "I know you need to get back at it, but before you go, I wanted to finish saying what I'd started before we were interrupted." Sabrina withdrew her arm from his grasp and hugged her tray to her chest, like it was a shield between the two of them. "What else could you possibly have to say to me? You offered to help. I said no thanks. The end."
Chapter 3. Sabrina. Eating the crab cake had been a mistake. It had gone down well, but when her turn for a break came up, Sabrina had to excuse herself and run to the restroom. Her stomach roiled nauseously, and she had to pat cool, damp towels on her face to keep herself from losing it. Seeing Hugh again had thrown her for a loop, especially when he'd asserted his intentions. Friends again? Unlikely. Pushing her way out the rear kitchen exit, the setting sun had cooled the temperature considerably, but there was no reprieve from oppressive humidity. Not that it mattered. When Sabrina had relocated to Orlando, it had been an intentional move. The drastic change in weather from the temperate climate of Northern California might make sweat trickle down between her shoulder blades simply by walking out the door, but she relished the feeling of knowing she was as far away from everything that was familiar as she could get, even if it meant sacrificing the weather she once loved. More than the weather, she'd chosen Florida because not only was it as far away as she could get, she couldn't think of anybody she knew who lived there. Not knowing a single soul, she accepted it was going to be a difficult transition, but it was a new start, under the protection of anonymity. Hugh had ruined that, though. How he'd ended up in Orlando was a mystery she kept reminding herself she didn't care to figure out. Sabrina watched her shadow move in front of her as she walked to her car, focusing on moving forward and not how much her feet ached. She was one of the last employees that Kelsey had hired to work the party to leave, and though she felt like she could fall asleep on the spot, she was grateful Kelsey had given her the opportunity to pad her income a little more. She needed every last cent she could get. Adjusting her purse over her shoulder, her stomach grumbled and bubbled. She put her hand on her middle and took a deep breath, hoping it would calm down enough until she was able to get some food in her system. Something other than a measly crab cake. Taking a breath helped some, but it was only a temporary solution. The last decent meal she'd had was dinner the night before, and even then it had been a ham sandwich with a couple of spoonfuls of strawberry yogurt right from the container. Reaching into her purse, hoping to find a stick of gum to give her jaw something to do until she could sink her teeth into real food, her fingers shifted the jelly beans Hugh had given her. She'd forgotten about them, pushing them out of her mind as she forced herself to focus on doing her job. It had been a long evening of smiling pleasantly while pretending to be invisible. She had worked all sorts of odd jobs the past 3 months to keep herself afloat, and by far, serving at swanky parties had been her least favorite. She was on the receiving end of a variety of looks, ranging from pity to down-the-nose contempt and thinly veiled indifference. Not Hugh. He'd specifically sought her out and made her feel seen. How that made her feel exactly was still up for debate. A ghost of a smile slipped across her lips. A bag of jelly beans hardly made a dent in the epic apology he owed her, but she would have been stone cold if she couldn't at least acknowledge he was trying to make an effort. He was even nervous. The way his eyes shifted from his feet to her face, how he chewed the inside of his cheek while he waited for her to accept his gift. It was almost endearing. "Sabrina, wait up. Speak of the devil." Sabrina turned slowly around, careful to wipe her expression of anything that might indicate that his saying her name could make her heart skip a beat. Her poor heart. It had already been stomped on by more than one man, and Hugh had the distinct honor of being the first. As she'd packed her things and moved to Florida, she'd vowed it was the ending of an era. She'd let too many men use her as their emotional punching bag, and she wasn't going to let it happen again. Ever. "Hugh, what are you doing here?" He scrubbed his hand over his face and ran his fingers around his mouth, drawing attention to his lips. She'd kissed those lips. Years ago. But if she was still enough, she could almost remember the tingle she'd felt as their mouths first touched. Remembering it was a sort of pleasurable torture that could be the downfall of her decision to give up on love altogether. She wasn't going to look at them if it was the death of her. "You've been on my mind all night," he said. Sabrina raised an eyebrow, hoping the fading light would hide the blush that was making her ears burn. "You wasted a lot of time then." "I never waste my time." "Ha!" Sabrina shook her head. "I'm supposed to believe you aren't the playboy I saw in there?" Hugh dropped his head and chuckled at the pavement. "I can't outrun my reputation, can I?" "Not when you're so easy to read. I know you too well." The words came out before Sabrina had weighed what they'd mean between them. It was a reminder that there was a history there, one that had once been a cherished friendship that had seen her through the ups and downs of college and their reckless, uncoordinated leap into full-fledged adulthood. And in an instant, how their history had changed. Hugh smiled slowly, but it was so big, it reached all the way up to his eyes and threatened to split his face. Her confession had been a step in the wrong direction, and Sabrina threw up her walls when she realized it. She'd treaded the treacherous landscape before. It was dangerous territory, filled with landmines of heartache. Instead of letting Hugh steer the conversation, she took control. "Why are you here?" Sabrina closed herself off by crossing her arms. Really? I want you to reconsider my offer. Technically, you didn't offer me anything. She was being difficult, but a bag of Jelly Bellies and puppy dog eyes wasn't enough to redeem himself. Not even close. Instead of setting his jaw and narrowing his eyes like her ex used to do when she'd mustered the nerve to butt heads with him, Hugh laughed. That was enough to disarm Sabrina. I guess you're right. You slipped away before I was able to tell you what I was thinking, Hugh said. I was busy. I know, you were the hardest working server there. Sabrina scoffed and veered around Hugh for her car. Don't patronize me, please. It's gross. As fast as she was walking, her stride was no match for his, and he fell in step with her. She used to love the way he walked, calm yet cocky. It stemmed from his confidence rather than his need to feel superior. One more thing about him that made him a magnetizing personality people couldn't help but be drawn to, herself included. I'm not. Cross my heart, I already knew you were a hard worker before tonight. Sabrina side-eyed Hugh. His charming smile and reminiscing were getting to her. If she had anything to say to Hugh, it was cut off by the rumble of her stomach. She clenched her teeth to hold back a groan. If she didn't get her hands on something to eat, she was going to be reduced to digging through her trunk in hopes of finding a package of crackers that hadn't been completely pulverized. Or, if she was lucky, stale fruit snacks. With nothing else to tide her over that she knew she had on hand, she took out the jelly beans and ripped the bag open with her teeth. Dumping a pile into her palm, she tossed them into her mouth and started chewing with great satisfaction. The tangy, tart sweetness made her mouth water, and miraculously, her insides calmed down as she swallowed. She ate another mouthful and breathed a sigh of relief before she realized Hugh was staring at her. The grin on his face was telling. What? Sabrina wiped at her mouth with her fingertips and tucked the rest of the candy into the side pocket of her purse for later, when she could enjoy them after she ate real food and had the benefit of self-control. I knew you liked jelly beans, but they're usually best separated. You know, so you can taste the individual flavors, but I guess you were going for the jelly bean cocktail. It's the first thing I've had to eat since breakfast, so my apologies for my manners. At her car, she set down her purse on the hood and dug in the main pocket for her keys. She pretended not to be embarrassed by her car. The Honda had a dent in the door and tape holding together a crack in the rear brake light. But it had been a mostly reliable car that had made the long cross-country journey without issue. You don't have to apologize to me about how you enjoy your jelly beans. That's for every person to decide for themselves. Under a stack of expired coupons, her wallet, and crumpled receipts, Sabrina found her keys. Thanks again for the jelly beans. They were a lifesaver, but I really need to go. I still have a couple of stops before I go home, and I'm exhausted already. Want me to go with you? We could stop and grab a bite to eat so you don't pass out. When have I ever passed out? You were eating those jelly beans like a wolf on a carcass. I don't want to worry whether you make it home or not. I'm tough enough to endure missing a meal. She was tough enough to endure a lot of things, even if she had no choice to otherwise avoid it. Sabrina stuck her key into the lock and jiggled it until she found precisely the right angle and forced it to turn. She was going to have to search for videos on how to fix it and prayed it didn't involve anything expensive. She'd stop locking the door if nothing else because there was no way she could afford to take it to a mechanic. Thanks for offering dinner, but I've got to go. She swung open the squeaky door, wincing at the noise, and tossed her purse into the passenger seat. Besides, I'm sure your time would be better spent. His forehead wrinkled with doubt. Better spent than catching up with an old friend over sushi? The mere mention of sushi made Sabrina's stomach feel queasy. There were at least half a dozen women in there batting their eyelashes in your direction. Why don't you go make their night and ask if they want to eat raw fish? Because I'd rather go with you. The words made her heart constrict. She'd fallen for that trick before, being wanted by a man only to be discarded when he'd found someone who was more than Sabrina. More entertaining, more voluptuous, more whatever. Thanks, but pass. Sabrina sat down in the driver's seat and would have slammed the door, driven off, and never looked back. But Hugh was resting his hand on the top. If he wanted to be a jerk and stop her, it would have been no contest. He had a good 5 inches on her and hands that could swallow hers up. She dropped another hint. Have a good night. He moved his hand and let her shut her door. That was a point for him, not forcing her to stay, but as she cranked the tired engine to life, he bent over and stared at her through the window with those soulful eyes again. They always seemed to be changing color between pine needle green and gold to muted, mossy hazel. Sighing, she rolled down the windows. Her resolve might have been better if her air conditioning wasn't shot and it was hotter than an inferno in the cab. I know you need to leave, so I'll quit stalling. I know it's a tender subject, talking about money, but I want to offer you a job. Take it or leave it. I'm not going to guilt you into anything other than telling you that it'd be a huge favor if you decide to take it. She was cornered. Hugh couldn't have possibly known what he was dangling in front of her, but the promise of a steady job and the resulting paycheck had been the all-consuming force in her life since her ex-husband, Eric, left her. A soft sigh emptied her lungs, and she felt like she was 2 inches tall in a world of giants. Doing what? I need someone to decorate my house for me. Sabrina risked a glance at him and quickly noted his square jaw and the crinkles at the corner of his eye from smiling so much. If anything, her smile lines seemed to be fading. Why would you ask me? Wasn't that your major in college? She knew he didn't need to ask. Sabrina had started out in accounting until she realized she hated all the math. That's how she'd met Hugh. They were both taking history of fashion as an elective, and it had been instant attraction. Too bad he already had a girlfriend, and she was coming off a bad breakup with one of the other losers she'd been suckered into dating. Why are you asking questions you already know the answer to? This feels a lot like pitying, because it can't be that hard to throw a few pictures up on the walls of a tiny one-man house. Hugh rubbed the back of his neck, a look of apology removing the grin from his face. That's fair. It is just me. And while the place is livable, it's so... what's the word? Lifeless. You, of all people, would know that it takes a skilled eye to turn a house into a home and that I don't have that talent in the slightest. Sabrina chewed her lip as she felt herself being torn between the choice that had the potential to take her in 2 very different directions. So, you want me to do what? Pick out some furniture and accent pieces. When I say lifeless, I mean total blank canvas. Paint colors, furniture, decor, table settings, all of it. Excitement needled its way through her, and it was the first time in a long time she itched to be hired for a job. Why me? She was still skeptical of his personal motives. Yes, I majored in interior design, but I was never employed in the field. There have to be dozens of more qualified designers in Orlando alone. It might not seem like it, but I'm a very private person. I don't want just anyone traipsing into my home, trying to figure out what my style is. What makes you think I'd get your style right? I haven't seen you for years, and a lot can change in that time. I know you'd get it right because I've seen your work before. Sabrina's memory took her back to the house she decorated for him and Chloe, his fiancée. She had loved having a complete home to transform with no expense spared thanks to Chloe's parents footing the bill. But what should have been a triumphant senior project turned into a confusing, incredible, and ultimately bitter experience. She slammed the door shut on that memory and tried to pretend it never happened. If it helps, I'll be gone most of the time at my job. It's a regular 9 to 5, Monday to Friday kind of thing for you, though I can be flexible if needed. As long as the job gets done, I don't care when you do it or how long it takes. What do you do for work? She knew things were getting personal and that would only lead to disappointment. But the question had already slipped out. It hung more heavily between them than the humidity after a thunderstorm. Hugh lowered his head and his eyes darted back and forth, leaning in. Sabrina felt the magnetism between them and tilted her ear toward him so he could whisper an answer for only her to hear. It's a secret. Despite herself, Sabrina laughed. There was never a shortage of humor with Hugh, and it gave her an out for prying into his personal life. That's what she wanted. Any relationship they'd once had could be irrelevant as long as she kept him at arm's length. So, you're offering me employment, working whenever I want and for however long I want, decorating everything from your kitchen to your bedroom? Sabrina swallowed. His bedroom? That would be getting personal, and it's exactly what Hugh was asking of her. I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hugh gripped the door of her car and braced his arms as he leaned against it. Your budget? Irrelevant. I'm not looking for solid gold faucets, but I'm not worried about being able to pay. Sabrina's heart hammered in her chest, knowing the next question was inevitable. That didn't mean she didn't hate asking. It never got any easier, even with all the random jobs she'd had to take lately. And the pay? What sounds reasonable to you? She smiled to herself, wondering what he'd say to her, quoting him a ridiculous amount. 500. 500? Yeah, 500. A week. That was more than Sabrina had been making since Eric had left her high and dry. It was wishful thinking and was absurd to consider for someone who'd never been a professional interior designer. Even the thought of that fat of a paycheck led to some serious daydreaming. She'd find a nicer apartment, maybe save up and buy a car that had remote locks and an air conditioning system that actually spit out cold air. She'd even be able to splurge on a haircut and maybe a pair of shoes that she didn't have to keep gluing together. Hugh snapped her out of her reverie by offering his hand to shake on it. Do we have a deal? As eager as Sabrina was to find some relative security for the foreseeable future, her old wounds still ached, occasionally slapping her in the face when she found herself becoming too trusting. Life had been a cruel teacher, and she was far from the innocent, carefree girl Hugh used to know. I don't know. Sabrina put her hands on the steering wheel and kept her hard gaze pinned straight ahead at the palm tree fronds bowing lightly in the breeze. Is this going to turn around and bite me somehow? Hurt darkened Hugh's expression. He knew exactly what she meant. I'd be a perfect gentleman, especially in my own home. I have no intention of putting you in any situations that would make you uncomfortable. She smiled, but it barely budged her lips. Will you be? I haven't forgotten so readily that it didn't turn out that way for us once before. Hugh's grip tightened and he worked his jaw. Was it anger? Or regret for what had happened between them? It was true that Sabrina had kissed him back, but she could never figure out if Hugh had kissed her because he had been waiting so long for the chance, or if he was passing along his pain at Chloe's betrayal onto Sabrina. Either way, she hadn't stuck around to find out, and Hugh hadn't pursued. When it was convenient for everyone else, Sabrina had learned she was one who was easily forgotten. Maybe this isn't the best idea. I do appreciate your willingness to help, but... Sabrina trailed off, a plum-sized lump making her throat ache. It was late, she was hungry, and all the emotions that were hitting her at once were too much to process. Putting her car in drive, she wanted to speed away, but her foot was a lead weight on the brake. This job wouldn't mean the world to her alone. She was being depended on, and if she let her pride get in the way, it wouldn't hurt only her. Hang on. Hugh let out a ragged breath. I know that money doesn't fix everything, but I'm willing to double my offer. Double? $1,000 a week, and if I can sweet-talk the right people, I might be able to get my house showcased in Orlando's premier home-style magazine. It'd put you on the map, and I can almost guarantee the exposure would put you in such high demand you'd have to book out your schedule for an entire year. Double. $1,000 a week. Exposure in a local magazine. Her heart revved, and she was sure it was going to crack her sternum and pop right out of her chest. She pinched her eyes shut and shook her head, trying to stave off the dizziness that made it hard to think. Why are you doing this? She asked softly. You could hire a whole crew of designers for what you're offering me. Maybe. He stood up straight and gazed over the top of her car, giving her another chance to sneak a glance at him. He had never been short on handsomeness, but their time apart had only enhanced everything she'd found attractive about him, from his unruly hair that fell across his forehead in a windswept style to the chiseled line of his jaw. I like to work with people I trust. I also like to help out friends where I can. Plus, I really am horrible at picking out colors. If it was left up to me, I'd probably end up with fuchsia walls and olive green shag carpet. He shrugged and grinned, teasing another laugh out of Sabrina. Blinking around the tears that filmed her vision, they were born of both gratitude and bitterness for the direction her life had taken her. There was so much that had been unfair about it, including Hugh, but of all the disasters she'd had in her life, he was the only one who was trying to redeem himself. I don't know what to say. Sabrina cleared her throat, refusing to let any tears fall. This is a lot more than I expected, and I still don't understand why you're doing it. Hugh's shoulders rose and fell again, like what he was doing was little more than offering her a tissue to dry her eyes. I know you have too much dignity to be begging for jobs, and I happen to be in a position where I can help. I want to help. I promise I won't ask questions. Not if you don't want me to. Please, Sabrina, take the job. You'd be doing me an enormous favor. You're just saying that. I'm not. I can see the potential in the house, but I have no idea how to get it to the point where I feel like it's mine. And it's not like you have to start tomorrow. You can have the weekend off to rest, and if you have anything come up, I'm willing to be flexible. Please, Sabrina, I need your help. How could she say no? She couldn't. If she'd had any other avenues that were even remotely as promising as what he was offering, she might have dug in her heels more, but she was too weary to fight. Even if the job he was asking her to do only lasted a few months, Hugh's offer would give her time enough to get back on her feet while she figured out what she was going to do with her life. It was the light at the end of a very long, winding tunnel. Sabrina held out her hand, and Hugh didn't hesitate to clap it in a firm shake, and she ignored the shooting sparks that raced up her arm and to every extremity of her body at his touch. I'll be at your house Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Sharp.
Chapter 4. Hugh. Hugh pushed his recycling down into the container so he could fit in a pizza box he'd had sitting on the kitchen counter for 3 days. He felt like an absolute moron for hurrying to clean any evidence of him living there. but he was trying to catch up on the chores he'd put off all weekend. Between the party and an impending deadline that had been tying up every second of his free time, he'd barely remembered to eat. Scrubbing at a slosh of grape juice he'd accidentally spilled on the tile, he hurried to wipe up the crumbs from his breakfast. Sabrina was coming to his house. Everything had to be perfect. Casting a glance around the house, he knew it was an amazing find. There weren't many French provincial homes in Orlando to begin with, so when he saw it had gone up for sale while mindlessly scrolling through real estate listings, he'd gone the next day for a tour and bought it on a whim. It was foolish for a single man to need such a spacious home all to himself, but he'd entertained the fleeting thought that one day he'd be able to fill it with a family of his own. Enter his plan to help Sabrina. He wasn't trying to throw money at her to make her feel better, but even without Kelsey whispering to him that Sabrina had fallen on hard times, Hugh would have eventually picked up on it. The strained tension in her neck, the half-dead Honda she drove, the exhaustion in her eyes. If Hugh was good at one thing, he was able to peel back the layers of people and see what they were trying to hide. Sabrina was tougher than most, especially after he'd hurt her, but he was dedicated to making it as right as she would let him. Entertaining the idea that someday she might be the woman who helped him fill the home with children was something that would have to wait. He was in the middle of making his bed when he heard the doorbell. His heart palpitated and he stopped at the mirror, smoothing a hand over his hair while giving himself a quick mental pep talk. 9 o'clock on the nose. Not that he would expect anything less. Sabrina had an internal clock that he could have set his watch by, and which prevented her from ever being tardy. He skipped down the stairs and jogged to the front door, counting to 10 as he gripped the doorknob and took a deep breath. It was a desperate attempt to try and calm the nerves that hadn't stopped buzzing since he'd stumbled on Sabrina, washing dishes at his friend's baby shower. Sure, he wanted to rekindle his friendship with Sabrina, but he'd be an idiot not to admit he found her incredibly attractive. He'd regretted not pursuing a relationship with her when they were younger and life had been simpler. Before he'd gone and messed up everything between them. Opening the door, Hugh leaned against the doorframe. His eyes flicked down her form, appreciating the fit of her jeans and how the pink hue of her shirt brought out the color of her eyes. Seeing her on his doorstep again made his heart stumble, quickening with each beat. She shifted from one foot to the other. What? Hugh's mouth lifted into a smile. I see you didn't get the French maid outfit I sent you. Sabrina choked. Excuse me? Hugh roared with laughter at the panicked look on her face. Sabrina, I'm totally kidding. You've become entirely too easy to tease. I have not. Sabrina pressed her hand to her heart like she was trying to calm hers too. You had me seriously worried because a French maid outfit seems exactly like your taste. I wouldn't mind seeing you in a maid's outfit, though sadly I already promised I'd be a perfect gentleman. He teased with a wriggle of his eyebrows. Sabrina's lips thinned into a hard scowl, and he swore she took a step back, ready to storm away and never come back. Strike one for him. Anyway, now that I'm here, I guess that means you can take off. Take off? You know, leave. You also promised that I'd be able to transform your place without being disturbed. I don't like people watching over my shoulder, if you don't mind. Don't you need to pick my brain and find out what my tastes are? I promise you won't end up with pink walls and gross green shag carpet. There was a smile to her tone, even if she was hiding one from her face. Go on, scoot. Ah, I see how it is. Hugh fished around in his pocket. But first, you need a key. Sabrina's brow furrowed in a way that told an entire narrative about what she thought about being given access to his home. A key? Unless you're planning on kicking down the door every time you come, because otherwise it's locked. Sabrina snatched it from his hand and stuffed it in her back pocket. Fine, you have a point. I have my key. Now goodbye. Hugh opened the door and swept his arm inside. You know, you're not being very subtle about trying to get rid of me, and I promised to leave when you're ready to start, but I thought I'd show you around first. There are some quirks to this place that might be handy for you to know. Standing at the threshold of his entryway, Sabrina paused. She was about to enter his domain, and while he was still there, most people Hugh knew would crawl over each other to get in. But other than Sabrina, he hadn't even told anyone that he'd moved. Having her there, he understood why she hung back. Having her in his home felt personal, and he wasn't going to rush her. Looking past him, chin up and perfect posture, she walked in, stopping in the living room, taking in the open space all the way up to its vaulted ceilings before her eye drifted to the right, where the space moved into the kitchen. "I thought your place was a little more, I don't know, modest?" Sabrina turned a slow circle. "This is huge. I never said anything about my house being small." Hugh meandered into the kitchen behind her and jumped onto the counter, swinging his legs lazily in circles. "You're the one who inferred it. I see why you need help with a place like this. It's a good thing you called." For several hopeful heartbeats, he held her gaze until his brain caught up. "Yeah, I guess it is." So smooth. He had to clench the edge of the counter to keep from smacking his forehead from shame. He could do better than that. "How did you manage to get a place like this?" Sabrina walked over to a window and stared at the wildflower bed that was blooming nicely. "I got lucky. I think I was bidding against 3 other people. So crazy, but my realtor was awesome, so I won out in the end." He almost missed another frown, and the imperceptible way it changed her expression. She wasn't at all impressed with the way he was bragging. It always worked with the women that flocked to him at parties. But Hugh should have remembered that Sabrina wasn't like them. He needed to change his strategy, or he might as well kiss Sabrina goodbye right then and there. As if to tease him, their one and only kiss flashed in his memory, stealing his breath and making his heart stop dead in its tracks. "I meant, how did you afford this place?" The second she asked, she shook her head, held up her hands and waved them dismissively. "You know what, never mind. It's none of my business." "It's kind of a funny story." Hugh slid off the counter and took 2 bottles of water out of the fridge, tossing one to Sabrina. When he cheered because she caught it, a small grin cracked the grim line of her mouth. "Do you keep in touch with anyone from college?" She shrugged and inspected the cuticles of her right hand. "Not really. Chloe kinda cut me out of our mutual group of friends with a scary surgical precision. It was almost like I never existed." Hugh's stomach plunged. Chloe was a topic of discussion he wanted to stay far, far away from, at least until he could get Sabrina comfortable enough with being around him again that she wouldn't flit away. She cracked open her water and took a sip. "Besides, I wasn't exactly asking a lot of questions about you." "Fair enough," Hugh said. Her eyes were trained on him as she held her bottle to her lips, ready to take another drink. "By the way, what had happened to you?" Now they were in business. Her curiosity was too much for her. "Well, in a nutshell, while I was busy going off the deep end, I had a stroke of total dumb luck, a big one. Just so we're on the same page, we're talking about the same deep end as in you found out Chloe, your bride-to-be, who also happened to be my best friend, was cheating on you. So you got back at her by kissing me, one of her bridesmaids, on her wedding day, then disappeared off the face of the earth afterward?" Hugh's skin went volcanic in an instant. "You don't mince words, do you?" "I try not to." "Not anymore." She looked way too proud of herself for putting Hugh in his place. "I don't see the point." "Good for you." Hugh chugged his water in a couple gulps, hoping the cool would calm the scorching shame burning him up from within. When he finished, he crumpled it with one hand and tossed the bottle into the overflowing recycling bin. "You shouldn't have to hide what you're thinking from anyone." "Agreed. I've discovered through much trial and error that I like being assertive." "It suits you." Though Hugh was happy that they were talking, it still didn't come easily like it used to. The underlying tension between them was a python slowly wrapping itself around him, and if he wasn't careful, it would constrict him to death. He had to get moving to shake the feeling. Walking around the island to the sink, he wrung out the dishcloth under the hot water and started wiping down the counters. There was a cluster of microcrumbs that were going to drive him crazy if they weren't taken care of. "Give me that." Sabrina yanked the dishcloth out of his hand and bumped him out of the way with her hip. He conceded with a laugh as she started filling the sink with sudsy water. "It doesn't do any good to wipe off a counter, unless you're going to do it right." "Right? Was I wiping in the wrong direction?" "You're so ridiculous. She dunked the washcloth and went over the spot he'd already cleaned. So, what was this big stroke of luck you stumbled upon? I'll give you the abbreviated version since I don't remember a lot of it myself. Please don't tell me you became an alcoholic and threw away years of your life. I'm not proud about how I behaved after we last saw each other. And honestly, it's all kind of a blur. But I know I made several bad choices that led to more bad choices. It was a dark period of my life that I don't care to relive. But when I snapped out of it, I'd gained a lot of perspective. It motivated me to turn my life around and take it more seriously, and I had the added benefit of my bank account. Well, it was a lot healthier than it was before I spiraled. Sabrina stopped wiping the counter and stared. You made poor choices and you were rewarded for it? Hugh raised his shoulders to his ears. I guess. If you tell me you were a mafia hitman or a drug mule, I swear I'll quit right here. I have too much to live for to get tangled up with that kind of mess. Clapping, Hugh barked a laugh. Wow. And I thought I had an overactive imagination. The mafia, huh? I'd think anyone who was into that kind of business wouldn't go around telling people about it, especially beautiful women they were trying to impress. Sabrina struggled to keep a blush from pinkening her cheeks while she pretended not to notice she was growing red. It was adorable. But she wasn't going to let Hugh get the best of her so easily. What other kind of conclusions am I supposed to come to? Sabrina unfolded her fingers one at a time to list her reasons. Bad decisions? Money reward? Regret? Working for the mafia isn't that big of a leap. Hugh laughed harder, and Sabrina released a smile, the real kind that was more than a polite stretching of lips. I promise on my grandmother's homemade apple pie that I'm not tangled up in any sort of criminal behavior. All that happened was, I went out with a couple college buddies, drank way too much, bought myself a lottery ticket, and a couple days later, when my well-earned hangover subsided, I found out I'd won. My spiral didn't even last a week, and I haven't been able to so much as look at alcohol without feeling nauseated since then. Sabrina dunked the washcloth back in the soapy water and went to work on a spot of dried marinara sauce, stopping only when she'd processed his story. Okay, let me get this straight. So after a string of idiotic decisions which started with kissing me on your wedding day, the universe rewarded you with a fantastic life? Figures. When Sabrina put it that way, he felt terrible all over again. Post-wedding fiasco, he had regretted a lot of the choices he'd made. Chloe, the woman he thought he loved and wanted to spend the rest of his life with, had gone behind Hugh's back with his best friend. But in the end, it had led him into the life he was living now. The pain had been searing and ferocious, but at least he hadn't ended up in an unhappy marriage that most likely would have led him to a more profound level of grief when Chloe would have eventually left him in a divorce. It would have only been a matter of time. Would it make you feel any better if I pointed out we didn't kiss until after my wedding had been called off? It wasn't like we were making out in the spot where I should have been saying my vows with Chloe. Oh yeah, I feel loads better. Her sarcasm hit him over the head loud and clear. Though Sabrina had kept as much about her personal life as she could from him, she'd inadvertently dropped Hugh a few tiny tidbits of the way life had turned out for her so far. If he had to put it into one word, he would have guessed it'd be unfulfilled. Along with a bitter streak and a heaviness that crushed down on her once free and easy approach to life, he had looked at her ring finger. There was no sign of a wedding ring. Not that she needed a man to be complete, but that observation had the power to change everything between them, and it was what had given Hugh the courage to move forward with Sabrina, even if it meant he had to take baby steps. No wedding ring might have indicated she'd never married, or maybe things hadn't gone the way she'd planned, and she'd thrown her wedding ring as hard as she could into the ocean when she arrived in Florida. Sabrina, I'm sorry. I'm being an insensitive jerk, going on and on about myself. Chalk it up to me still being intimidated by you. Intimidating leads to overthinking. Overthinking inevitably leads to rambling. I'll shut up now. Looking over her shoulder, Hugh caught the corner of her smirk. You're intimidated? She chuckled. All right, I'll believe you. That I'm rambling? that you definitely couldn't have worked for a crime syndicate if you couldn't handle someone like me. I'm hardly intimidating. Says you. I bet you'd have a mob boss quivering in his boots if he ever so much as thought about crossing you. Sabrina let out a laugh, her real one, and Hugh made it a goal to make her happy enough to laugh as often as he could. You've always been a force to be reckoned with. She turned around to face him with a full smile. You're kidding, right? I think you're remembering a very different Sabrina. You thought I was the life of the party and now I'm a force to be reckoned with? Hardly. I'm terrible with confrontation. I might have flashes of assertiveness here and there, but let's face it, I'm still meek and mild, especially if someone else has an opinion. Okay, hold on right there. I have proof. Proof? Yeah, evidence that you're indomitable. I highly doubt that. Don't you remember that phone call you made when you were a sophomore? In college? Sabrina wrinkled her nose. I probably made 1,000 phone calls that year. I don't remember anything that sticks out. Okay, but I was there for this one. There were probably 6 people crammed onto your couch. You were squished next to me in the corner. Chloe was on my right. Saying his ex-fiance's name still had the power to knock the wind out of him, especially when he was thinking about a good memory that they shared. He swallowed and slipped his hands into his pockets, pretending like it didn't hurt. We were watching The Office reruns when you got a phone call about your student loans. The color drained from Sabrina's face. Oh, that. Hugh laughed softly. He wanted to walk across the kitchen to her and run his fingers down her cheek and the delicate, smooth skin of her neck to reassure her, but he kept his feet planted and his hands where they were. Even fantasizing about that was taking things entirely too fast. To ever even have a glimmer of hope that they could reconcile enough to have a relationship beyond friendship, things were going to have to move at her pace. Not that Hugh minded. When things weren't rushed, it meant he wouldn't miss a thing. It's just that... She licked her lips, and Hugh had to stare out the window, pretending he'd seen something outside of the window that caught his interest until he could compose himself. I was sick of dealing with that guy. He kept telling me stories, and he was horribly inconsistent. I hadn't renewed my application for my student loans, or that I'd missed payments, or that I'd maxed out on my loans. Totally ridiculous stuff. I wasn't going to be able to keep going to school, because that guy was so incompetent. Hey, you don't have to justify biting off his head to me. Sabrina giggled behind her hand. I didn't bite off his head. I was very direct about my frustration with his inability to do his job. I'm pretty sure I heard him crying on the other end of the phone. Sabrina chucked the washcloth at Hugh like a missile, and it hit him square in the chest, soaking him straight through his shirt. He was not. And if he was, it was because he brought it upon himself. All I asked was to talk to his manager so I could get things straightened out. I'd given the guy plenty of time to get it right. But if someone isn't able to do his job, I shouldn't have to suffer the consequences, should I? I mean, I was in danger of not being able to go to school the next semester because I couldn't get my finances in order. You wouldn't have wanted me to miss out on college with you, would you? Picking up the washcloth off the ground, Hugh strolled to Sabrina, keeping his gaze focused on her. Her throat moved as she swallowed, and her pupils dilated as he approached. Stopping short of wrapping his arms around her, he stood close enough that the scent of her coconut shampoo made him dizzy. No, he said quietly. I would have hated finishing college without having you there along for the ride. Hugh didn't know how long they stared, but he enjoyed every second of it. It was a small measure of progress, and it gave him the courage to keep things moving. That meant he needed to broach the subject of their one and only kiss again. He hated such a spectacular kiss was smothered with guilt and sorrow, but he wasn't above a groveling apology if it erased the negativity of that day for both of them. Sabrina. If saying her name was the reason she had to rub away the goosebumps on her forearms, Hugh would keep his voice low and husky. There's something that I need to say. Her mouth opened, ready to answer when they were interrupted by the melodic ring of her phone. Reaching for it, he hoped she would silence it so they could put the interruption behind them as a mere blip. The amount of courage he had to muster was near giving him a tension headache. Instead of ignoring it, she slid her phone out and checked the screen. Oh, would you mind if I take this? I promise it'll only be a minute. Then you can show me around before you go." "Of course." His spirit deflated, and he stepped back, leaving the sphere where only the two of them existed, and back into the world where there were distractions and problems were always bearing down. "Take all the time you need." "Thanks." By the way her eyes darted back and forth, he could tell she was looking for privacy. Turning his back, he went to the single chair he had sitting in the corner of his living room, where he'd set his messenger bag. Rummaging through it to make sure he had everything he needed when he left for work, he remembered he'd left his laptop charger plugged in next to the bed. He'd spent a late night trying to catch up on his deadline, except he was entirely too anxious about Sabrina coming to the house. The fine line he was walking with her prevented him from getting anything of quality completed. When he descended the stairs back to the main living area, wrapping the cord around itself and tucking it in his bag, Sabrina had disappeared. The front door was cracked open, and he could hear her speaking quietly out on the porch. Eavesdropping was a serious temptation. Every opportunity he had to learn more about what life was like for her now would be one step closer to maybe convincing her to bring him back into her circle. First as friends, and maybe as something more. What they'd shared when things hadn't been so complicated had been more than simply a mutual attraction. It had been a travesty that they'd never been able to explore a relationship. But the more Hugh reminisced and entertained the what-ifs, the more he was convinced they could have been one of the romantic greats. Romeo and Juliet, Lancelot and Guinevere, Cleopatra and Anthony. They'd have nothing on Sabrina and him. That was, if they could ignore the inevitable tragedy that seemed to beset all iconic love stories. Maybe they'd have better luck. If he played it right, they could rise from the ashes rather than go down in smoke and flame. Creeping to the door, Hugh decided that to be the better man, he was going to have to deny the itch that plagued him and give Sabrina her privacy. He was going to gently shut the door, gather the rest of his things, and be ready to head out the door the second she was satisfied she knew where everything was. He had promised to let her create in peace, and he was going to be true to his word. Inches from the door, he could see Sabrina pacing the walkway between the driveway and porch with the phone pressed against her ear. She didn't notice him peeking, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't turn his eyes away. The stress that had weighed on her had disappeared. Not only for a brief moment when he could get a laugh out of her. It was the way he remembered her when they'd first met. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to be the one who brought her that kind of joy. Sabrina turned a winding loop, smiling as she watched her feet as she meandered back toward Hugh's house. Ducking behind the door, Hugh held his breath as he listened to her talk to the person on the other end of the phone. So much for being strong and denying his curiosity. "Of course, baby. Anything you want." She laughed softly. The words and the affection behind them were a searing hot dagger straight to his heart. "I love you too."
Chapter 5. Sabrina. Measuring the entryway as fast as she could, Sabrina cursed the tape measure she was using for the 100th time. It kept snagging on the edges of the rough slate tile Hugh had agreed to leave as it was, and any time she pushed the tape measure out past 3 feet, it would go limp and bend in half, so she'd have to start over again. Despite her frustrations, she didn't give up. It was hard to guess exactly how much time she had before Hugh came home, but today of all days, she prayed work, whatever it was he did, would keep him from stopping by his house for lunch. The little pitter-patter of feet running back and forth down the hallway made her smile with a cringe. If Hugh caught her, Sabrina was going to have to explain why there was a child in his house, and that was a conversation she didn't look forward to having anytime soon. Writing down the last measurements, she hooked the tape measure on her back pocket. Sitting on her knees and stretching her back, she tipped her head all the way until she was staring at the ceiling and admiring the oiled bronze Empire chandelier Hugh had picked out. They'd mostly communicated via text, and though Hugh had given her free rein with his place, emphatically reassuring her that he trusted her judgment, she still tried to include him in the selection process. Of the 3 chandeliers she'd narrowed it down to, he'd chosen the one she would have picked. He might claim that he had no sense when it came to decorating, but so far he had good taste. Climbing to her feet, she grabbed her paper and pencil and went back to the kitchen where she'd dumped her purse. 5 more minutes, and she could go home for lunch and raid her fridge for whatever sounded good. Then she'd take an all-afternoon nap that would make a fat cat jealous. Afterward, it was on to her favorite part of interior design: shopping. Sabrina's stomach rumbled, not wanting to wait for the car ride home to eat. Her eyes trailed to the fruit bowl Hugh always had stocked on the counter. As she folded up her shopping and to-do list and slid it into her wallet, she laughed quietly to herself. Sunlight was streaming in from the large eastern window by the sink, and in the late morning light, the fruit was worthy of a Paul Cézanne portrait. The picturesque fruit was practically begging her to take a bite. Feeling her stomach clench angrily, she would have given her left arm to have even half of a banana, but as satisfying as it would have been, it wasn't her food to eat. It would have been easy to justify taking just one banana. They were pennies apiece, and it wasn't like Hugh was hurting for cash. He'd won the lottery, for crying out loud. The bedroom of his massive home was bigger than her entire apartment. Instead of indulging her appetite because she could easily justify a single banana, she denied herself. It came down to a matter of integrity. During their divorce, Eric had hired a slick-haired lawyer to weasel away almost all of her earthly possessions, leaving her with little more than the clothes on her back. She could still feel the raw, searing pain of having nothing in the world, but she kept her head held high because she had clung to her morals like a life raft in the middle of a turbulent ocean and had never abandoned them, no matter how desperate she might be. That truth had been tested thoroughly over the past year as she watched her life fall apart. She'd done everything she could to salvage her marriage. But for Eric, it was never enough. He had decided a long time ago that Sabrina would never be good enough for him. So, he sucked her dry of everything he could get from her, then discarded her without a second thought. Bracing herself against the cool granite counters and trying to breathe through the ache that still had the power to knock the wind right out of her, a red flag went up. The footsteps in the hall had stopped. "Cora?" More silence. "Cora, what are you up to?" Tossing her things back into her purse, Sabrina checked her phone for messages. With a relieved sigh, there was nothing new. Unless Hugh came back in the next 2 minutes, they'd be able to get out the door without being caught. Sabrina would keep her secret, at least a little longer. On any other day when she was alone and could find the courage to be honest with herself, she wouldn't have minded seeing Hugh. The dread at having to face him had dissipated, and she could see him for what he was: a caring man who wanted to lend her a hand. No strings attached, no conditions or expectations. He was a breath of fresh air. To say Sabrina was apprehensive when Hugh had approached her with a job was a gargantuan understatement. For the longest time, she had hoped never to see him again. He wasn't the root of all her problems, but his actions had certainly contributed to some of the choppy waters she'd had to travel through. Not that she was totally innocent either. She'd kissed him right back. The difference with him and everyone else who had slighted her was at least he tried to make it right. For all their bad timing, it was ironic that his request for her help couldn't have arrived at a more convenient time. Before his invitation to decorate his house, there were days she was barely able to stay afloat, and after only a week of working for him, she could see a ray of hope on the horizon. It was more than the money he had left on the counter for her. It was the chance to stand on her own 2 feet again. Poverty had been nipping at her heels long enough that she was sure she was going to have a head of white hair long before she turned 40. But with Hugh's help, she might be able to expand her vision again of what life could be, beyond earning a paycheck and getting food on the table. To think it had all started with a bag of her favorite jelly beans. She hadn't missed the quiver in his hand and the way he stumbled over his words as he tried to get her to take them. She'd forgotten how cute he could be when he was nervous, especially because of her. To most people, they had no problem overlooking Sabrina without even noticing they'd missed something. To Hugh, she was someone. "Cora!" Sabrina called. "It's time to go, girl. Get your shoes." As she washed her hands, Sabrina did a quick sweep of the room and spotted a bowl of oatmeal hiding behind the celestial fruit, gleaming on the kitchen table. More of the oatmeal had been slopped on the table than eaten. Rolling her eyes, she grabbed the washcloth. It had been sitting a while, and the oatmeal was already cold and stiff, bonding to the table like superglue. While she picked at the mess, a stab of guilt punctured her heart. She should have sat down to have breakfast with Cora instead of snarfing down a granola bar in the car, but they had been in a time crunch when the morning hadn't turned out as planned. She promised to surprise Cora with her choice of fast food for lunch and a trip to the park. Sabrina would even let her get one of the overpriced kids' meals with the cheap plastic toys. It was the best she could do. Hugh had been generous, but Sabrina was still on a budget, catching up on the months of famine they were leaving behind. Good thing Cora thought drive-through hamburgers were a luxury item, and ripping open the plastic bag of the toy was as exciting as Christmas morning. Cora wasn't hard to make happy, and being able to do something special for her would put Sabrina's mind at ease. "Cora!" Sabrina rested her hand on the chair and drummed her fingertips on the back. "I've called your name a couple of times now. Please don't make me come find you." The warning worked. Cora came charging down the hallway, holding up her yellow sundress so she wouldn't trip. A dimple pressed in her cheek as she beamed at Sabrina, and her sky-blue eyes were wide and innocent. Sabrina wasn't fooled. She put her hand on her hip, and with a pretended sternness, she asked, "What have you been up to?" "I'm playing horsey," Cora demonstrated by dropping on her hands and knees, then rearing with a shrill neigh. "I see. I love that you're using your imagination. But what did I say about finishing your food? You know you have to eat your breakfast to be big and strong." The little girl's lower lip pushed out in a pout. "Horses don't like oatmeal." Sabrina motioned her over and crouched down, wrapping her in a hug. "Did you know that horses eat oats? I read it in a book once." Cora's head tilted in disbelief. "Horsies like oatmeal?" Sabrina laughed softly and fixed Cora's lopsided pigtails. "I don't know if they specifically like oatmeal, but I can't imagine they'd turn up their nose at it. Your oatmeal has brown sugar and cinnamon in it. It's extra yummy." Sabrina set Cora in the chair and scraped together what oatmeal was still left. She offered a bite to Cora, but she locked her mouth shut and clamped both hands over her lips. "I know oatmeal isn't your favorite, but that's what was on the menu this morning. I don't like wasting, and even if I wanted to give you something else, I don't have any other food with me right now." Cora stood her ground, refusing to budge. Letting out a sharp breath through her teeth, Sabrina reminded herself that Cora's stubbornness was actually a form of assertiveness. It was a good thing. Being a pushover was hard in many ways. Sabrina would know. "You want to go grocery shopping with me when we're done here?" Cora's countenance brightened like the first ray of sun peeking over the horizon, and she nodded vigorously, shaking her pigtails with each head bob. "Can I get a cookie?" Sabrina brushed a strand of wispy blonde hair out of Cora's face and smoothed her thumb over her soft cheek. 3 short years on this earth, and most of it had been tumultuous and uncertain. Seeming to sense the sadness that was filling up Sabrina's chest, Cora leaned over to wrap her arms around Sabrina's neck and kissed her cheek. It wasn't physical exhaustion that made her tired. It was a weariness of the heart that pushed tears to the verge of falling. Sabrina silently prayed they'd stay in place. Cora didn't need to see her cry again. Clearing her throat, Sabrina pressed Cora's nose, pretending it was a button. Boop! Cora's giggle was infectious, and the dark cloud that was closing in on Sabrina breezed away as quickly as it had come. You know the rules. You can only have a cookie if you finish your breakfast. Cora shot out of her chair and stomped her foot. In her whiniest voice, she complained, "But I don't like oatmeal." You've already told me that, but it's good for you. You can't have cold cereal every morning. Come on, only a couple more bites. Cora folded her arms and stomped her foot again. They were in a stalemate, and Sabrina was going to have to tread carefully if she didn't want Cora to descend into the kind of meltdown that only 3-year-olds could produce. It would have been infinitely easier for Sabrina to cave and let Cora have her way, especially since she wanted to leave before Hugh walked in on them. But there was a lesson to be taught. Sabrina's blood pressure ticked dangerously high. Caught between taking the opportunity to teach or letting Cora win and bailing so she wouldn't have to explain to Hugh why she had a child with her at work was horribly inconvenient. Okay, how about this? Sabrina picked up Cora and set her back in the chair. I take a bite and you take a bite. Cora straightened her arms only to shove the bowl towards Sabrina. You eat first. Being strong-willed can be a good thing. Sabrina chanted the thought on repeat in her head. All right, fine. I'll take the first bite, but then it's your turn. Deal? Cora nodded and swung her feet as they dangled from the chair. As hungry as Sabrina was, the goopy oatmeal hardly looked appealing. She took a spoonful from the bowl and took one large bite, trying not to gag as it slid down her throat. Managing to keep a pleasant smile on her face, Cora seemed satisfied that the oatmeal was at least still edible. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Sabrina nudged the bowl closer to Cora. All right, partner, giddy up. It's your turn. Cora shoved the bowl back. No, it's icky. You made a promise that you would take a bite after I did. It's important you keep your promises. Cora put her hands over her mouth again and muttered between her fingers. Oatmeal is yucky. There's only one bite left. Be a big girl and finish your breakfast, please. Desperation started to claw at Sabrina as she glanced at the clock. It was almost 11:30 and Hugh had taken lunches earlier. Maybe she should text him and beg him not to come home, but that would be even more suspicious. Chances were, he'd probably do the opposite and rush home to check on her. Okay, we don't have time for this. If you're going to behave this way, I'm going to have to feed you like a baby. Sabrina scooped up the last of the oatmeal and hovered the spoon near Cora's mouth. Striking out, Cora smacked the spoon from Sabrina's hand, sending it flying before Sabrina could react. Sticky oatmeal splattered onto Sabrina's shirt and the spoon landed with a clatter on the floor. Cora's eyes went wide, and knowing she'd done something wrong, she cupped her hands over her face, wailing at the top of her lungs. Cora! Sabrina spoke through gritted teeth after another mental reminder that being strong-willed was a blessing. That was not okay. Peeking through her fingers, Cora's chin trembled. As gut-wrenching as it was to witness Cora's tears, anger was still pulsing through Sabrina, hot and powerful. Nothing about the day had gone according to plan. She was so over it, and it was barely time for lunch. We don't have time for this. Go get your shoes. We're leaving. Sabrina went to the sink and wiped at her shirt. I guess this means you don't get a cookie at the grocery store. That only made Cora cry harder. I can't find them. Your shoes? I asked you to leave them by the front door. I did, but they're gone. Shoes don't get up and walk off by themselves, Cora. Sabrina rinsed her hands and surveyed the damage. She should have known better than to wear her favorite lavender-hued peasant blouse. If she hadn't been on the receiving end of the oatmeal shrapnel, it was bound to get dirty some other way. Go look for them, or we're going to have to leave without them. The threat instigated another fresh round of tears. Listening to Cora cry made Sabrina's roller coaster of emotions plunge her back onto the brink of her own tears. Ready to grab Cora, snuggle on the couch, and cry with her, Sabrina heard the front door unlock. In an instant, the blood in her veins turned arctic and brought her heart to a skidding halt. Hugh had returned. She spun around to find Hugh standing in the doorway of the kitchen with an amused smile coloring his expression. Sounds like I'm missing a heck of a party in here. Oh, Hugh, hi. Sabrina tugged at the hem of her shirt, hoping the wet spots where she'd cleaned off the oatmeal weren't noticeable. She dropped her eyes and assessed the damage. It looked like she'd been caught in the middle of a water balloon fight. Picking up her purse, she went over to Cora. We were just leaving. Hugh slid the kind of leather messenger bag that made him look like he was always in search of an adventure off his chest and set it on the island. Sabrina would have given anything to know what was going through his mind. He'd walked in on her, trying to calm a screaming child he knew nothing about. Was he angry? He would have had a right to be. Though Hugh was usually a jovial guy who didn't seem to have a care in the world, she'd seen him give people who made him mad a withering glare that could cut holes through glass. Last time Sabrina had seen him use it, he was directing it at his fiancée. Ex-fiancée. Cora jumped off her chair and hid behind Sabrina's legs. His eyes followed Cora, and he offered another friendly smile just for her and a twiddle of his fingers in greeting, but didn't say anything. Strolling over to them both with his hands propped on his trim waist, Sabrina resisted the urge to cringe. He stopped close enough that Sabrina caught his scent, an undefinable mixture of earthy musk, with a hint of spice. It was hard not to take in a deep breath and hold it in so she could relish every last molecule. Whatever his brand of cologne, it jump-started her heart again. When Cora leaned out from behind Sabrina's legs, he mirrored her. You must have done some really deep cleaning today. Sabrina was waiting for the moment he snapped. Maybe even fired her. That's how Eric would have reacted. Sabrina closed her eyes and shook her head, trying to make sense of what he was saying. I don't understand. Cleaning? All I've been doing is measuring this morning. I thought you were cleaning because apparently you found a small child I wasn't aware I had living here. Was she tucked in my old armchair with all the loose change? Sabrina's nervousness fluttered out as a giggle. Actually, she was under your bed, hiding with all the dust bunnies. Hugh chuckled, and it encouraged Sabrina. That's way better than having monsters under my bed. I don't know. She's been known to be a little monster once in a while. Sabrina looked down at Cora and winked at her. Smiling shyly at her, Cora stayed clamped tight onto Sabrina's jeans for safety. Hugh knelt down next to Sabrina, and she stiffened, holding rigidly still. He was stooping down to be on the same level as Cora, but it also brought him closer to Sabrina. She could see every strand of his thick hair and see the mole on top of his left ear. Just being in that proximity to him, she could feel an exchange between them without even touching. An energy and an excitement. Sabrina elbowed the thought out of her mind. They were no longer young and naive, flirting with each other as they skirted around the possibility of a relationship. Heck, they weren't even technically friends anymore, no matter what Hugh said he wanted. They were boss and employee, nothing more. Hi, I'm Hugh. What's your name? Cora didn't answer, instead hiding her face against the back of Sabrina's knees. Cora's silence didn't faze Hugh. You look like you could use a special treat. It looks like you've had a rough morning. Lucky for you, I think I have just the thing. He stood up and went to the cabinets, searching through them until he found an unopened bag of iced animal cookies. Peeling open the top, he unfolded the bag, took a few out, and tossed them in his mouth. Cora peeked out from her hiding spot, watching him with interest. Her attention never moved off the bag of animal cookies. Kneeling back down next to her, he held them out as a peace offering. With a quiet thank you, Cora snatched out a handful. Hugh held up a cookie to show her. What animals did you get? Mine's a lion. He did his best impersonation of a lion's roar, and a giggle erupted from Cora. Sabrina reacted the same way, and it warmed her all the way to her core. Handing over the entire bag to Cora, she hugged it to her chest and trotted to the table. Jumping back up on her chair, pushed the oatmeal bowl out of the way, and poured the entire bag out, spreading the cookies across the entire table. Cora, no, honey, that's not how we do it. Sabrina eyed Hugh. Sorry. He shrugged, unconcerned that there were crumbs and cookies all over his kitchen table. For what? For... Sabrina motioned to the table. For this mess. How is she supposed to find her favorite animals if they're stuck in the bag? Rather than shoveling the cookies back inside, Hugh pulled out a chair opposite Cora and started flipping over the cookies so Cora could shuffle them into groups. Feeling the tension ease from her as she watched Hugh interact with Cora, Sabrina was impressed with how quickly he was able to draw her out from her shyness. Cora might have a mind of her own, but strangers had made her apprehensive since she was a toddler. Taking a seat at the end of the table so she could be a quiet observer, Sabrina stole a glance at Hugh when he was busy looking for camels and listening to her tell him every last thing she knew about them. Hugh had always been an attractive guy. Every woman she'd ever known appreciated his naturally athletic physique, his charming smile, and eyes that always sparkled with good humor. But there was something about watching a man interact with a small child that made her heart melt. Sabrina didn't say a word as she watched, and she didn't need to. Cora was talking enough for the both of them. In the middle of nibbling the legs off a cow-shaped cookie, she scrambled off her chair and announced, "I need to go potty." "All right, I'll go with you," Sabrina offered. "No, Mommy." She wagged her finger at Sabrina. "I'm a big girl. I know where the bathroom is. You stay here with Hugh." She ran 2 steps, stopped, and turned around. "Don't eat all my cookies." "We wouldn't dream of it," Hugh promised. Sabrina watched Cora skip down the hall and heard her slam the bathroom door shut. Knowing Hugh was watching her, it was difficult for Sabrina to scoot around in her chair to face him. Stealing a glance at him under downturned lashes, she wasn't prepared for the expression on Hugh's face. Surprise? Amusement? Bewilderment? Maybe it was a little bit of everything. "What?" Sabrina's eyes shifted. "Is something the matter?" "First of all, I probably should have told you when I walked in that you have oatmeal in your hair." "Of course I do," Sabrina moaned as she propped her elbows on the table and leaned her face into her hands. "That kind of sums up the way my day is going." Blindly running her fingers through her hair, she tried to find the oatmeal so she could pick it out. "Stop," Hugh said as his shoulders shook with laughter. "Let me help, unless you're wanting to use oatmeal as a styling gel." "It would definitely be effective. I bet it could hold my hair in a mohawk if I had enough of it." "Now that I'd like to see Sabrina rocking a mohawk. Would you dye it crazy colors too?" He rubbed his chin and stared into the distance as he pretended to be lost deep in thought. "I've got some cherries in the fridge I bet would stain your hair if we mash them in. What do you say? Want some red tips?" Sabrina clutched her stomach as she doubled over with laughter. No, thank you. I think I missed my window of opportunity for wearing edgy hairstyles. I don't know about that. I think you could pull off just about anything and make it look good. Just about anything? Huh? Not a mullet. Promise me you'll never give that a try. They descended into laughter again, but the second Sabrina felt his hand in her hair, gently teasing out bits of oatmeal, she sobered up. She knew she was stupid for reading too much into it, but she couldn't deny the intimacy of it. She never gave touch away lightly, and Hugh knew her well enough to know that. There. Hugh wiped his fingers onto a napkin from the basket. All done. She scooted back into her chair and pushed her hair behind her ears, ignoring the shiver that raced down her spine. Thanks. I guess I'm going to get a second shower today. I haven't even gotten my first yet. Hugh got up and tossed the napkin in the trash, swooping his hair out of his eyes. I like to wait until after I've worked out. You smell good to me. Sabrina said it out loud before she realized she was thinking it. Hugh grinned like she'd confessed her undying love for him, and it made her fumble for a recovery. For a guy, I guess. Ouch. Hugh chuckled. I suppose I need to take you cologne shopping with me next time I go so you can get something you approve of. I'm sure you have plenty of other women who'd be happy to sniff cologne off of you in exchange for their opinion. His mouth twitched into a smirk at her dig. Think they'd be objective about it? Can any woman be when she's intoxicated off men's colognes? I bet you are. He winked at her, and she couldn't control her blush if she wanted to. Hugh moved to the fridge, opened the doors, and stared inside. His back was to Sabrina, but for how long he stood there, she imagined the cogs were turning in his brain. Can I ask you something? Ask away, but don't assume because you ask that I'm necessarily going to answer. Sabrina's sass only made Hugh laugh. He glanced over his shoulder at her. There's the Sabrina I remember. Sabrina sat back in her seat and smugly folded her arms. She's alive and well, I assure you. I'm glad to hear it. It sounds like things have changed for her, though. Isn't that what life's all about? Change? That's true, but your life sounds like it's been way more exciting than mine. Exciting isn't exactly the word I'd choose for my autobiography. I would. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did Cora call you Mommy? Sabrina did her best not to clam up, even though it seemed her insecurities were leaking out of her for Hugh to discover. You heard right. Sabrina wasn't in the least bit ashamed of being a single mother who had to work a myriad of thankless jobs to make ends meet, but she had grown protective of Cora, especially since their lives had been blindsided by Eric's betrayal. With the fridge still open, Hugh had turned to give her his full attention. This wasn't the way or time she thought she'd be telling him, but there was no going back. Sabrina let out a heavy sigh and nodded, her head feeling like a lead cannonball held up by a toothpick neck. Cora is my daughter.
Chapter 6. Hugh. Who's ready for some delicious mac and cheese? Hugh tossed a hot pad onto the table and set down a pan that was still steaming with freshly cooked mac and cheese, giving it a couple of stirs to make sure the butter had all melted. Sabrina was already sitting down, and under the edge of the table, he could see her hands fidgeting in her lap. Cora sat next to her, feet dangling and bouncing in her seat. She clapped gleefully, and Hugh doubted she'd be happier than if she was watching an alicorn fly over a rainbow. Me, Cora screeched. Inside voice, please. Sabrina patted Cora's shoulder and made sure she was scooted in close enough to the table. When Cora had returned from the bathroom, he'd asked if they wanted to stay for lunch. Cora immediately agreed, while Sabrina's face had gone ashen at the invitation. Was he pushing things too quickly? It wasn't like he was suggesting they spend hours together over a gourmet meal. Boxed macaroni and cheese was easy, universally loved by kids, and they could make, eat, and clean up in less than a half an hour. Easy. He may have done a mental fist pump when Cora begged Sabrina to stay. Nothing like a cute kid tugging on her mother's hand and spouting about how much she loved macaroni and cheese to convince Sabrina to have lunch with him. I don't know, Hugh pretended to tease. I'm not sure little girls like you would enjoy this stuff. It's grown-up food. Yes, I do. I'm a big girl. I like lots of food. She listed her favorites on her fingers. Cookies, ham and cheese. Carrots. Hugh died a little on the inside when he heard her R's come out like W's. Seriously, Cora had to be the most adorable kid he'd ever met. He could see a lot of Sabrina in her. The way Cora smiled, her fair complexion with a dusting of freckles across her nose, her quiet but fiery temperament. The biggest difference were their eyes. Sabrina's were a warm brown while Cora stared at him with ocean blue eyes. He wondered about Cora's father. Sabrina might not have on a wedding ring, but that didn't make her available, especially if there was a child involved. Hugh could tell there was something not quite right there, though. If Sabrina was in a committed relationship with a man she loved, she'd hardly have the motivation to move cross-country to scrounge for low-paying jobs. There were so many questions that Hugh wanted answers to. Instead of barging into her life, he kept his mouth shut. Sabrina would talk when she was ready. If she was ever ready. Everything but oatmeal, Sabrina muttered. Her gaze crossed Hugh's, and they both smiled. Hugh served a small helping into a bowl for Cora and set it on the table. Ready? I'm going to slide it to you and you have to catch it. Cora held out her hands, ready for their impromptu game, and Hugh pushed the bowl to her. Sabrina squealed and covered her eyes as it flew across the table. Only when Cora fumbled with it did it cross Hugh's mind that maybe shoving a bowl of food to a kid and expecting them not to miss was a bad idea. In an uncoordinated save, Cora managed to keep it from falling on the floor. Triumphantly holding up her fists with her spoon clenched in one, she cheered for herself while Sabrina clapped and made a face at Hugh. Leaning across the table, he gave Cora a high five. I knew you'd be up for the challenge, Cora. You've obviously never eaten with a small child before because they usually drop more than they eat, Sabrina said, tickling Cora's neck, and that's without expecting them to catch their meal. Sabrina? Hugh spooned some into a bowl for himself. What do you say? You want any? Sabrina shifted in her seat. Just a little. Oh, come on, Hugh said. Don't be modest. I know for a fact you could eat 2 boxes by yourself in college. Okay. That was a long time ago when I was lucky to find time for 1 meal a day, and my metabolism knew no bounds. Things have definitely changed. If you have ketchup, though, that would be great. Hugh pretended to gag behind his hand, and it made Cora throw her head back with laughter. Hugh's going to be sick. Hugh fanned his face, faking a recovery. I think I'm going to be okay. Haha, Sabrina said flatly. Go ahead and make fun. Ketchup on macaroni and cheese is delicious. Takes it to a whole other level of sophistication. I don't even think you could dump enough caviar and truffles on macaroni and cheese to make it more elevated. It is what it is. Comfort food at its finest. Hugh got up and grabbed the ketchup out of the pantry. But if you must defile it with ketchup, your wish is my command. Have you never been brave enough to try ketchup on macaroni? Sabrina squirted a ring of ketchup on her helping. Never been crazy enough, you mean? It's never come up in a game of truth or dare either, so I've never been motivated to try it. It just seems inherently wrong, and my survival instincts kick in to protect me from making bad choices. Watch it, mister. Sabrina pointed the ketchup bottle at Hugh's chest and threatened. The last guy who called me crazy ended up with a face full of ketchup and a ruined shirt. Hugh held up his hands in surrender. All right, Uncle. I'll take your word for it that ketchup does something magical to this already perfect food. Hugh picked up his spoon ready to dig in until he noticed Cora and Sabrina exchanging a glance. Neither of them had taken a bite. Is something the matter? He asked. I know I'm no French chef, but I promise this was done right. I even added extra butter and used whole milk." "We haven't said prayer yet, silly." Apparently Cora's double L's turned into W's too. Sabrina sank her neck down and looked timidly at Hugh. "Do you mind if we say grace? It's your place, and I don't want to impose if you're not comfortable with it." "I guess I'm a little out of practice, but if one of you would like to—" Cora's hand shot up in the air. "Me." He gestured to her with a roll of his hand and an extended nod. "Please do, my fair lady." Cora bowed her head. Most of the prayer was muted by her face buried in her arms, but what Hugh could make out was sweet and sincere, in a way that could only come from a child. At the end, her head shot up and barely getting out an amen, she was already digging into her food. "Amen," he said, feeling a tightness in his throat. "Thank you, Cora. That was lovely." She had a spoonful of mac and cheese stuffed in either cheek, and when she tried to answer, noodles started falling out onto her lap. Sabrina reached for a napkin from the basket and handed it to her. "You might regret having us over for lunch when you see the mess she can make. I'm not kidding, it's impressive. Life's too short for regrets. Besides, I'm always spilling food on my lap, too. It's the name of the game with us sloppy eaters, isn't it, Cora?" Cora chewed noisily and nodded. As fast as Cora was shoveling in her food, Sabrina finished her bowl first and wiped her mouth with a napkin. That actually hit the spot. "Thank you." It was a toss-up between top ramen and this, and I was in the mood for some cheese. Even if it came in powdered form? Maybe especially because it's powdered. He shoveled in another enormous bite to make his point. Sabrina grinned at him while slowly shaking her head. "This whole day has me wondering about you. What kind of grown man has animal crackers and boxed macaroni and cheese on hand when he doesn't have children who necessitate it? The kind of guy who has refined tastes. Obviously." Hugh gave Cora the last spoonful from the pan and reached across for Sabrina's empty bowl. He stacked his on top and took it all to the sink. "Here, I'll get it. You shouldn't have to cook and clean up." Sabrina's chair scraped back and she got up to wash the dishes, but Hugh blocked her with his hip. "You're off the clock right now." She tried to outmaneuver him, but he blocked her on the other side. "Consider this your lunch break. A friend made it for you and doesn't expect you to do the cleaning since he's perfectly capable of washing out 3 bowls in a pot all by himself." Sabrina raised her eyebrows. "Maybe, but are you able to load it in the dishwasher? I see your cereal bowl in the sink every morning." Her hand shot out to grab the dishes, but he spun away, taunting her by holding everything high and out of reach. "You're really going to point out that I leave my bowl in the sink? That's low." Sabrina tried a couple more times to procure the dirty dishes, but every time he spun them out of her reach. Her competitiveness was driving her crazy, and she wafted between giggles and frustrated screams. Eventually she gave up and stuck her tongue out at him as she smoothed her hand over her ponytail. "Thank you," Hugh said, slightly breathless himself and not completely from physical exertion. Her hair still smelled like coconut, and he loved getting her riled up. Her eyes were focused on him, and her cheeks had pinkened, another reminder of how gorgeous she was. "You're not welcome," she said as she leaned her body against the island countertop and watched him. As he filled up the pot with hot, soapy water that crowned and spilled over the top. "I don't always get my dishes put away, because someone has asked me to be out of the house when she works on it, and I don't always have time to do it. It's either that or pick up the socks I leave by my bed. You don't pick those up either. They're always there when I'm in your bedroom." He knew she was going to be working in his bedroom, but he had to steer his thoughts clear of anything that involved her being in there. "So, I have some bad habits. You caught me. At least you can admit it. Question is, what else do you suppose I've noticed?" Sabrina tapped her finger against her mouth, and there wasn't enough money in the world to make him look away from her full pink lips. Hugh tried to play it cool, but he sincerely wondered what she'd noticed about him, as she'd been in his house. It was easy enough to put on an act when he was out socializing, far from anything that might give someone hints about who he really was, but in his own home, there was only so much concealing he could do. He wasn't ashamed for Sabrina to see him for who he was, but there were some parts of him that would take some explaining. If he blurted out things he'd never told anyone else, it might raise some eyebrows. I hope you notice I shut the lid on the toilet." Hugh rinsed off the bowls and put them in the dishwasher, then dunked the washcloth into the pot to scrub it clean. "I did. Your mother would be proud. I was raised right." "That wasn't what I was thinking, though." Hugh's heart picked up. He wasn't used to being on the receiving end of the teasing. "Are you going to give me a hint?" "If you want." Sabrina took the washcloth from him and went to Cora to wipe her up. She was licking the last of the cheese out of her bowl, and her face was caked with it. "Let's just say I couldn't help noticing the books on one of the nightstands." Other than a lamp, he had his phone charger and a tube of lip balm, and a stack of books, each of which were romance novels. Not the bodice rippers with men's bare chests on the covers, but the kind of sweeping love stories that anyone could read in front of their grandmother without blushing. "The books?" "Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner." "So?" Hugh shrugged. "I like to read before I go to bed." That did raise her eyebrows. "Romance novels? Call me crazy, but I thought only women liked those kinds of books." "I thought if I called you crazy, I'd get ketchup squirted on my shirt." Sabrina folded her arms and studied him through squinted eyes. "You're honestly telling me those are your books on your nightstand?" Feeling his shoulders shrug, Hugh wasn't connecting the dots. "Yes, that's what I'm saying. Whose were you thinking they were?" A blush flared up and Sabrina shook her head. "Never mind." Clamming up only made Hugh more curious. "Wait, do you think—" Hugh choked and pounded his chest when he realized what she was getting at. "You thought those books belonged to another woman?" "Maybe." Then she quickly tacked on an apology. "Not that it's any of my business." Sabrina convinced Hugh to at least let her help dry the few dishes he was washing. It wasn't lost on Hugh that when they had first seen each other again at Luke and Lauren's baby shower, their roles had been reversed. Everything was coming full circle. He didn't want to kill the momentum, though, by letting her think he was the kind of womanizer that brought any of them home with him. "I guess I can see where the implication might have come from," Hugh said. "I promise, though, I'm not that kind of guy. And as unmanly as it is, yes, I read my fair share of romance novels." "Why, though? Most guys shy away from them like they're the plague." Hugh accepted the pot back from Sabrina and tucked it back into the cabinet with the rest of the pans. "I guess if they're supposed to be every woman's fantasy, it seems like a good way to get into a woman's mind." It wasn't untrue, but when he said it out loud, it made him sound shallow. Wow, that didn't sound as good out loud as it did in my head. "No, it didn't." He chuckled at her honesty, hoping he wasn't scaring her away. A ghost of a smile passed across her face, but it didn't indicate what she was thinking of him either way. "How's work going for you?" she asked, mercifully changing the subject. "Work? Oh, pretty good. I've been trying to power through my latest project, but I've been too distracted to finish it just yet." "Care to expound on your project?" She snuck a look at him and Hugh knew exactly what she was doing. "Trying to sneak some information from me, aren't you?" He held up a finger and waved it at her. "I already told you that no one knows what I do. So I'm curious. I can't help it. I mean, what kind of job allows you to come home in the middle of the day whenever you want to? Your hours are so random." "So are yours. Don't I let you set your own schedule?" He'd caught her there. As open as Hugh wanted to be, there were still some things he wasn't ready for Sabrina to know. Not even his best friend Luke knew he had a serious job. If Luke ever found out, there would be no end to his teasing, even if Hugh wasn't ashamed of how he spent his time. It was just that he enjoyed the anonymity. He was able to speak with a straight face. "Nice try. I'm not giving up any top-secret intel about work." "Because if you told me you'd have to kill me?" Her tone was playful. Hugh loved that she was loosening up. "Is that it?" "I'd never lay a finger on you." "That's because you know I'd whoop you if it ever came to it." Sabrina karate chopped the air and kicked in Hugh's direction. He played along and pretended to be knocked on his backside where he went limp on the floor and stuck out his tongue. Cora nearly fell out of her seat as she laughed. Pleased that his performance was met with applause, he climbed to his feet and bowed graciously. "No, I wouldn't have to kill anyone if they found out. I'll give you a hint, though. I'm basically my own boss, and most of what I do is stare at a computer screen and type. That's 3 hints. Lucky you, then." If you're your own boss and all you do is on a laptop, why don't you work from home? I could, but it would be entirely too distracting to try and focus with you here. Why? Would you feel the urge to follow me around to make sure I'm actually doing my job? The way she planted her hands on her hips and sassily puckered her lips at him made him want to drop to his knees and worship at her feet. Sabrina was so different from most of the women he came across when he went to parties. Her look was a challenge to him, and she was calling him out. No one else was brave enough to do that. They were all too busy trying so hard to placate him in hopes that staying his friend would secure their place in the social hierarchy. He knew he had sway, but lately, partying had become so fickle and tedious. Hardly. I can see your hard work every day. There's something different every time I come home, and I'm amazed at how much you're able to get done. She seemed satisfied with his compliment and relaxed. What brought you home early today? The creativity muse hit me upside the head, so I was able to get more done than I'd planned. I thought I'd give myself the rest of the day off. I would have left to run errands after a quick lunch, but imagine my surprise when you had a little munchkin here helping you. He leaned around Sabrina so he could see Cora, who was picking up the last of the noodles off the table with her fingers. Is she making you do all the work? Be honest. Cora tittered and shook her head, her pigtails slapping her face. Mommy lets me play while she does stuff. I even got to watch a show, but only one. She doesn't want my brain to turn to mush. I wouldn't care if it did. Ah, yes. Mushy brains. We wouldn't want that. Your mother is very wise. He looked at Sabrina and winked, but she deflected his compliment by looking away. All done, Cora? Sabrina rinsed out the washcloth again. Let's clean you up once and for all. Cora contested the washcloth across her face, but Sabrina anticipated her every evasion and got her wiped off. Thanks for joining me for a meal. I think you're the first guests I've had here. Ever. Rinsing out the washcloth and squeezing it out, Sabrina draped it over the faucet to dry. I know it's probably a little late for an apology, but I'm sorry. For what? Sabrina drew her brow and looked haughtily at him. Are you going to make me spell it out? Only because I have no idea what you're apologizing for. For bringing my kid to work without asking your permission, eating your food, and the mess my whirlwind of a child leaves in her wake. It's not a bother at all, Hugh said, batting away her comment with a flick of the wrist. It's not often that I have someone with a penchant for age-inappropriate food over to my place. You'd be surprised how many people turn their nose up at iced animal crackers. That is shocking. It is, he agreed. Thanks for being cool about it. Sabrina's eyes found the floor, and she tucked her hair behind her ear. I had her in a daycare, but she hated it, and I hated taking her. When we arrived this morning, she threw a tantrum and refused to go in. I didn't know what to do. And you didn't think I'd notice her being here? Hugh chuckled. I know guys can be kind of oblivious, but I would like to think I'd notice there was a tiny human with you? I was hoping we'd be gone before you got back. When you walked in the door, I expected you to be pretty ticked. I wouldn't have blamed you for a second if you would have fired me. Mommy? Cora looked confused. What's ticked? Is it like tickled? Sabrina's cheeks blossomed with a blush. Never mind, baby. You'd better watch yourself, using grown-up words in front of her. Hugh hissed in a stage whisper behind his hand. Hate is another word I wasn't allowed to use while growing up. Hate is a naughty word, Cora agreed. Yeah, see? Hugh nodded sagely, which earned another tongue stuck out at him. He just chuckled, and Sabrina joined him with a potent laugh of her own. Besides, you've got to stop assuming everyone is out to get you. Like I said when we were discussing the terms of your employment, flexibility is one of the perks. I appreciate that more than you know. Sabrina scooted Cora off her seat and sent her to the sink with her bowl. I guess not a lot of employers have been very understanding of my particular circumstances. And that's part of what's made it difficult to take care of ourselves. I don't want you to feel like I'm taking advantage of you either. You've been more than fair. Bring her any time. I'll be sure to stock my pantry the next time I go to the grocery store. Hey, Cora? Hugh rubbed his hands together. Do you like fruit snacks? Cora hopped up and down like a bunny on caffeine and shouted, They're my favorite. No way. Mine too. I can tell we're going to be best friends already. Cora tipped her head back and stared at him with blue eyes as big as the Pacific. You can be my friend, but only if you bring me fruit snacks. Hugh barked out a laugh. I like your honesty. You like it now? But you should hear the kind of stuff she has to say when you've fallen asleep with your makeup on and are only running on 5 hours of sleep. Sabrina huffed. Her honesty is a lot less of a lovable trait right about then. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Hugh said casually. And why's that? There is no way you're not stunning, even when you're groggy. Hugh had meant it. Sabrina might not fit the mold of the traditional model, but she still made the room feel smaller when she entered. Your mom's pretty, isn't she, Cora? Yep, Cora said without hesitation. See? Hugh pointed at her. The child doesn't lie. Sabrina dropped her chin to her chest and released a sigh. You don't have to try to make me feel better about looking a little terrifying in the morning. I can accept that I look like Medusa on a bad day when I first wake up. A stuttering laugh hit Hugh, and he tried to pinch his lips to keep it in, but it escaped. Love the visual. Just being real, Sabrina said, one side of her mouth tilting into a grin. Tired of conversation, Cora tore off around the house, running figure eights between the couch and the coffee table. He guessed from the occasional snort and ear-piercing neigh that in her world, she was a horse, and a wild one at that. Something within his chest warmed while watching her play. She was so innocent and clever, and it was a reminder that a family was something he craved. Lots of kids, clattering through the big house, with barely a moment of silence until they were sent outside, only to come back in with muddy feet, dirty clothes, and incredible childhood memories. First, he wanted a wife. He thought he wanted all of that with Chloe. But the more he compared her to Sabrina, there was no contest. Sabrina blew every other woman he'd ever known out of the water without even trying. Chapter 7. Hugh. Even though Sabrina had been a constant in Hugh's life since they'd met, he sometimes wondered how he'd been duped into choosing Chloe over her. Sure, Chloe was larger than life and vivacious, but the more Hugh dissected their relationship, the more he came to understand they'd never really wanted the same things. It would have been nice if she would have made it known before he was ready to watch her walk down the aisle. Instead, she sent his heart through the meat grinder when he stumbled in on her tangled up with one of her ex-boyfriends. She offered a paltry excuse, but never an apology, and in the end, blamed him for her infidelity. How typically Chloe. Though he'd kissed Sabrina on the same day, there was a world of difference in their embrace. By then, he'd already ended things with Chloe, and when he kissed Sabrina, she'd freely kissed him back. None of it mattered to Chloe, though. She'd thrown Sabrina into the crossfire when she found out, even though Sabrina had been one of her most loyal friends. Hugh finished loading the dishwasher and tossed in a soap packet, pressing the buttons to start it. When he stood up and brushed off his hands, Sabrina had gone to the windows, her gaze pinned into the distance. She played with a small gold chain draped across her collarbone, and the healthy pink glow of her cheeks had turned sallow. In her eyes, there was a storm brewing. While he was swallowed up in his own thoughts, Sabrina seemed to be doing her own reminiscing. He wondered how much he played a part in her memories, and how much pain he'd caused her. He was an instant away from rushing over to her side and pulling her into a reassuring hug, where he could lay her head on his chest and run his hands over the soft waves of her hair. Did I say something? No. Her tongue ran over her dry lips. It's been a really long time since anybody has been this kind to Cora, like gotten down on her level and paid attention to her. As her mother, it means a lot to me. She was on the verge of speaking honestly with him, so Hugh decided to give her a little nudge. It was therapeutic to put things into words and give those emotions a voice. Want to talk about it? Not really. Sabrina's laugh was humorless. I mean, does anybody want to ever talk about the ghosts of their past? No, I don't suppose anyone does. Ghosts is probably too gentle a term. I'd say my past is filled with poltergeists. Should I call the Ghostbusters? Sabrina looked at him like he was crazy, but at least her laugh wasn't so flat. He was making progress. She rubbed at her eyes and released a breath like she was pinned under the weight of the world. "Cora, why don't you go sit in the living room and you can watch another show?" She didn't have to be asked twice. Skipping to the couch, she clambered over the back and did a somersault down onto the cushion, disappearing from view. Peeking back over the top, she gave a thumbs up that she was ready. Raising her hands, Sabrina dropped them in defeat. "See what I'm up against? I don't think I've ever seen Cora climb onto a couch the normal way. It looks like fun. I'll have to try it her way. You can't be serious." "I am, in fact. And you have to admit it's terribly efficient." Hugh deadpanned. "Life's too short to waste time walking around the couch to sit down." Sabrina smirked, though it didn't totally erase the sadness that haunted her eyes. She went to turn on a cartoon for Cora, and Hugh tried to keep himself busy by opening his stack of mail. Bills. Coupons for the local grocery store. A political ad with a man whose teeth were entirely too white to be genuine. He kept his eyes glued to the clothing ad as he stared a hole through it, hoping he appeared relaxed. "Thinking of getting yourself a pair of women's shoes?" Sabrina leaned against the countertop, holding the edge like it was the only thing keeping her on her feet. Standing behind him, she could see the entire spread of the ad. He moved his eyes from her face and looked back at the ad. Indeed, he'd been holding it on the women's footwear page. Though none of it had been registering, all his thoughts were consumed with Sabrina, and the shell he was about to peel back. Thin and brittle, but a protection for Sabrina that would only require a tiny crack to open. Tossing the ad onto the counter, he scrunched his lips and shook his head. "Nah, I didn't see anything in my color." Sabrina barely smiled at his joke because wherever her mind was, it wasn't fully present. She was a prisoner to her thoughts, and asking questions wasn't going to rescue her, so he patiently waited. Listening to the cartoons in the background and keeping his eyes trained out the window, watching a ruby-throated hummingbird flit from one flower to the next, Hugh waited. Eventually, Sabrina inhaled sharply, and the floodgates were opened. "I guess the first thing you're wondering is why I moved here with Cora in the first place. I'm obviously strapped for cash and didn't know anybody when I decided this was where we were going to live." He pushed his stack of mail further behind him and mirrored her posture, holding onto the counter and laying one leg in front of the other. The thought had crossed my mind. "I guess I kind of figured you were looking for an adventure." Sabrina scoffed, but it wasn't meant to be derisive or rude. It was simply a sign of frustration let out in the only way she could verbalize it. "This is hardly the kind of adventure I was imagining I'd have." "Is everything all right for you and Cora? I know I'm probably the last person you want to talk about your past with, but I've been told I'm a good listener. I still care about you too. A great deal." Sabrina blew out a breath and her whole frame stooped. Her defeat kicked Hugh's empathy into overdrive. "I'd rather not get into the gory details because everything is still a little too raw, but suffice it to say my marriage didn't turn out like I'd expected. At all." "Did something happen to your husband?" It was odd using that word. Husband. Of course Sabrina hadn't been frozen in time where he'd last left her, but when he tried to imagine Sabrina with a guy who could hurt her, he hated fathoming it. "A couple months ago, Cora's father decided to leave us." A cascade of emotions blindsided Hugh. It would have been heart-wrenching enough if her husband had succumbed to a terminal illness or passed away suddenly in a car accident, but willfully leaving? Unacceptable. Instant, searing anger at a man who would abandon his family made his grip tighten. Bitter grief for Sabrina and Cora's suffering cankered his spirit, and was followed by utter confusion. How a man could walk away from someone as wonderful as Sabrina was baffling. Hugh was rarely at a loss for words, but her confession had left him open-mouthed. Running his hand down his face, he folded his arms. "I'm sorry the two of you had to go through anything like that. I don't like talking about it in front of Cora. We were only married about 4 years when things started dissolving. Honestly, our entire marriage was never built on anything very sturdy. It was the last few months that my ex and I started butting heads. I know I had a good amount of pride I couldn't let go of when we argued, but I'm not sure he ever truly loved me." "Why is that the conclusion you jumped to? You're an amazing woman." "I'm not perfect, Hugh." Hugh lifted his shoulders. "Never said you were. According to him, I'd become impossible to live with, whatever that means. I find that very hard to believe. Challenging, maybe, or even taxing, but not impossible. Hugh winked at Sabrina and pulled a full smile to let her know he wasn't afraid to talk about difficult subjects, softening them with a dose of humor. My ex liked the idea of a wife, a quiet, meek housewife who'd keep the home clean and rub his feet when he'd get home from work. When I finally realized I had a backbone and decided to speak up for myself, it started going south. I just wish he would have given me a little more leeway when I was accessing a new part of me I'd kept stuffed deep inside my entire life in order to keep everyone around me happy. If he couldn't do that for my sake, for our daughter. I've come to terms with him choosing not to be with me anymore, but Cora is what I can't understand. That's too much for a child to have to be put through. I should have kept my mouth shut and been the dutiful wife. You're putting it all on yourself, and that's not fair. Even the strongest person would crumple under that load, and in the end, what would it have been teaching Cora? That if someone else doesn't like the truest version of yourself, you should hide it to keep them comfortable? No. Sabrina studied her cuticles, trying to hide the slightest wobble of her chin as she dammed up her sorrow. That is definitely one of the positives I've been trying to focus on. At least Cora won't grow up under his thumb, too. Is it anyone I know? The anger boiling his blood made it impossible to keep his frame from quaking. We had a lot of the same friends. Eric? Doubtful. I met him after you and Chloe broke up. Sabrina ran her hands up and down her arms, pushing down the goosebumps that pebbled along her skin. Lucky for him. Why? More like lucky for you not having the displeasure of his company. Maybe I would have enjoyed it if it meant I had the chance to sock him in the nose. Get in line. Sabrina chuckled. I think half the world probably wants to punch him in the nose, and the only reason the other half doesn't is because they haven't met him yet. As for me, I'd probably aim for something lower than the nose. Hugh laughed softly. He'd deserve it. Yes, he would. It took a moment for Hugh to process all the questions he had, and the freer she spoke, the more liberty he took in asking. So, why'd you marry the guy? The way you're describing him doesn't exactly make him sound like your version of Prince Charming. Sabrina winced at Hugh's words, and it was a slap in the face that what he was asking was beyond rude. He would have retracted it, but it was already out there, filling every corner of his house, like a slap on Sabrina's cheek. It might shock you to know that I haven't always had the highest self-esteem. It's something I still struggle with. I was under the impression he loved me. That's a pretty powerful motivator for falling for someone. He's an idiot for betraying you, then. Tell that to him. Not that he would care what you or I think of him. The king of narcissists is entirely too self-absorbed to be bothered with other people's opinions about anything, especially him. Hugh stared at the television. A pair of animated dogs were singing a corny ditty about friendship, and Hugh could hear Cora's off-tune child's voice singing along. He barely knew Cora, but she was obviously a sweetheart all the way through. Like Sabrina, Cora wanted to trust and love, but she'd been hurt, and there was a measure of hesitation that had built a barricade around her. When Hugh looked beyond all that, he could tell she was smart for her age, and her sass had the crack of a whip to it. When she smiled, there was so much of Sabrina in her. Chloe had obliterated Hugh's dream of a family in the time it took for his brain to register that her lips were on someone else's, other than his. There was a period when he convinced himself he'd never be able to truly trust anyone again, especially a woman. That would mean willingly giving over his heart. As good as he was at acting the part of carefree, unattached bachelor, he did it to keep from giving anyone enough power to ever hurt him again. As a result, all his dates were superficial, and their relationships short-lived. It's how he played it safe. But Sabrina? She'd always been different. He'd had moments of vulnerability with her, and instead of feeling weak, she'd built him up, making him feel like a man could be strong and still maintain a connection to his emotions. He could laugh with Sabrina until they couldn't catch their breath, and they used to talk for hours about nothing of consequence, and still feel like it was time well spent. Had Chloe not come in and swept him up in a whirlwind romance that temporarily blinded him to Sabrina, Hugh had toyed with the thought of taking his friendship with Sabrina beyond the boundaries that kept it comfortable. When the time came that he realized he and Chloe were all wrong, Hugh had turned to his closest friend for comfort. Sabrina had been there all along. It wasn't their kiss that betrayed her trust. It was what he'd done afterward. Not pursuing Sabrina, instead letting himself get pulled into a hurricane of self-pity and anger. While Sabrina had been hurting, he'd focused on himself. His selfishness had destroyed their friendship, down to the quick. Maybe he wasn't much better than Eric, as he'd initially thought. That sucks, Sabrina. The music Cora had been listening to ended, but she kept humming along, completely unaware of the serious conversation taking place right behind her. I'm sorry you had to live with a guy like that. Both of you. It was what it was. Sabrina frowned. Life's messy and unpredictable. I can count my blessings, though. Even if there's a dark cloud that hangs over almost every memory of that time, there are also silver linings. That's when Cora came along. She was my reason for pressing on. There were times when I wished I'd slip away. I mean, no one would have even noticed I was gone. But she needed me. I couldn't imagine life without her. She's lucky to have you for a mother. More like I'm lucky to have her. Silence fell between them as they both stared at the television. There was an ease and understanding to the quiet, too sacred to interrupt with words. It couldn't last forever, and Sabrina huffed, running a hand roughly through her ponytail. I shouldn't put this on you. You're not my therapist, and it's not right to be dumping my problems onto you. I've already done enough of that. Hey, what are friends for? Her lips curled into a grin at his assertion, and it gave Hugh a glimmer of hope. I told you I'm a good listener. You said that before I basically unloaded an entire daytime soap opera that is my life on you. Who doesn't enjoy a little drama once in a while? Besides, I admire you for your grit and determination to make your life into what it is despite everything that you've been drugged through. Not many people would be as resilient as you've been. I wish I could take some credit, but it wasn't really a choice. Behind every seemingly strong person is a history that forces them into it. Hugh gave Sabrina a sideways glance. I have to respectfully disagree. You would. Sabrina matched his smirk with one of her own. I'm not saying it to be disagreeable. What I mean is that it's just as easy for people to give up than it is to see themselves through a difficult time. It's a choice everyone has to make. The difference is that anyone who gives up never has a chance to have their story told. That's why we don't hear about people who quit. We know about the success stories, the people who persevered. Sabrina tipped her head back and laughed as she traced her fingers down her throat to her collarbone. Hugh would have traded his favorite BMW to run his fingers down the exact path, feeling her smooth skin under his touch. Maybe I'm touting my own ability too much. There are a lot of people who have had it worse than me. I can't imagine being in their shoes, so I don't blame them for quitting one bit. That's fair. Yes, there are always people who have had it worse, but I think if we could choose our own path, we wouldn't be able to grow in the way that allows us to become strong, the best versions of ourselves. One person's life of luxury is another person's nightmare. Consider me, for example. She leaned back against the counter and let loose a playful grin. All right, let's consider you. What has been so challenging for you? I'd love to hear. He could tell she was teasing him. On the surface, hardship had barely been an inconvenience in his life story. Grew up middle class, never had problems making friends or being the center of attention. He rarely played a game of basketball where he wasn't on the winning team. It would have been easy for Hugh to say something superficial to get another laugh out of Sabrina, but he wanted to be open and honest because that's what she'd done for him. I'll keep from boring you with the mundane, but as you can imagine, it wasn't easy to find Chloe tangled up with her ex-boyfriend when she should have been in her wedding dress and getting all weepy and sentimental with her mom and sisters while they got ready. The guy was supposed to be one of my groomsmen, for crying out loud. At the mention of his failed wedding, Sabrina's grin slipped into a pinched frown. She had heartache tied up in that day too. I don't suppose it would have been. He ran a hand through his hair, wondering if this was a bad idea to broach the subject of Chloe with Sabrina. They'd been friends too. Taking in a breath, he pressed forward, hoping his point would be made. As hard as it was to have my fiancé ditch me in the most humiliating way, I would think it would be 1,000,000 times more difficult to have a spouse walk out. Your husband made the commitment, a solemn promise, and backed out on it. That had to have been infinitely more heartrending. Sabrina avoided his gaze by keeping her eyes locked in Cora's direction, and her hand reached up to her necklace, knotting her fingers around it again. That's definitely one way to put it. I'm not sure that kind of pain could adequately be put into words, so I'm not going to even try. Sabrina swallowed, keeping her jaw clamped together and nostrils flared. When Sabrina didn't speak, he verbalized the conclusion he hoped she'd already come to. What I'm trying to convey is that's one of the thousands of reasons I admire a woman like you so much. Life has hardly been fair, but here you are, stronger, more confident, even more incredible than I remember. The fires you've had to walk through have burned off everything else that might have dulled anything about you. A single tear finally escaped and rolled down her face, soaking into her shirt before she caught it. Nodding, she swiped where it had left a trail and hugged her arms around herself. Her voice was thick, small with emotions that choked at her throat. Thanks. I mean it. He pushed himself off the counter and rested a hand on her shoulder with a small squeeze. She reciprocated, turning her hip toward him and lightly bumping him. An apology flooded into him, and he wanted to tell her how sorry he'd been, for how he'd treated her on his wedding day. But as desperate as he was for her to hear the words, he refrained. Apologizing in that moment would feel less than sincere, like he was riding on the coattails of Sabrina's benevolence for everyone else who'd treated her poorly. When he apologized, he didn't want to leave any question that he would never put her in any sort of precarious situation again. Look, Sabrina blew the hair out of her eyes. I don't want you thinking that my life has been all terrible. I just haven't had that fairy tale ending like all those Houston Beaumont romance novels you have on your nightstand. Houston Beaumont? His curiosity was piqued. Are you a fan? Sabrina smoothed her hands down the front of her shirt, moving one to rest on her hip and the other over her stomach as she chuckled. Hardly. There's a little too much sugar in the happily ever afters for me. Huh. Hugh grunted. You know, I've heard rumors that the writer behind Houston Beaumont is actually a guy. Scorn wasn't exactly the word Hugh would have used to describe Sabrina's laugh, but she certainly found the idea ridiculous. If that author is a man, whoever the woman he loves is very lucky. Why do you say that? He has a better insight into a woman's mind than probably 99% of women have of themselves. In a world full of clueless men, I bet Houston Beaumont is a regular Romeo who buys his wife flowers every day and brings her breakfast in bed. He probably lets her have the remote and watches sappy romance movies without complaining, while feeding her chocolate and holding her hand. Hugh half laughed, distracted by her answer. Rubbing his hand across his mouth, he hid his smile and filed away that information for later. Enough of this serious stuff. I don't know about you, but I'm in the mood for some cartoons, and I see a little girl over there who looks like she wouldn't mind our company. He tilted his head to the couch. What do you say? I think cartoons sound amazing. He followed Sabrina to the couch, and when she sat down, Cora snuggled up to her side. Sitting down at the opposite end, Hugh was aware he was an outsider, observing the tender relationship between mother and daughter. If he let his imagination have free rein, he could picture himself in there with them. His arm would be around Sabrina's shoulders and she'd lean her head on his chest, while Cora curled up between them. What he couldn't put his finger on was what exactly made the daydream appealing. Was he simply longing for a family of his own? Or was it Sabrina specifically that he wanted? When Cora's show ended, he picked up the remote and asked her if it was all right if he turned on Lady and the Tramp. She yawned and rested her head against her mother, giving him permission with a drowsy, yes. He turned on the show and tried to keep his eyes glued to the television, but they kept drifting over to Sabrina. He didn't know what she would accept from him, or what he was brave enough to offer, but watching her cradle Cora, pressing her cheek against the top of her daughter's head while Cora's eyelids drooped, Hugh vowed he'd watch out for her, for both of them. A little over an hour later, after the end credits had rolled, Sabrina had Cora on her shoulder and was tiptoeing for the door. Hugh had offered to help her out to her car, but she'd grabbed her purse and declined. "Thanks, but I've done this 100 times before. She'd probably wake up if I tried to pass her off to you anyway." Hugh went ahead of her and unlocked the door, swinging it open wide. Stopping at the threshold, Sabrina peered over Cora's head up at him. "It's been a long time since anyone cooked for me. If prepackaged food is what it takes to impress you, you might want to raise your standards a little." She scoffed quietly at his joke and smacked his arm. "There's nothing wrong with lowering my standards. It means I'm a lot easier to impress." "You might have a point there, though don't go broadcasting that. That's inviting a lot of lazy guys to try and win you over." "Don't worry, I think I'm done with men." Hugh hid the sick feeling his stomach had when it took a nasty plunge. Done with men. That sounded pretty final. All I meant was it was nice not to have to be the one making the meal, especially one that Cora doesn't complain about. This whole afternoon, I don't know. It's been as perfect a day as I've had in a long time. I don't know how to thank you." Hugh cracked a grin, flipping his hair out of his eyes. Usually, when people feel gratitude, they say thank you, and it conveys their feelings. "All right, I get it. Enough hint dropping." Sabrina's face was wreathed with happiness when she smiled, and she adjusted Cora on her shoulder to keep her from slipping. "Thank you, Hugh. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I'm grateful I have such a loyal friend."
Chapter 8. Sabrina. "Mommy, why are we going to Hugh's house again? Are we going to play?" asked Cora. Sabrina shut the door of her car, grinding her teeth when the hinges squealed in protest. The poor car was old enough that it sounded like it had arthritis when she bought it, but at the time it was all she could afford, and she was grateful it at least got fantastic gas mileage. Maybe if she treated the Honda to a spritz of lubricating spray, it would pacify the car enough that it would keep chugging along. She was no expert in automotive repair, but it wouldn't take a genius to realize the car was being held together by rusty bolts and prayers. It had been dependable so far, and she'd been thankful for that, but all it would take was one gasket to blow and she'd be out of luck. Every time she turned the key, she pinched her eyes closed and hoped for the best. Running her hand over Cora's hair, Sabrina tried to ignore the tremble in her hand as she settled it on Cora's back, guiding her up the stairs. "Sorry, honey. Not today. I forgot my wallet at his place the last time I was here, and I need it for my appointment today. Maybe we can come another time. Would you like that?" Cora nodded eagerly. "I like Hugh." She spoke so matter-of-factly that there was no room for question. Like when she'd met anyone new, Cora had been hesitant with Hugh, but Sabrina was amazed that it only took a bag of iced animal cookies for Hugh to turn her into his best friend. Sabrina knew he'd always had a way with people. He could ask the right questions to draw them out and would play off their personality, almost as if he intuitively knew how to make people comfortable. Sabrina may have initially resisted it when he'd used his charm on her, but seeing how happy it made her daughter, Sabrina hoped her gratitude had been adequately expressed when she thanked him the day he'd met Cora. "That's nice. He is a nice man." At the front door, Sabrina's heart was thumping sporadically against her ribs, and it wasn't from the steps up the porch. It was one thing to be at Hugh's house to work. It was a totally different thing to show up unannounced. "Did you know he was Mommy's friend a long time ago? Is he still your friend?" Cora's tiny hand was tucked safely inside Sabrina's, and her big blue eyes were focused on Sabrina's face. It was such an innocent question that Sabrina wished it was easy to answer. A faint smile played on Sabrina's face. She'd spent plenty of fitful nights thinking of all the kind things he'd done for her lately. A job, being kind to her daughter, giving her a measure of security that Eric had stolen away. Even with what Hugh had offered, it couldn't erase their past. Remembering their kiss was a burr on her heart, sharp, prickly, and digging in deep. Even if she gave Hugh access to her friendship again, it didn't mean she was going to entertain the idea of any more kisses with him, as mind-blowing and soul-expanding as their one and only kiss had been. "Yes, sweetie," Sabrina answered honestly. "I think Hugh and I are friends." Saying the words alone were a balm to the pain rooted in their past. Sabrina's fingers moved to the small hoop earring she'd put in that morning. She held back, pushing the bell, chastising herself for wondering if she looked presentable enough for Hugh. He'd already seen her in grubby work clothes and without a stitch of makeup. She couldn't possibly look any worse than that. "Mommy?" Cora pointed to the doorbell. "You have to push that." "I know." Sabrina reached for Cora's sides and tickled her until she squealed. "I was thinking I should probably grab those boxes for Hugh, the ones over there on the rocking chair." 2 nondescript brown boxes had been left for Hugh under the arched column-covered porch to the right of the front entry. If Sabrina had her way, she'd move the boxes to the ground and pull Cora onto her lap so they could rock together and look out over Hugh's beautiful property. Past a grove of southern live oaks, draped with strands of Spanish moss, was a pond decorated with a fountain. From his door, she could hear the droplets playfully hitting the surface and pick up on the pleasant fragrance of nearby butterfly ginger. His place was as close to heaven on earth as she'd ever been. The only thing better than Cora on her lap would have been her hand in Hugh's. She kicked the thought to the back of her mind, scared that she'd even thought it before she realized it. Hoisting the 2 heavy boxes onto her hip, she jutted her chin at the front door. "Why don't you ring the door for me?" Cora didn't have to be asked twice. Standing on her tiptoes, she pressed the button several times, then pounded on the door for good measure. "Hugh, are you in there?" "All right, I think you've raised the dead. If he's home, I bet he heard you." Cora danced in her spot, and it made Sabrina laugh. Her excitement was an embodiment of what Sabrina was trying to suppress in an effort to appear poised and cool. Hugh couldn't find out how he got under her skin and made her insides do funny acrobatic moves. She wasn't going to give that power to a man again. Friendship was all she could offer. First, she had to train her heart to believe it. Holding her breath and counting each tick of her pulse, Sabrina didn't hear anyone inside. Ready to knock again, the door swung wide open. Hugh rubbed his knuckles against his sleepy eyes, but Sabrina's focus wasn't on his face. There were a lot of things Sabrina knew about Hugh, but his sleep habits weren't one of them. Apparently, he was a bare-chested, pajama pants-only kind of guy. She was sucked into admiring the strong lines of his muscles that were so readily apparent, and though his torso was mostly smooth, he had just the right amount of hair to make him look manly without looking like Sasquatch. Hugh yawned loudly and twisted himself in a full-body stretch, and Sabrina felt helpless, sucked into staring at his incredible obliques. Tearing her eyes away from his body, she started counting stones on the side of the house until she was in control enough to look at his face. Judging by the coy smile she was met with, he'd caught her gawking. Sniffing at his expression, she brushed it off, ignoring the blush that surged up her face. She was in the presence of an attractive man who seemed to have forgotten a shirt. It wasn't like she was outright drooling. She'd doubt there were many women who'd be able to have as much self-control as she'd exhibited, especially when caught off guard. What a lovely wake-up call. Hugh was still grinning. There wasn't a hint of sarcasm in his tone. To what do I owe the pleasure? Or am I remembering wrong that this was supposed to be a day off for you? These were outside. Sabrina shoved the boxes hard enough at him that he uffed as he accepted them. They're really heavy. Heavy enough that whoever sent them to you might have mailed bricks in place of whatever you were expecting. Unless, of course, You'd intentionally ordered bricks through the mail. If that's the case, that wasn't very smart of you. They're so, heavy. She swatted at a fly that buzzed near her face. I doubt it's very cost-effective. Apparently, being in the presence of Hugh's bare chest incited a case of rambling. She clamped her mouth shut and fussed with Cora's flyaways that wouldn't stay put in the soft morning breeze, so she had a reason not to look straight at Hugh. Less temptation that way. Thanks. Hugh set the packages inside the door and moved them into the corner with his foot. They're not bricks, by the way. I thought my shelves looked a little empty, so I ordered some of my favorite books. To make you look like you're well-rounded when friends come to visit? Hugh's laugh was deep and throaty, coming from all the way inside him. It made an untamed bolt of happiness and pleasure tear through her while her brain tried to rein it in. This wasn't a harmless schoolgirl crush on her best friend. Life had gotten real as she grew older, and it had taught her that happily ever after doesn't ever come easily. In fact, they might not come at all. She was fine with being by herself. She'd given love a shot and found out it wasn't for her. At least, that's what she kept telling herself. Oh, burn, that was a good one. Hugh let go of the doorknob and clapped. I'll have you know that I actually enjoy reading. More than just romance novels. Hugh had told her that the books she'd come across on the nightstand in the master bedroom were his, but as emphatic as he was, she wasn't totally convinced. They were a sprinkling of self-help books and memoirs. Most were women's fiction and romance. Remembering the day she first saw them made Sabrina's insides nosedive. They didn't exactly scream Hugh's taste in literature, so she had drawn her own conclusions about who else might have left books on his nightstand. And it wasn't Hugh. Picking a line, The Stars, one of her favorite novels by Houston Beaumont. Sabrina sat down on the edge of his bed and thumbed through it, reading a few passages that made her long for that kind of romance. Feeling a creeping sadness closing in on her, she'd slammed the book back on the nightstand and left to work in another room, far away from thoughts of love and family and everything else she had been denied. Hugh swung the door wide open. Why don't you come inside? Cora was ready to march in, readily accepting Hugh's invitation, but Sabrina hooked her finger on Cora's collar to keep her in place. Actually, we can't. Hugh cranked an eyebrow up and he looked genuinely confused. Mind if I ask what you're doing here then? Are you here to make sure my packages were delivered, or did you want to see if I wake up at the crack of dawn, like you do? Sabrina snorted an unladylike sound. It's hardly dawn. See that big, fiery ball up in the sky? That's the sun. It's been above the horizon for at least a couple of hours. That disqualifies it from being the crack of dawn, because the sun isn't anywhere close to the horizon. So I'm not a morning person. Hugh folded his arms, giving Sabrina a fantastic view of the veins that crisscrossed his forearms. Not that she was looking. You're missing out on the best part of the day by sleeping in so late. Cora tugged against Sabrina's grip and she eventually let go, trying to fix the stretched-out neckline of Cora's pink unicorn shirt. You're right. Normally I don't sleep in this late, but I had another party to attend last night. It was supporting the arts in Orlando, and while I'm all about a good painting, that party drug on forever. I couldn't get a second alone, and there was this one woman who couldn't take a hint. She kept trying to get her hands on me, and Hugh stopped abruptly, and Sabrina was grateful he did. What he spent his time doing at social gatherings was his business and had nothing to do with her. Still, she was glad he wasn't regaling her with stories about all the adoring women that flocked to him. She'd already seen it with her own eyes, touching his arm, laughing too hard at his jokes, putting their lips way too close to his ear to whisper things for only him to hear. Any good feelings seeing Hugh at the door had invited were flushed out by where her imagination was driving her. He ran a hand over the scruff that had been carefully trimmed to keep it from being totally wild. "I'm bragging." "You're something," Sabrina muttered. The air in their conversation was filled by the whine of crickets. It was already hot and humid, even by Florida standards, turning the normally blue sky into a muted gray, but the pause between them was stifling. Cora grabbed Sabrina's hand and tugged. She welcomed the distraction from Hugh's captivating, torturous gaze and peered down at Cora. She pointed past Hugh and spoke in a quiet voice. "I want to go in." Sabrina's eyes wandered up to Hugh's face. His expression had softened, and without having to say anything, she knew going in was an open invitation. "Why don't you let the munchkin come in, and I'll make you both some breakfast? French toast or pancakes?" "Pancakes," she cried. "Pancakes it is, and not your boring old circular ones. I'm renowned in these parts for making mean bunny-shaped pancakes." Sabrina blurted, "How do you keep yourself in such good shape when I'm not sure I've ever seen you eat a vegetable?" Hugh put up his arms and flexed melodramatically, like he was the strong man in an old vaudeville show. "You think I'm in good shape, huh?" Cora laughed at his theatrics, especially the ridiculous faces he was pulling, and Hugh's act made Sabrina's mouth go drier than a week-old piece of toast. She was getting a front-row seat to every flexing muscle. Though she'd never ask for it, when he stopped, she wouldn't have minded an encore one bit. Sure, her cheeks were burning hotter than the same sun she'd pointed out to him. Sabrina shoved his shoulder. "Quit, or your entourage of party girls might see your exposed pectorals and come flocking." "That's why I bought this place. Close to the city, but it's secluded, and you know what? No one has found me yet. Maybe it has something to do with the alligator I'm pretty sure I saw living in the pond." "Alligator?" Sabrina instinctively tucked her daughter closer to her side. "It was just a log, but we do have the occasional gators here." Hugh winked and rubbed his hands across each other. "So? Pancakes?" "Pancakes, Mommy? Please?" Cora yanked the bottom of Sabrina's shirt. "I even have genuine maple syrup, and I won't bat an eye if you smear an entire slab of butter on top of your stack." "Why?" asked Sabrina. "Is that what you do?" "Well, yeah." Hugh wasn't able to hold his seriousness longer than a few seconds before he cracked up laughing at the bewilderment on Sabrina's face. "If you're going to enjoy pancakes, you have to do them right." Thinking of pancakes smothered in butter and syrup, Sabrina's stomach betrayed her. The one bowl of cornflakes was hardly competition to the promise of a hot breakfast. "I really wish we could, but we just stopped by because I forgot my wallet here. It's mauve and has a silver clasp. Have you seen it? I'm guessing it fell out of my purse when I set it on the bookshelf. You know, the one where you started unpacking your family pictures? So, it sounds like you do need to come inside." Hugh stepped out of the way, reissuing his proposal. Pressing her lips together, she weighed the risks of letting Hugh think he won. The cocky smile he'd inevitably flash at her when she gave in had the tendency to bring her competitiveness out in full force, and she knew she wouldn't be able to let it go. She might miss her appointment altogether, but she wouldn't stop until she got the upper hand on him, one way or another. Then again, she couldn't go anywhere without her wallet. She crossed her arms defiantly. "Fine, but no pancakes." "I want pancakes." There was a whine in Cora's voice and a quiver starting in her chin. Brushing her fingers across Cora's cheek, Cora pushed her hand away. Sabrina knew what was coming next and braced herself for it. If she didn't navigate the avalanche of emotions building in Cora's tiny body with great caution, there was going to be a full-blown meltdown. Sabrina wasn't sure she could squelch before she had to get her back in the car. Cora could hardly be blamed for not having absolute control over herself, but it didn't make dealing with an irrational 3-year-old any easier. Tucking her hair behind her ear, Sabrina held her breath in anticipation. The mere thought of having to go up against one of Cora's tantrums made Sabrina weary down to her bones, and her daughter hadn't even started wailing. Yet. "Tell you what. How about you come in? I make pancakes, and Cora leaves happy." Hugh waited for the slightest sign of conceding from Sabrina, and when she sighed, knowing she didn't have the strength to go two against one, Hugh sprang into action. First, there was that trademark smirk. It wasn't exactly smug, but there was an air of pride to his victory in a way that made him look as handsome as the devil. Part of it made her want to dig in her heels just to be difficult. It had definitely erased the expression playing out on his face, but she was enjoying what his smile did to mess up the steady rhythm of her heart. Too much to want to make it disappear. He motioned Sabrina and Cora inside, and Cora didn't have to be asked twice. She ran in and hugged Hugh's leg, then skipped to the couch where she rolled over the back and flopped onto the cushions as usual. Before Sabrina had the door shut behind him, Hugh was skipping up the stairs to his bedroom. Hopefully it was to grab a shirt to make himself decent, because she wasn't sure how much longer she could withstand not outright staring at his bare chest. "Do you like chocolate chips in your pancakes?" Hugh called down. "Yes," Cora shouted back, her eyes barely moving off the television as she tried to work the remote. Hugh peeked his head around the corner of the upstairs hallway, down to where Sabrina was rooted in place by the front door. "What about you? Chocolate chips?" The question, simple as it was, hit Sabrina like a wrecking ball to her gut. This was the life she'd always wanted. A family, the peace and tranquility of a home. Someone to take care of her. Was that too much to ask? Was she unworthy of that dream? Before tears started streaking down her cheeks, she shook her self-pitying thoughts from her mind and cleared the aching lump in her throat. Her smile was pinched, but she managed an answer. "Who doesn't?" Patting the wall, Hugh gave his approval. Who doesn't indeed? Chapter 9. Sabrina. When Hugh ducked back around the corner and trotted down the hallway to his bedroom, Sabrina managed to shake herself from her spot and go hunting for her wallet. As suspected, she'd found it right where she thought it'd be. The bookshelf was empty, other than a stack of framed pictures that he'd asked her to find a place for. Tucking her wallet under her arm, she let her attention shift to the photos Hugh had felt were important enough to have framed for display in his home. Running her fingers over the smooth wood of one and setting it aside to study the next, respect and reverence permeated through her. Hugh could have easily filled his home with the newest artwork and probably had more than one picture with him rubbing shoulders with beautiful, famous, important people. But that wasn't who was central to his world. Every single portrait was of him surrounded by family. She recognized him as a teenager, his arms wrapped around his grandma, who had a fluff of cottony white hair and sat proudly in front, one hand touching his. In another, he was squashed between a group of cousins, all smiles at the top of Pike's Peak. He'd told her the story once, of how they'd climbed it together, and despite wanting to quit more than once, he had always been proud that they'd accomplished something that was extraordinarily challenging and hadn't left anyone behind. All of it was the side of Hugh that he didn't allow to bleed into his public life. There were two very distinct sides to Hugh, and though the glitzy lifestyle might have appealed to some, the quiet homebody was definitely where Hugh let his true personality shine. When that realization hit Sabrina, she felt a sense of reverence being in his home, because it wasn't an honor Hugh afforded just anybody, no matter how close they stood to titter in his ear. Reappearing moments later in faded jeans and yanking a vintage Sesame Street shirt over his head, Hugh stumbled down the stairs like an uncoordinated puppy being called to the kitchen for his morning kibble. Rushing past Sabrina, who laughed at his clumsiness, he grabbed her hand and towed her to the kitchen. In his grip, her hand felt warm and safe, the way hot chocolate filled her from the first sip. When they reached the kitchen, it must have registered that he'd grabbed her hand and he had entwined his fingers with hers. He stared at their hands for a moment, then trailed his eyes up to her face, giving her hand a small squeeze and just enough of a smile to press his dimple in his cheek. What he'd actually meant by that squeeze and smile threatened to drive Sabrina crazy. If it was an act of solidarity, she appreciated the gesture. If it was something more, it flooded her with heavy emotions that made her want to both jump into his arms and run out the door, screaming. "You like bacon?" Hugh let go, and Sabrina's hand was naked without his touch. To ward off the vulnerability it left within her, she tucked it into her pocket and stood quietly, an observer to Hugh, who went to the fridge and flung open the French doors, pulling out a thick-cut bacon, eggs, and milk. "Of course you do. Isn't bacon like chocolate? Everybody likes it." Sabrina needed to tell him that she really didn't have time to stay, but the words were choked in her throat. This wasn't a good idea. While she fought emotions, Hugh pulled out frying pans and a griddle and beckoned her to sit down. The offer was too welcoming for her to resist, and she slid onto one of the bar stools to watch, swallowing back the painful lump that insisted on lodging itself in her esophagus. Sabrina was finally able to speak. "Hugh, I don't know that you need to spend time doing this. We already ate." Hugh snorted. "Please, Cora has told me what kind of food you make her eat for breakfast." "Oatmeal? Really?" Sabrina laughed at the face he made. "Part of being a good mother is making sure she eats healthy. I can't always be bribing her with sugar and treats the way you do. She'd have a mouth full of cavities." "Then let me be the one to spoil her. It doesn't hurt once in a while to give her what she wants, does it? I know I'm not a parent like you are, but I always assumed that was the fun part. Giving kids exactly what they want once in a while." Chewing the inside of her cheek, Sabrina knew he was right. It had been far too long since Sabrina had been the fun, happy sort of mother she had envisioned herself being when she'd found out she was pregnant with Cora. Sabrina had been merely existing in survival mode, and it had trickled down to the way she mothered Cora. Sabrina leaned her elbows on the island. "You're going to insist, aren't you? If it makes you feel better, I'll have her brush her teeth when she's done. I have a couple spare toothbrushes upstairs she can choose from." Throwing her hands in the air, Sabrina got off her chair. "Fine. You win." Hugh whisked the pancake batter, and his triumphant smile threatened to split his face right down the middle. Moving around the island, Sabrina went to the stove where the bacon was starting to sizzle. She pulled out a pair of tongs from the drawer and checked the underside to see if it was ready to be flipped. "I really ought to be going," Sabrina said in a quiet voice, more to convince herself than anything. "You're going to make me late for my appointment. What's so important that you can't stay for a proper breakfast?" Opening her mouth, she clamped it shut again. How could she answer without giving away the shame and heartache that accompanied it? "I have an appointment." "You said that." Hugh flashed his eyes at her, somewhere between the color of warm, melted chocolate and caramel with a distinct circle of green around his pupils. "The question is, what is the appointment? A teeth cleaning? An appointment for a haircut?" "You know, I heard from my cousin Gemma that a new swanky spa opened up a couple miles from here. Maybe you're going there for a day of much-deserved pampering." Absent-mindedly, Sabrina's hand reached for her hair. She couldn't remember the last time she had been able to treat herself to something as simple as a haircut, much less an entire day at a high-end spa. Sadly, no. Sabrina turned over a few pieces of bacon that were cooking faster than the others. Just a plain old visit to the doctor today. Hugh's shoulders turned just enough that he could catch her in his periphery. Is everything all right? Her heart squeezed. With each of his intuitive and direct questions, strong emotions pounded her like waves against a jagged reef. If he knew what he was doing to her, he wouldn't be asking, but as difficult as it was, she had longed to speak to someone about it. Eric had known exactly what she was facing, but he hadn't shown one iota of sympathy for her. I'm not exactly sure how to answer that. She hadn't revealed anything with her words, but the sorrow conveyed in her tone was enough of a clue that in an instant, Hugh stopped what he was doing and had her turned around so he could search her face for answers. As strong as his hands were, he gripped her so delicately she almost didn't feel his hands on her elbows. She stared at the Sesame Street characters on his shirt, and she wanted to invite herself in for a hug by wrapping her arms around him. Instead of giving in, she steeled herself. Looking to a man for comfort had led her to more sadness than it had ever solved. You're not doing a good job convincing me something isn't the matter. What can I do to help? If you need more time off, just say the word. That's not necessary. She took a step in reverse like Hugh was the cliff she might fall over and ran her hands across her skin, washing away his contact. I've enjoyed working on this place for you. I know how fortunate I am to have been selected. Plus, I need the paycheck. She grimaced, realizing what she'd said. Sorry, that came out all wrong. Don't worry about it. I have no issue with paying you for your work. I'm just glad you're enjoying yourself while doing it. With the griddle ready, he scooped out the pancake batter, pouring it onto the hot surface. 1 circle for the head, and 2 long globs for the ears. As promised, he sprinkled a generous helping of chocolate chips on top, eating a couple himself and offering the bag to Sabrina. She chuckled at his offering and took a few. You're going through all the trouble of making them shaped like bunnies, but you're not using the chocolate chips to give it eyes, a nose, and a mouth? Sabrina popped the rest of her handful of chocolate chips in her mouth. I'm not an artist. It's not hard. Here, pour another pancake. Hugh obliged, and as quickly as she could, Sabrina placed the chocolate. See? Doesn't that look like a happy little bunny? I bow to your superior pancake decorating skills. That's right. Sabrina snuck another few chocolate chips and tipped her head back as she dumped them in her mouth. Shaking his finger at Sabrina, Hugh said, Here's an idea. How about you leave Cora here with me? I'm assuming your appointment doesn't have anything to do with her, and I'm guessing it'd be easier for you to go by yourself. Hugh and his enticing offers. How did he always know exactly what she needed? I really shouldn't impose. We already interrupted your sleep, and now my daughter's going to eat you out of house and home. Hugh's grin was crooked, and of all the different varieties his smiles came in, it might have been Sabrina's favorite version. Pancakes are cheap. I'm not kidding. She can eat her weight in pancakes. Sounds like I've found a worthy opponent for an eating contest then. Sabrina laughed, but backhanded his arm. Stop. I'm serious. I don't want to dump her on you. And I don't want to force you to leave her. I just want you to know the option is there. If you're okay with leaving her here, I'm happy to hang out with her. It'd be no trouble. You don't have work today? Sabrina asked. You shouldn't be taking off work on my account. I'm my own boss, remember? Another perk to being in control of your life. That's definitely one of them. It took a while for me to get to this point, but now that I'm where I'm at, there are a lot of benefits. You know what my favorite part about it is, though? Sabrina pursed her lips, pretending to think long and hard. Getting to live in a house big enough to host a small country and paying a lady to decorate it all for you? Her comment made Hugh's cheeks flush a deep shade of pink. You don't think that makes me a misogynist, does it? Having a woman run my household for me? That's the last thing I'd ever want to be accused of. Nah. Sabrina batted her hand dismissively. I was kidding. I don't think you hired me because I'm a woman. That's where the difference is, and if I haven't already told you, I'm grateful you gave me this job. It's been an amazing opportunity. Reaching across the distance between them, Sabrina rested her hand on his forearm. He put his hand over hers and an understanding passed between them. When she let go, Hugh answered her question. My favorite part about being my own boss and having the means to employ others is that I get to pass along a lot of those benefits to my employees. It might not be much, but if I can save a couple people from having to work rigid, boring, corporate jobs, then I'll count that as a blessing. Sabrina flipped the rest of the bacon and turned on the overhead vent. The smell was overpowering, and she hated how the grease popped and splattered. Who else works for you, aside from me? I have the usual kind of people. There's a guy who comes and takes care of my landscaping once a week, and I go to a personal trainer. As far as people I directly employ, I have a personal assistant, a publicist. There's an accountant who does my... Wait a second. Hugh pointed the spatula at her and grinned. You're being sneaky, aren't you? Trying to figure out what I do for a living by asking indirect questions. That's pretty clever. Sabrina lifted a shoulder. Can't blame me for being curious, can you? No, I guess I can't. So it sounds like you only really employ a handful of people. Huh. Sabrina scratched her ankle with the toe of her shoe. That's surprising. Oh yeah? Why's that? I guess it's because you're such a people person. Like you would do really well running a giant company where you had to boss a whole lot of employees around. Sabrina laughed at the disgust on his face. No thank you. Hugh did a trick shot with a pancake, catching it onto a plate while Sabrina clapped. My cousin Gemma is the woman to call for that kind of job. Me. I might appear to enjoy the limelight, but in truth, it gives me a headache. I'd rather not be around people. I barely even enjoy going out to eat. Even for your birthday? Especially for my birthday. What about someone else's birthday? If it was my birthday, would you go with me? Hugh studied her face, and though she expected him to spill another joke, he was unflinchingly stoic. If you wanted the moon, I'd make it happen. The intensity in his eyes was enough to make Sabrina feel the urge to fan herself. Excusing herself under the guise of needing paper towels, she went to the holder and tore off a couple to line a plate for the bacon. Why was the kitchen so hot? She brushed at her hairline where prickly sweat was making her itch. She needed to get out of there. They were skirting way too close to flirting for her comfort, and every possibility for a future with Hugh that she vowed she wasn't going to entertain were running rampant in her mind. She picked up her wallet and tucked it under her arm. I need to get going. The bacon's done. She lined the plate and hurried to get the bacon out of the frying pan. Did I say something wrong? Hugh's expression was a mixture of confusion and hurt. Guilt and her terrible capacity for lying made heat rise in the room all over again. Pumping a handful of soap into her palm, she scrubbed the grease off her hands. I guess I should have told you I prefer sausage over bacon. There wasn't any indication that he found her joke funny. His stare pinned her to her spot, and she couldn't bring herself to leave. She squirmed under his gaze. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." "Maybe I'm not worried about you. Maybe I'm worried about me." "You?" Sabrina brushed back the hair that tickled her face and planted her hands on her hips. "Why are you worried?" Hugh's eyes went to the growing stack of pancakes before cutting back up to Sabrina's face. "Who's going to help me eat all of these pancakes?" He was goofing around with her again, but the next thing she knew, the blockade she hid behind fell and a cascade of tears were pouring down her cheeks. Before she could wipe them away herself, Hugh had her face cupped in his hands. There they were again, secure, strong. Just the right amount of roughness that when he ran his thumb across her cheek, she could feel the friction between their skin. As sublime as it felt, she hated how even the tiniest physical contact with Hugh had such an effect over her, because that meant he had the power to take it all away from her too. "Something's the matter. I know people get pretty passionate about the bacon and sausage debate, but I've never seen anyone driven to tears over it." Sabrina focused on Cora, wondering how she could put into words how broken she was on the inside. It was more than Eric leaving them. It was the future he'd stolen. A reminder that he'd forever influence her life. Sabrina hadn't told anyone what he'd coerced her into. She didn't want pity or the judgmental gossip that inevitably would follow. She needed someone to talk to. Someone who would listen to her so she could get it out in the open before her secret tore her apart. She couldn't bring herself to speak when she was mired in grief up to her neck. "You've definitely convinced me that your appointment is a priority." Hugh guided her to the bar stools at the island, and she accepted a glass of water and a box of tissues from him. "What can I do to help you?" "Nothing," she hiccuped. "I keep telling you that you've already done so much for me and Cora." "Sabrina, I've said it once, and I'll say it again. There's no cap on how much I'm willing to do. I'm not going to drag anything out of you or push my help onto you, but I want you to know I'm a concerned friend. And if I can be helpful in any other way, I'm here for you." Her heart squeezed in her chest, hearing the sincerity of his words. He was there when it mattered. Even if she wanted anything more than friendship, things would always be unbalanced, because what he would inevitably want, she wouldn't be able to give him. "All right. Actually, it would be nice if you watched Cora for me." Sabrina stood up and finished her glass of water, setting it in the sink. She took out her keys and swung them around her finger. "I'll be back from my doctor's appointment in about an hour. Hopefully you'll feel better afterward." He went back to the griddle to move another pancake on top of the wobbly stack he'd already put on the plate. "I was serious when I said I made too many pancakes. It's too bad you don't have more kids to help eat them." Sabrina pasted a smile on her face, but knew it was crooked. She was wrestling back another tsunami of tears. "Yeah, it really is too bad."
Chapter 10. Hugh. "Pregnant!" Gemma was so loud Hugh needed to pull the phone away from his ear to keep from rupturing his eardrum. "So help me, if you had anything to do with it, I'll drive over there and neuter you myself." "Calm down, Gemma." Hugh put the phone back to his ear and cradled it in his neck. "For one, I only said I think she's pregnant." "Oh, I must have missed that detail. Let me guess. You're trying to balance your company's entire budget while talking to me." "So close," Gemma said. "I'm eating a salad. Is that too much multitasking for you?" "I read they discovered multitasking isn't really helpful. It takes people longer to do something than if they did one thing at a time." Gemma laughed generously. "That's because whoever did that research didn't include me in their study. I'm the queen of multitasking. Which is why I'm siding with the researchers. I know exactly how much you miss because you're too busy trying to get everything done at once." "Agree to disagree." Once Gemma said something so final, Hugh knew it was useless to try and argue it. "So, tell me again why you think your friend Sabrina's pregnant." "She's recently divorced, and the last time she was here, she was pretty emotional when we started talking about kids. Enough that she cried, and I don't recall ever seeing her weep so much. And in case you need me to spell it out for you, the baby's not mine." A deep ache seeped through Hugh. He knew Sabrina didn't want or deserve pity, but he could hardly help but lament how difficult things must have been for her. Babies should have been a cause for celebration, not a sore reminder of a husband's betrayal. Hugh had allowed more than one angry thought geared toward her ex canker his mood. He had no idea what the guy looked like, but he'd imagined his face on a throw pillow or two, and they'd gotten the brunt of his frustration, delivered straight from his fist. While Sabrina had been at her appointment, Hugh had spent the morning catering to Cora, doing whatever she wanted to do. They ate pancakes until he almost had to undo the button of his pants, keeping the cartoons on in the background and talking about who was their favorite character on My Little Pony. When Cora asked if they could go outside, he told her to lead the way. She challenged him to a game of tag, and he loved the way she giggled as she chased after him and taunted him when she caught up. While they laid in the shade, trying to cool off in the sweltering temperatures, Cora suggested they put together a bouquet of flowers from his landscaping. He cut every flower she pointed at, and though it wasn't exactly a floral masterpiece, the fact that Cora loved it so much made it beautiful. As sad as he was that Eric hadn't been able to live up to all a girl's expectations of what a father could be, he was glad she had Sabrina. And though it might be a difficult time for her, Cora would be a fantastic big sister. "Are you sure?" He could tell Gemma was talking around a mouthful of salad. Never have men been considered such idiots as when they accuse a woman of being pregnant. "It's only a hunch. I haven't said anything to her. Not yet. Maybe keep it that way, unless there's the slightest chance you are actually the father. Then in that case, you'd better man up." Hugh couldn't tell if she was trying to rile him up. If she was, Gemma was doing a smashing job. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. You're really not the father of a child out of wedlock?" Tentative relief laced itself into Gemma's question. "I guess that's good news." Her implication hurt, the way a fresh cut stung under a steady stream of rubbing alcohol. That wasn't who he was. It wasn't who he would ever be. He'd do his best never to disappoint any child he had a hand in creating. "Despite what you might think, I'm not a playboy, Gemma. You sure pretend to be. Just because everyone isn't an ice queen like you doesn't mean the rest of us aren't able to have a little fun without it being completely benign. First, I'm the queen of multitasking, and now I'm an ice queen." "Which is it?" his cousin snapped. "You tell me. I don't think I have to. You know I'm focusing on my career right now. I don't need a relationship to get in the way of that goal. I have a few more things to tick off my to-do list, and once they're complete, I'll take a break. I'll even let you set me up with one of your buddies if that would make you happy." "Sure you will." Hugh looked out the front window, checking to see if Sabrina had arrived yet. He knew she hadn't, though. He could usually hear her Honda coming from a mile away since the muffler was close to being rattled off. He'd thought about replacing her car with something new, maybe in cobalt blue, if that was still her favorite color. Maybe if he took the angle that a newer car would be safer for Cora, or that she'd get better gas mileage, she might let him do it for her. Unlikely, but possible. Did any car companies make minivans in such a bright blue? She'd probably appreciate the extra space if she was going to be driving around another tiny human being. Before he tried to get her to accept a minivan, he was going to test the waters with a surprise he'd spent an entire week arranging. He had no idea if she'd like it, but it was worth a shot, and if she turned him down, he could save it for Sabrina's birthday. That is, if Sabrina ever took the time to go redeem it. Hugh switched his phone to his other ear and paced the floor, counting each of the wood planks in his living room as he traversed it from one end to the other. The rug Sabrina had chosen to go with the furniture had arrived, and Hugh loved how it softened the room. He thought about the first time he unrolled it and how Cora had dove into it, running her hands through the soft fibers. He chuckled and shook his head. That kid was a light in his life that he had no idea he was missing until he met her. Gemma interrupted his thoughts. "What's so funny?" "You," he lied. "What makes you think I would put a woman in that kind of predicament? Getting her pregnant before I've made some serious commitments to her. I never even kiss and tell, if you haven't noticed. I'll have you know I've heard plenty of women kiss and tell about you. Do you know how uncomfortable it is hearing people talk about your cousin that way?" Gemma shuddered. "I have to remind them that we're related." "I can't help that I'm enjoyable company." "Gross. Too much information already, Hugh. If it makes you feel any better, I always keep it PG. Most dates end in a hug, and anyone else who says otherwise is embellishing. I'd appreciate it if you kept it that way. I don't need my name being dragged through the mud because you make the wrong girl mad, and I happen to be associated with you because we're family." "Why did you call again?" Hugh let the drape he was peering through slide shut and went to flop on the couch. Restlessness made him feel like he was covered in ants, and he had a phantom itch over every inch of his body, and his legs jiggled, wanting to take him on a sprint down the street until he used up every last breath. Usually you save these kinds of particularly tortuous conversations for in-person family gatherings. His question was met with silence, and he had to check the screen to make sure her phone hadn't cut out. "I have a favor to ask." Pro tip, Gemma. Insulting people then asking them to help you isn't the best way to butter a person up to get what you want. Hugh could practically hear her roll her eyes through the phone. "I'll file that away for next time. Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to do too much. All I need you to do is show up at a company luncheon and keep the atmosphere light." "I see how it is," he said. "It's all right if I live it up if it serves your purposes. Otherwise, it's disgraceful." "I never said anything about disgraceful. It was plenty implied. Look, somebody needs to be the life of the party. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in a room with stuffy investors and board members who think talking numbers and discussing acquisitions while eating sounds like a good idea. You know you're one of them, right?" "I know that. That's why I need some balance for the rest of the attendees who aren't workaholics. Otherwise, the business nerds might scare them away, and right now it's important I impress people, not make them run screaming." "Fine. Shoot the information over to my assistant and I'll be there. Shall I put you down for a date?" Her question was playful, like they were teenagers all over again, teasing each other about first loves. You don't usually show up to these things without some cute girl on your arm. And by usually, I mean never. Hugh felt sick at the thought. She wasn't wrong, but he didn't want that reputation anymore, not since Sabrina had come back into his life. Grabbing a throw pillow, he smothered it against his face. "Who would I even bring?" "I think you know who. A certain woman whose heart you broke." Gemma's giggle made his blood pressure tick higher. Why did she have to land a jab right where it already hurt? Rumor has it she recently came back on the market. Hugh ran a hand through his hair. Not that the thought of taking Sabrina out hadn't crossed his mind 1,000,000 times before. It's complicated. Good thing you do complicate it so well. The sound of Sabrina's clunky old car pulling into the driveway was music to his ears. It was his rescue from Gemma's own brand of personal torment. "Anyway," he drew out the word, "I'm going to have to let you go. Have fun taking over the world. I'll remember you once I conquer, but only if you show up to the luncheon. Goodbye, Gemma." He shook his head, laughing wearily at his cousin, and slipped his phone into his pocket. Tiptoeing to the window, he waited inside for Sabrina to come in. Calm edged out the anxiousness he'd been battling while waiting for her to arrive. And as Sabrina grabbed her things and opened the back door for Cora to jump out, a smile spread so big it hurt his cheeks. Cora was wearing her hair in pigtails again, and she swirled around in a glittery sequined skirt that caught the light, giggling at all the rainbows it reflected onto the driveway. Through the window, he could hear Sabrina's muted voice, complimenting Cora on her dance skills. The simplicity of the scene confirmed it. Hugh knew what he wanted. A family. With Sabrina. He'd tried to imagine himself feeling as comfortable with another woman in his home, but in all the years he'd spent searching, he hadn't even come close to finding someone as incredible as Sabrina. She was clever and bold, and though her past had left her gun-shy, she still held a deep devotion to those she cared about. She was funny, creative, hardworking, and as a cherry on top of the mountain of other incredible qualities she possessed, she was gorgeous. Not that she was ostentatious about it, but even in her quiet, understated way, she had the ability to take his breath away. He loved the way she piled her hair up in a bun, letting the loose strands fall against her neck while she worked, and the subtle curves of her body, to say nothing of her full, pink lips. They were kissable if he'd ever laid eyes on kissable lips before, and some days he was sure restraining himself from indulging in one innocent kiss was going to be his demise. Kissing her the first time had been an act of desperation, a need to know that he was still desirable and wanted in the face of Chloe's betrayal. But that didn't mean Sabrina's kiss hadn't been fantastic. She poured her whole soul into it, and the way she clung to him, grabbing fistfuls of his shirt while he knotted his fingers in her hair, spoke volumes of how much she'd been holding back until then. In that moment, as their lips moved together and they molded their bodies against one another, Hugh had entertained the thought that maybe Sabrina had been the one for him all along. It had been fleeting because it scared him so much. Duty had made him go after Chloe, and when all was finished, Sabrina had been lambasted by Chloe in front of all their friends for her betrayal. Their kiss, as necessary as Hugh had thought it was, and incredible as it had actually been, was as close to a mortal wound as he could have caused Sabrina. He didn't blame Sabrina for never wanting to see him again. If he was lucky, he might come across another woman who ticked off all the boxes he was looking for in the woman he wanted to devote his life to. But why keep looking when perfection was already right outside his door? The thought motivated him to action, and he made a pledge that no matter what Sabrina was facing and how long it took to convince her, he was going to do whatever it took to convince her that they'd be good together. He was giddy with possibilities as he went to the entryway. As Sabrina and Cora slowly ascended the porch steps, Hugh swung the door open so fast he almost knocked off the eucalyptus wreath Sabrina had hung on the front. Startled, Sabrina pressed her hand on her heart and covered her mouth before a scream eked out. "Hugh?" she asked, slightly breathless. "What are you doing? You scared me." "I live here, remember?" He grinned, eliciting a slow head shake. She chortled anyway. "Quit being a smart aleck. I wasn't expecting you to greet us at the door because I distinctly remember you said you had to go into work early." "I guess that was a lie. An accidental one." "I'm not sure there is such a thing as an accidental lie." "I don't know." Hugh scratched at the back of his neck where his hair was growing long enough it was starting to touch. "At one time I might have intended on going in, but seeing you again was a very enticing reason to play hooky." Sabrina pressed her lips into a thin line, and Hugh worried that he was laying on the charm too thickly that it was intimidating her. Scaring her off wasn't at all his aim. He'd have to try and tone it down. Not that it'd be easy. He wanted to shower Sabrina with all the bounties of life he could provide. It would hardly be adequate to express how he'd felt all along about her, but it'd be a start. Finally, she spoke. "At least you're an honest liar, I guess. Now are you going to invite us in, or do I have to guess the password to come in out of this humidity?" Hugh loved the teasing look in her expression. She wasn't one bit cowed by him. Pushing open the door, he stood aside. "Enter." Sabrina slipped past him, and he was teased by her trademark coconut shampoo. Slipping his hands into his pocket so they wouldn't be tempted to run his fingers through her silky hair, he kicked the door closed behind them. "I suppose there might be a few people who describe me as an honest liar," he mused. "It's usually unintentional. I don't go out of my way to try and lie. As long as you're aware." Lugging a can of paint in one hand and a bag of brushes and rollers in the other, Sabrina strained to carry everything inside. "Here, let me take that for you. You shouldn't be wrestling such heavy stuff in your condition." Sabrina gave him a funny look, and after she set everything down, she went to the coat closet to hang her purse on a hook inside. "Thanks, but I got it." "I can see that." Rubbing his sweaty palms across his jeans, the nervous energy was creeping back in. So many unknowns that could tip the balance and change both of their futures. "Can I get you some water?" Thanks, but I remembered mine today. She pointed to Cora, who hugged a large water jug to her chest and sucked on the straw. The neckline of Hugh's shirt was 2 sizes too small. He hooked his finger in the collar of his t-shirt and tugged at it. I guess I could offer you a water you didn't have to share. Sabrina was unconcerned that her daughter had already commandeered her water jug. It wouldn't make any difference. Cora will drink out of anyone's water that she finds. Hugh tugged on one of Cora's curly pigtails. You're not a germaphobe, huh? Cora's nose wrinkled and she tilted her head a few degrees. What's a gemalobe? Laughing as Sabrina tried to explain it in terms that Cora understood, Sabrina was flustered enough that she whacked him in the stomach with the back of her hand, while she tried to force her smile to stay on the inside. Hush. I'd like to see you explain germs to someone who's barely started speaking in coherent sentences a year ago. Hugh followed Sabrina as she moseyed to the living room where Hugh had been stacking boxes of things Sabrina had been ordering, everything from cabinet hardware to framed mirrors. You seem like you're feeling better than the last time I saw you. Cora started sifting through a box of throw pillows Hugh had opened that morning, humming and making faces as she chose her favorite. Twirling a strand of Cora's hair around her finger, Sabrina averted her gaze. The doctor said everything's fine. It just takes some time for everything to get back to normal. Understandable, Hugh said, nodding. And you're sleeping okay? He'd been reading up on pregnancy, and one of the first things that was mentioned was that pregnant women needed more sleep. It seemed like a safe, inoffensive topic. So why did she look so confused? I sleep about as good as can be expected with a 3-year-old who likes to try to stay up late to tell me every last thought in her little brain so she doesn't have to go to sleep. Sabrina helped Cora put the pillows back in the box. Cora, you gotta let your mom sleep, he said with a quiet laugh. I'm turning 4. Cora struggled to hold up the right fingers. On my next birthday. That's still a couple of months away, Sabrina said. It's not as bad as when she climbs into bed with me and I have to sleep with her bony knees in my back. Smiling without the slightest hint of regret, Cora held out her skirt and twirled wildly. Hugh, did you see? Mommy bought me a new skirt. That's awesome. Should I turn on some music? Hugh asked. It looks like you're ready to party. Ooh, a party. Can we, Mommy? Cora bounced on the balls of her feet. Sabrina frowned. Maybe you and Hugh can, but I'm supposed to be working to get this house organized. I don't mind if we have a party instead. In fact, Hugh jogged to the kitchen pantry and grabbed a bag of jelly beans from the counter and returned to Sabrina, holding it out for her to take. I even found a place that sells your favorite jelly beans in individual flavors. I stocked up on watermelon for you, so I even have the party food ready. Jelly beans! Cora shrieked and tried to snatch them from Hugh. I love jelly beans! He held them above her head, chuckling as she tried to climb up his arm to reach them. Why don't you take a load off, Sabrina? Cora and I will get started planning the most epic party in the history of parties. What do you think, Cora? Should I make popcorn to go with our stash of jelly beans? Despite his invitation, Sabrina didn't budge even though he and Cora started heading for the couch. Hugh! Her voice sent a chill through him. It was quiet, uncertain. Trying to keep his cool, he sat down and draped his arm on the back. Cora crawled up next to him, seeing an opportunity to curl up and convince someone to turn on the TV for her. Offering the spot on the other side of Cora, Hugh's confidence was knocked on its backside when Sabrina deliberately went to the love seat instead. She perched on the edge, with a spine stiffer than an unyielding iron rod and a wary look in her eyes. Maybe he was reading the entire situation all wrong, but he hadn't found his groove since she'd shown up. He'd tried to make her comfortable, yet all he could read was her discomfort. He needed to clear the air. Directness always helped to avoid misunderstandings, even if it initially nettled the conversation. Is something the matter? I was wondering the same thing about you, Sabrina said. Chapter 11. Hugh. Sabrina's posture, the wariness in her question, her refusal to sit next to him all spiked Hugh's pulse. He didn't know if it was merely because he was about to broach a touchy subject, or if he should abort his mission. Everything's great. Hugh ruffled Cora's hair and she squealed and kicked away. When she was safe on the other end of the couch, she smoothed her hands over her hair, making sure her pigtails were still intact. "Why are you asking?" "You're acting—" Sabrina paused, and Hugh didn't like that it was taking her so long to figure out how to put into words what she was thinking. "Off." "I didn't realize I was behaving differently. I always try to be a nice guy." "That's not what I meant," Sabrina said with an irritated edge to her voice. "Usually you let me do the work you hired me for." "There's no rush, though. I've been living with bare walls until you came along, so I figure what's the rush?" "There's a rush because you're paying me. I'm not the kind of person who's looking for a free handout, and I can't in good conscience keep taking your money if I'm not doing something to earn it. Since I'm technically your boss, we can call this an employee evaluation." Hugh put one foot on his knee and jiggled his foot. "If we happen to enjoy ourselves while catching up, I don't see the harm in it." Sabrina relaxed enough to slump into the back of the love seat. "We texted each other last night. I was asking you if you knew where I'd put my hammer. Hardly one of the greatest conversations I've ever had. You're acting strange this morning, like it's been years since we last spoke." "I guess I miss seeing you." That simple statement made Sabrina look like a deer in oncoming traffic might look. He'd scared her. Quickly pivoting to smooth it over, he added, "And Cora, too." "It hasn't been that long," Sabrina said. "It's barely been a week since you made way too many chocolate chip bunny pancakes and I left you with Cora so I could go to my appointment. I still have a bag full of those in my freezer." Looking down to where Cora had inched back over to his side, he suggested, "Maybe we ought to thaw some pancakes out for our party." Cora plastered a ridiculous smile on her face and shook her head vigorously. "You and your sweet tooth," Sabrina said. "You're going to get Cora addicted to sugar." "Think of it as a balanced diet," Hugh teased, showing off his dimple with another smile. Shaking her head, she muttered, "Because we could all use more junk food. I promise I'll put ground flax in the pancakes next time if it makes you feel better." Sabrina sniffed, peering at him like they were caught in the middle of a hostage negotiation. "It might." Hugh moved his foot back to the ground and leaned his elbows onto his thighs. "You never did say anything about your appointment. Have you had your ultrasound to tell if it's a boy or girl yet, or are you wanting to be surprised?" Sabrina narrowed her eyes. "Excuse me?" Cora perked up. "Boy or girl what? I want a girl. Can it be a girl, Mommy? Please?" A light bulb went on in Sabrina's head, and she shot up from her seat on the couch. "Wait a minute. You think I'm pregnant?" All of Hugh's good feelings drained as fast as the blood retreating from his brain, and he stuttered over his words. You're not?" "No." She put her hands on her midsection and glared at him like a torrent of angry words were imminent. "Do I look like I am?" Hewitt snapped to his feet, and he held up his palms toward her, hoping she would accept his unconditional surrender for his stupid assumptions. "Not at all." "Then why did you ask if I was pregnant?" Sabrina's voice jumped an octave higher. "I think I'd know if I was going to have a baby." Cora stood and bounced on the length of the couch cushions, chanting, "Mommy's having a baby. Mommy's having a baby." Hugh, for all his good intentions, was witnessing the holocaust of any chance of winning over Sabrina. He would have given every last cent to be able to have a redo of the morning. Since there was no magic that could grant him his wish, he had to fix the mess he caused and fix it fast. "Sabrina, I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot." "Yes, you are," Sabrina seethed. "Yes, I am," he repeated obediently. "I keep sticking my nose where it doesn't belong and thought your appointment was with an OB-GYN. We were talking about children, and you got teary-eyed. I'm sorry. All the way down to the atoms that make up my body. I'm sorry." Sabrina paced the room, stopping to cover her mortified, scarlet-stained face with her hands. "Those were some pretty big jumps you'd made." "I have always had an overactive imagination. I assure you, no matter how much you imagine, I'm not having a baby. That's a fact." Hugh nodded vigorously, hoping his obedience would highlight his penitence. "No baby." Cora stopped jumping and stared at him. "No baby?" "Sorry, Cora," he said. "Hugh said something silly to your mama, but it wasn't true. "But I want a baby." There was a whine in Cora's tone, and if the day could get any worse, Hugh didn't know how. Sabrina rubbed at her nose, and seeing how upset the realization that there would be no baby made Cora, her eyes brimmed with tears. "I'm sorry, Cora. I don't have a baby to give you." Tears fell like tiny crystals down Cora's face. Remembering the gift he'd gotten Cora to celebrate what he thought was going to be a joyous morning, Hugh jogged to the linen closet in the hallway. Tipping a pink polka dot-wrapped box into his arms, it was his last chance to redeem himself, at least with Cora. "Here, Cora." He held the box out for her. "You want a baby? Maybe you should open this." Cora snatched it from his hands, already forgetting that she'd been upset. "Presents!" Cora was on the gift in a flash, tearing off the paper with both hands. Squealing in a high-pitched shriek, Cora hugged the box to her chest. "Oh, Mommy, look! It's a baby doll." Cora held up the doll to show Sabrina. "See? There was a baby." "Can I help you get the baby doll out?" Hugh motioned Cora over. "I saw it comes with a bottle." Sabrina watched without a word as Hugh strategically removed the doll from the constraints of the box and handed it over to Cora. Kissing the doll's face, she ran over to where Sabrina was sitting and put the bottle in the baby's mouth. The doll made noises like it was drinking, and when Cora sat it up, it burped loudly. Crisis averted. Hugh wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, trying to be goofy, but feeling the sheen of real sweat on his skin. Sabrina set her jaw. One of them. As good as his intentions had been, Sabrina was retreating into herself, and he didn't blame her one bit. She sat on the couch, then stood back up, pacing the room until she was ready to say what was on her mind. When she finally got the words out, she was quiet, almost like she didn't want him to hear what she was about to say because she wasn't completely convinced herself. "I'm not sure this is working out, Hugh." His insides took an express trip down to his toes, landing somewhere near where his ego had crashed. "I don't understand. What's not working? The longer I've worked for you, and the more you've found out about my past, the more you've been treating me like I'm too fragile to do anything. I've been hurt and broken, yes, but I never said I was too delicate and dainty. I survived all of that on my own, you know." "You're right. You're incredible, and I hate that I ever made you feel less than capable." Her sigh was lengthy. "I can appreciate the sentiment, but chronic pity never helped anyone improve. It's turning me into a charity case that, for whatever reason, you feel like you need to rescue." "You're right. I'm sorry." His apology was sincere, but it irked Sabrina. "Quit saying you're sorry on repeat. I get it. The problem here isn't that you don't know how to apologize. It's what you did to get yourself here in the first place." "I know. I've done everything you told me not to do and became way too invested in your personal life, but I honestly couldn't help it. I've loved having you and Cora here, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like my life has some sort of meaning beyond existing for myself. I have you to thank for that." He rubbed a hand across his mouth, unsurprised by the tightness in his throat while he spoke. All of what he was saying was true. "This is the last time I'm going to say it, I promise, but I want you to know how genuine it is. I'm sorry for this whole mess, Sabrina. All of it." Nodding, Sabrina sat back down on the love seat next to Cora, who was so absorbed with her doll that she was completely ignorant of the tension in the room. "I accept your apology. Thank you." The tightness in Hugh's chest eased, and he was able to take in a deep breath. "Thank you for forgiving me. I'll never do any of that again." "What? Imply I'm pregnant?" There was a mischievous glint in her eye, and it gave Hugh another measure of hope. "Definitely not going to ask about a baby until I see you holding one in your arms." Sabrina's smile was full, but only on her lips. It didn't quite reach all the way to her eyes. "You won't have to worry about that. I'm also not going to undermine you while you're here for work. I get how frustrating that must have been." "I don't know if frustrated is the right word, but it definitely made my job harder to do when you kept trying to rescue me." "Duly noted." "Good." Sabrina folded her hands and stared at her thumbs as she fidgeted. "There's one more thing." "Oh, yeah?" Hugh tried to remain calm, but his legs started wobbling anxiously again. "What's that?" "I'm concerned about your reputation." "My reputation?" Hugh was genuinely confused. "I'm not following. What about my reputation?" "I don't want to ruin it." Hugh chuckled, though even that was strained. "How do you think you could possibly ruin my reputation?" "You don't think it looks a little suspicious to have a single mom coming to your house every day?" "First off, I don't care what other people think about me, Sabrina. I stopped caring a long time ago. In fact, the only people whose opinions I care about are the sort of people who wouldn't be that judgmental." The second he said it, he recalled his conversation with Gemma. His cousin had jumped to the conclusion that if Sabrina were pregnant, he'd been the father. Sabrina's concern wasn't totally unfounded. Sabrina stared at her feet, toeing the edge of the furry rug under the coffee table. "I just don't want to make life harder for you by causing any gossip, and I definitely don't want to take your money because you're feeling sorry for me. Doing that is the exact opposite of how my ex-husband treated me. Despite your good intentions, that makes me resent the help you're trying to give." "I get where you're coming from." He rested his elbows back on his knees and leaned on his hands to stop his leg from jiggling nervously. "That was never what I intended, and I don't want to do anything that makes you feel marginalized. But I'm also a firm believer that it's important for everyone to have people they can rely on. Sure, you're more than capable of doing it all on your own. But why is it so wrong to accept help when it's offered? No strings attached." "There are always strings attached." Sabrina sighed, falling back onto the love seat. "It's human nature to want something from the people you've helped, and if it's ever not reciprocated, it damages the relationship, sometimes beyond repair. I'm not your ex-husband, Sabrina." "I know. But when I wasn't the kind of meek, dutiful wife who would turn the other cheek to his abuse anymore, he decided he could live without me, without us. I'm not sure I'm ready to give that same level of trust to anyone else yet. Maybe ever." "Thanks for helping me understand." Hugh swallowed and digested her words. "I can't imagine being in your position, and can see how painful that must have been. I am serious, though. If you finish work on my house, and you're done with me, and never want to see me again, I will respect your wishes. I also hope that you can respect me enough to believe when I say no strings attached. I mean it." "Okay," she whispered. "Until we get to that crossroad, won't you let me make things easier for you?" A single tear slipped out and streaked down Sabrina's cheek. Cora, who had still been cradling the baby doll, set it down on the love seat and stood to encircle her arms around her mother's neck. Closing her eyes, Sabrina hugged Cora back like she was the one person keeping her grounded. When she finished, she cradled Cora in her lap and looked to Hugh with glistening eyes. "You're offering me all these wonderful things, but maybe what I'm really worried about is what am I able to give you in return?" Taking a risk, Hugh moved over to the seat next to Sabrina and coaxed her hand into his. Placing his other over the top, he held hers, hoping she felt safe. "I don't know how to help you understand how important you've become to me. I lost you once because I failed you, but now that I have you back, I don't ever want to do anything to jeopardize our friendship ever again. For a long time, I didn't let myself admit how lonely I'd become. You've erased all that. You might not think it's much, but to me it's huge." "All right, fine. I'll accept that you think that my contribution to whatever this messy relationship of ours is worth it, but you have to let me try and even things out a little. I don't want to feel like it's a one-way street where I'm doing all the taking and not enough of the giving. Deal?" "Whatever you want, it's yours." Chortling softly, she leaned her head against his shoulder, and he stroked his fingers lazily through her hair. It was as soft as he remembered, and as he sifted it through his fingers, he admired the varying shades of gold that colored her sun-kissed hair. She closed her eyes and spoke. "Why does it feel like anything I ask from you is going to be turned around, so it's a benefit to me too? Isn't that how relationships are supposed to work? If it makes one person happy, it should make the other person happy, and vice versa. Everything is mutually beneficial." Sabrina sat up and searched his face. "How has some girl not snatched you up yet?" It's mind-boggling, isn't it? Laughing, Sabrina bumped into him with her shoulder. I'm serious. I mean, have you heard yourself? If men behaved half as nobly as you do, the whole world would be a lot better for it. I think you're giving me too much credit. Hugh handed Cora back her doll, and she slipped off Sabrina's lap, running through the house and singing a made-up song about her new baby. The chime of the doorbell interrupted, and they both stood up, and Sabrina went to peek out the window. Are you expecting someone? There's a man on your doorstep and a limo parked in your driveway. Hugh smiled sheepishly. I know what we just talked about, but is now a bad time to tell you I booked a day at the spa, and that's the limo driver here to take you?
Chapter 12. Sabrina. Sabrina could have spent the whole day studying the edifice where the limo driver had dropped her off. She'd never been to a spa before, but even the design of the building exuded relaxation. The space was clean and minimalist, and with its use of natural stone, high ceilings, and large windows overlooking manicured gardens, it had an airy, modern feel. Timidly approaching the receptionist's desk, Sabrina felt completely out of place. She wasn't the kind of pampered woman who needed people to rub mud on her face and massage hot oil on her calves. Good morning. The front desk receptionist smiled cheerfully. How can I help you? Sabrina tried to ignore the fact that she's shown up in old yoga pants and with her hair mounded on top of her head in a bun that was so far beyond messy that it could only be described as disastrous. I'm here for an appointment. She straightened her shoulders and tried to fake a confidence that wasn't there. This was so far beyond her comfort zone, she was about to turn around and get back in the limo. Sure, what have you booked with us today? Hugh hadn't told her. All he'd said as he sent her out the door was that he hoped she had a good time and that they'd have dinner waiting there for her when she got back. I'm not sure. Maybe try looking under Sabrina Madden? Of course. Let me check. The woman's fingers flew over the keyboard. Here we are. Is there a problem? No problem. It looks like your reservation is open-ended and all expenses will be paid by... She typed furiously again. Hugh Applegate. So I get to choose what I want to do. The receptionist nodded. What all do you have available? Listing everything on her French-tipped fingers, she fired off treatments from memory. There are private rooms for mud baths, an infrared sauna, there are seaweed body wraps, sugar scrubs, herbal facials, deep tissue massage. We also have a full on-site salon where they do everything from highlights to mani-pedis. That's a lot of stuff. Have you been to a spa before? Sabrina shook her head. The closest she'd been to a spa was getting a pedicure once with Cora, but it was in a strip mall. If you were me, what would you get? I know it sounds weird, but the seaweed body wraps are to die for. Oh, and get a full body massage. Annabelle's here today, and she's incredible. All right. Despite her hesitation when she'd arrived, excitement was blooming. Sign me up. The receptionist worked out a schedule with Sabrina so she could maximize her time, and when they finished, she showed Sabrina to a private changing room. Your boyfriend obviously cares for you very much. The receptionist winked and handed Sabrina a robe. Trust me, you're in for a treat. She should have corrected the receptionist, but she closed the door and was gone before Sabrina could untie her tongue. Boyfriend? Hugh? Nope. Not that there wasn't a time that scenario was Sabrina's dream, but not now. She was finally coping with all the damage Eric had caused and was happy to be free of men. But Hugh was a man, one who scrambled her thoughts and made it impossible to make decisions with a clear head. She slipped out of her clothes and put on the softest, most luxurious robe she'd ever had the pleasure of wearing. Not only was this all on his dime, it was at the expense of his own time. Cora had practically shoved Sabrina out the door and pulled Hugh back inside with her, talking loudly about how she wanted to make cookies so they could have the party he promised her. As far as guys went, he was pretty near perfect. Even though he'd stuck his foot far in his mouth when he insinuated she was pregnant, his intentions were noble. A bitter laugh cut through Sabrina at the thought of more children. If Hugh only knew. The entire day she was sent from one room to the next, de-stressing in a way she didn't know was possible. While laying still, letting whatever mud or paste or herbal remedy that was smeared on her do its job, she alternated between cat naps and picking apart every detail of Hugh. The attraction was still there. For the most part, they got along. Both of them loved Cora. Even with all of those hints to his motivations, there were no guarantees. It wasn't all on him either. Though he didn't appear to be someone who would settle down and have a family, Sabrina wouldn't be able to fully give that to him. That worry held her back. Friendship would have to do, and as hard as it might be, she would have to be able to be happy for him when the right woman for him did come along. Cocooned in a snug wrap and smeared head to toe in a green seaweed paste, Sabrina dozed off again. The first thing that registered were the cool slices of cucumber being peeled off her eyelids and blinking against the soft sunlight that was too bright. Hovering over her was a petite woman with a brilliant smile, sporting the same crisp uniform the receptionist had been wearing. "Hello there. I'm Annabelle. I think you might have dozed off, so I hope I didn't disturb you." "You're perfectly fine. I was having a pretty good dream, but I can't sleep the whole day away." "Oh, shoot. I'm sorry." Annabelle moved around the room, collecting supplies off the shelf. "What was so good about your dream?" The details were foggy, but she remembered lean muscles covered by sun-burnished skin. She recognized that delectable torso as Hugh's, standing in the morning light, inviting her to come inside. It was a memory that had embedded itself on her subconscious, and it still had the power to turn her insides molten. Sabrina was glad her face was covered, or her blush would be painfully obvious. It's hard to put my finger on it. It was a lie, but fairly white as far as dishonesty went. She knew exactly what had been so alluring about dreaming of Hugh's amazing pecs and prominent six-pack. It was one of those dreams that left me with a really good feeling. "Whatever it was, it looks like you were enjoying yourself." Sabrina agreed around a yawn and tried stretching, but there was only so much she could do, still swaddled in layers of towels, plastic, and foil. Taking a stack of towels to the bathroom, Annabelle asked, "What did you think of your visit today? Have you enjoyed yourself?" "It's the first time I've fallen asleep on a table in a strange place before, so I guess that speaks volumes," Sabrina quipped. "Seriously, though, I never knew I could be so relaxed." "I hear ya." There was a hint of a southern twang to Annabelle's voice. Delicately pulling off the layers, she helped Sabrina sit up. "The seaweed wraps get me every time. I imagine it's the closest thing to being a baby again, all comfy and cozy." Instinctively, Sabrina's hand went to her stomach. There was no baby there, and chances were, never would be again. As much as she loved Cora, she'd always imagined she'd have at least 3. Eric couldn't even handle one, and because of it, he'd convinced Sabrina that Cora was enough. Why had she listened to him when she should have listened to her instincts, which had been shouting at her loud and clear? Because she was a coward. Sabrina perched on the edge of the table, trying to navigate the sadness flooding inside her without crying. Touching the paste that had been smeared on her skin, she asked, "I'm assuming I'm supposed to wash all this off now?" "Yep, I'm going to send you to the shower to rinse off, and when you're ready, I'll give you a massage." I've got this body lotion that'll make your skin feel like it's softer than Cupid's butt." Annabelle laughed at her own comparison, and Sabrina went along for the ride. It was hard not being influenced by her bubbly personality. "That was kind of a weird metaphor, but you know what I mean, right?" "Yeah, I think so." Sabrina hopped off the table and went to the bathroom to rinse off, and as much as she wanted to stay in the warm spray of water, the massage was the last service Sabrina had signed up for. She was anxious to get back to Cora. An hour or two was the most she'd ever been away from her daughter at one time. And Hugh. How eager she was to get back to thank him hit her with the force of a speeding car. "Ready?" Annabelle pumped lotion into her hands and rubbed it together as Sabrina climbed onto the table. Situating herself, Sabrina closed her eyes. "This is my first massage, so take it easy on me." "Are you kidding?" Annabelle laughed with delight. "Good for you for treating yourself. Too many people live their life without ever giving themselves a chance to relax at a spa, and that's a crime in my books. I wish I could take credit, but none of this was my idea. I woke up fully intending on going to work, but someone surprised me with a spa day as a gift." "Even better. It sounds like you have an amazing friend." Annabelle started with Sabrina's left leg, rubbing in the lotion while loosening her muscles and joints all the way down to her bones. For Annabelle's small hands, she had an incredible grip. Already, Sabrina was convinced she'd never be able to live without regular massages if she had to work overtime to pay for them. Spas, good friends, chocolate and fresh flowers. What else does a girl need? Not much. The warm, ooey-gooey feeling returned as Sabrina thought about Hugh. Initially, I resisted coming, but I'm really glad he insisted. "Oh, ho, ho, you didn't say it was from a guy friend. Or is friend not a strong enough word?" Without the mud mask on her face to hide another blush that seemed to keep coming and going like the tide, Sabrina was sure it wouldn't matter what she said. She'd been telling herself she didn't want anything to happen between her and Hugh, but spending a day working through her feelings, she was finally able to admit to herself that while she didn't want to be hurt again, most of her reluctance had stemmed from wanting to keep Hugh's heart safe, too. Annabelle switched to Sabrina's other leg. "Does this gentleman friend of yours have a name?" "Hugh Applegate." Annabelle's squeal made Sabrina's eyes pop open. "Did you say Hugh Applegate?" Yeah," Sabrina said uncertainly. "Do you know him?" "Know him? We used to date." Annabelle chattered on, completely unaware that the heat in Sabrina's cheeks had been replaced by ice in her veins. It was no secret that Hugh was a crowd favorite, particularly among the ladies. It had been true of him like way back in college, and it was still true when Sabrina was serving up crab cakes at the last party. It wasn't that he picked women who were mean enough to snub Sabrina to her face, but to them, she was invisible. Not at all on the same level, and therefore not a threat. Peeking at Annabelle as she worked, it was reiterated that the scales would tip in her favor. It was more than her perfectly coiffed hair or that she'd taken the time to apply makeup, when Sabrina could barely be bothered to put on mascara most days. Women like Annabelle didn't come with baggage. No matter who, if anyone Sabrina ended up with, her past would inevitably make their future more challenging. That was what she couldn't do to Hugh, no matter how much he might think he wanted Sabrina. Did I say something wrong? Annabelle's question cut through Sabrina's thoughts. I let my mouth run off with me, and now you look greener than the seaweed you had rubbed all over you. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Sabrina wanted to believe the words she was saying, but she couldn't deny that the bits and pieces she'd caught of Annabelle's monologue made her feel weak. She'd obviously had a good time with Hugh, living it up at parties, and going out on the town. Though he claimed he'd rather stay at home than go out, he sure spent a lot of time socializing. I think I did, and you're too nice to want to say anything about it. Annabelle squirted out another pump of lotion and moved to working on Sabrina's arm. The tension in her shoulders bunched her muscles, and Sabrina was skeptical even Annabelle's impressive grip was going to get it out. My mama always told me that I should leave people be when they're stewing, but my granny told me the opposite. To get to the bottom of what's bothering a person by lending a listening ear with just the right amount of prodding, I tend to like her approach. So, spill. Annabelle kept working, watching Sabrina with bright eyes and an expectation that even though they were only inches ahead of being strangers, that Sabrina would confess what had bothered her so much. The odd thing was that Sabrina took the bait and started talking. Hugh is this great guy who's done all of these amazing things for me that I'll never be able to repay. And why do you think you owe him anything? Just because someone chooses to be kind doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're in their debt. Feeling tears fighting their way to the surface, Sabrina closed her eyes to try and ward them off. You didn't know my ex because that's his exact philosophy. That's not a real man, then. That's a scared little boy in a man's body who thinks he won't be loved unless he keeps the upper hand. Lord knows we have too many of those kinds of pseudo-men in this world. But Hugh's different. What makes you so sure? I don't think I can trust my own judgment anymore. Sabrina blew a breath out through her lips and hoped she didn't start sobbing. Well, Annabelle slowed down the massage while she considered. It's one thing to have a lot of money to throw around to try and impress a woman, but it's an entirely different game altogether when a guy does things because he's in love. I think we've become brainwashed by pop culture to think that only the big things matter. I tend to think the opposite is true. I'm not sure I know what you mean. You've got to admit, it's way more romantic when a guy picks up a bouquet of flowers just because, or he opens the door for you. Has Hugh ever cooked for you and cleaned up the kitchen? It hadn't been a gourmet meal in any sense of the word, but the macaroni and cheese Hugh had made her and Cora might as well have been a 5-course meal. When she thought about it, Hugh had done 1,000 small, seemingly insignificant things that added up in a hefty equation. My favorite, Annabelle continued, is when my husband lets me pick out the sappiest romantic comedy I can find, and he sits and watches it with me without uttering a peep about the unbelievable plot. If he's feeling particularly thoughtful, he'll even rub my feet. Sabrina hadn't even noticed the thin gold ring on Annabelle's finger. You're married? Annabelle grinned and twin dimples appeared in her cheeks. Best decision of my life. We're going on 3 years this coming autumn. Why? You didn't think I was still gunning for the likes of Hugh, did you? I kind of figured Hugh would end up with someone more like you and less like, well, me. Listen here. Annabelle propped her fists on her hips and Sabrina craned her neck so Annabelle knew she was paying attention. Hugh was a lot of fun, and though he could have easily taken advantage of a lot of situations I saw women put him in, he was an unfailing gentleman. Sometimes people go on dates so they aren't lonely, or because they're looking for an enjoyable evening, not a lifelong commitment. Now, I can't speak to anyone else he's dated, but I know for a fact that he never did anything like send me to a day spa to get pampered at his expense. This was a pretty big gesture. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Sabrina's mouth. I thought you said it wasn't the big stuff that was important. I said it wasn't only the big stuff. What kind of girl doesn't like to be spoiled once in a while? Chapter 13. Sabrina. I don't want to make you paranoid, Annabelle said, warming up more lotion between her palms. "But it seems to me like you've unlocked something in Hugh." Annabelle got back to work and Sabrina bit the side of her cheek to hold in a pained groan. What was she using to massage Sabrina's neck? Her bony elbows? 5 minutes of clenching her teeth, the pain subsided, and Sabrina could feel her body relaxing so much she wasn't sure she'd be able to hold her own head up once she stood up. "I haven't done anything out of the ordinary. If anything, I've probably been too hard on him." "Now, why would you do that? Hugh's a sweetheart." "We have some history that caused a rift in our relationship, and while he was trying to be kind and mend what he'd broken, I was intentionally being difficult." "I don't think there's anything wrong with letting him know that what he did hurt. How can anyone truly make it right if they live ignorantly of the pain they've caused?" Sabrina nodded, tamping down another swell. "He's not totally to blame either. I had a hand in driving us apart too." "So, you're human," Annabelle said. "We all know nobody's perfect. It's an unfortunate fact of life, and though it makes love messy and complicated, it's also part of what makes it so amazing. When you find the right one, the one who complements you in all the areas you're lacking, amplifies your strengths, and adores you despite your weaknesses, then I don't think there's an adequate word to describe how incredible love can be." Sabrina closed her eyes. If there was a word to qualify what she and Hugh had, it would be complicated. But Annabelle was right. Reconnecting with Hugh had been nothing short of incredible. She could see all the ways that he'd grown and the potential he was only beginning to fulfill. He was a complex man with a big heart, and if Sabrina wasn't totally missing the mark, it seemed that he'd set his sights on her, as messy, imperfect, and vulnerable as she was. "There," Annabelle said, finishing out the last kink in Sabrina's shoulders. "How do you feel?" Sabrina kept her head on the table and sighed until there was no more air left in her lungs. "That was amazing. The massage and the girl talk. Thank you. That makes my day." Annabelle held her hands over her heart and beamed like she was being awarded the title of Miss America. "I'm so tickled you came in today." "Me too." Putting everything back on the shelves, Annabelle stopped by the door. "Give Hugh my regards, and if you ever need another massage and couples therapy session, you know where to find me." Annabelle left with a twiddle of her fingers, and when the door closed, Sabrina climbed off the bed and slipped back into her clothes. She breezed all the way to the limo that was waiting to take her back to Hugh's, feeling like a completely new woman. Her mind, body, and spirit had been rejuvenated in a way that made her brave enough to consider where she wanted to take her future. Back at Hugh's house, the landscaping lights had turned on, and against the powdery pink and purple sky, his home easily looked ready for a magazine cover. More than how proud she was of the work she'd done to turn the structure of his house into a warm and inviting home. Full of its own personality and charm, she had come to relish the feelings it evoked in her. She was safe there. She was home. The limo driver opened the door for her, and she thanked him for his services. Jogging up the steps, she was ready to press the doorbell when the door flew open. Cora bowled into her legs and hugged her hard enough that she almost tipped Sabrina over. "You look pretty, Mommy." She picked Cora up, and Cora kissed her cheek. Sabrina reciprocated. "Thank you. I feel pretty." Both of Cora's pigtails sagged, and there was dried jelly in the corner of her mouth. But from the look in her eyes, she had stories to tell about what she'd spent her day doing. "Did you behave yourself for Hugh?" Cora wriggled free and hopped a circle around Sabrina. "We had a tea party and climbed a tree, and I helped Hugh fix a fancy dinner." She pinched her lips and slapped her hand over her mouth. That was supposed to be a surprise. I'll pretend to be surprised. Drawing Cora over against her leg, Sabrina glanced at Hugh, who leaned against the front door. Without even trying, he was making Sabrina want him. He must have been feeling the same because his eyes trailed appreciatively down the length of her body and back up, making her shiver with delight. It had been a long time since she'd truly affected a man that way. She liked being desired in a way that empowered her, rather than objectified her. Wow, was all Hugh managed. Sabrina held out her hands, inviting his attention. Do I look that much different? You're still you, but I can tell you're finally at ease. Hugh hooked his thumbs in the front pocket of his jeans. It's like seeing the old Sabrina, the one I used to know. I like to think this is the new and improved version. Hugh's smile grew and he agreed. If that's possible, you were incredible to begin with. His compliment only fueled her happiness more. It was a vulnerable place to be. Allowing someone else to affect how she saw herself, but as risky as it was knowing he could steal away her confidence once she'd placed her trust in him. It was equally freeing to experience the appreciation and admiration of another who saw her for who she truly was. We'd better go in, Sabrina pointed up, or all these bugs swarming your porch light are going to invite themselves inside. She held out her hand and Hugh took it, sweeping her inside and shutting the door behind them. The rich smells of dinner permeated the house from the direction of the kitchen, and Sabrina's stomach rumbled, not realizing how hungry she'd been until she caught a whiff of what smelled like rosemary on chicken, fresh bread, and roasted asparagus. Cora ran ahead, alternating from excited squeals to dancing while she waited for her mother to catch up. Behind her, Sabrina could sense Hugh and his proximity. His breath was in her hair and their body heat mingled. The lack of touch meant nothing when volumes were being shouted with every breath. Stopping at the kitchen, Sabrina took in the lovely sight. 3 sets of fine china had been set out and covered pans of steaming food lined the table. Still flanking Sabrina, she felt his chest bump against her back. Hugh took in a deep breath and sighed, making Sabrina smile when she realized he was leaning down slightly so he could sniff her hair. Cora ran to the other side of the table and climbed on her chair, throwing her hands up in the air. Ta-da! We made dinner! Feigning surprise, Sabrina covered her open mouth. You did? It smells amazing. Did it take you all day? Not all day, but a long time, Cora said, drawing out long for emphasis. While it was cooking, we also fixed up the car because it was tired. Tired? Sabrina looked over her shoulder at Hugh. She said you tell her the doors are tired because they squeak when you open them. So we sprayed some lubricant on them, checked the fluids, vacuumed it out. We also gave it a bath, Cora exclaimed. And Hugh let me spray the hose. A bath? Sabrina grinned. I don't think we've ever washed that poor vehicle, so I'm sure it appreciated it. I bet it looks brand new. Don't get your hopes up that high. No amount of washing is going to redeem that flaking paint, Hugh said. Sabrina laughed at his dig. Stop. That old vehicle might not look like much, but it still has a lot to give. If you say so. Hugh let his fingers travel down her skin and brush against her hand. It made every nerve ending in her body stand at attention. We fixed your sticky lock, dumped a little graphite in it, and now it doesn't catch at all. Annabelle's voice played through Sabrina's thoughts, reminding her that the little things were more of a measure of true affection and having been the recipient of so much tender, thoughtful service. Sabrina knew it was the truth. Turning around, she tilted her chin up so she could look into Hugh's eyes. He was holding his breath in anticipation, waiting for her to make her move. Pressing her head to his chest, she moved her arms around his waist and listened to his heartbeat speed along. Hugh's arms held her close against him, and he rested his cheek on the top of her head. It felt so good that Sabrina wasn't sure she'd ever be able to let go. "What's this all about?" "Thank you," she murmured against him. Taking in the scent of his shirt, she could have sworn it smelled like it had been dried out on a clothesline in the middle of a meadow. "For the spa?" he asked. "You deserved to have some time to pamper yourself." Cora, who had been quietly watching, moved over and joined their hug by putting her arms around their legs. Both Sabrina and Hugh freed up an arm so they could include her, and as her heart swelled, Sabrina couldn't imagine anything more sweet than the feeling of completeness she was experiencing in that perfect moment. "Not just the spa," Sabrina said. "For everything, big and small. It's meant the world to me." Hooking her chin with his finger, Hugh drew her gaze up to his, and she could see the sincerity in his eyes. "That's because you're worth the world to me."
Chapter 14. Hugh. "Hugh, is that you?" Sabrina's voice drifted from somewhere in the house. Hugh walked in the front door and kicked off his shoes into the entryway closet. The grin on his face had been a permanent fixture all day, and he wanted to tell someone the extraordinarily good news that had arrived that day. Then, he wanted to celebrate. He just needed to get Sabrina to say yes. "Yeah, it's me." He stuck his messenger bag in the closet and slid the door shut. "Where are you two?" "Upstairs," she called. "Just finishing up the wallpaper in the guest bedroom." Hugh took the stairs 2 at a time and jogged down the hallway opposite his master bedroom. Sabrina had already finished with his room, and though he couldn't think of anyone who'd come visit and actually spend the night, he had asked Sabrina to work her magic on the rooms. It seemed a shame to leave them as empty white spaces, devoid of the character and charm she'd been able to infuse throughout the rest of the house. After picking his brain about his preferences, she'd transformed the first bedroom into a laid-back, coastal-themed room that played off the natural light coming from a southern-facing window. If he didn't already love what she'd done with the master bedroom, he would have moved his room down the hall. "Hi, Hugh." Cora bounced on the mattress and box spring that had been pushed to the center of the room. Sabrina had insisted she could work around it, and Cora was pleased to have her very own indoor trampoline. "Hi, Munchkin." Hugh opened his arms, and Cora leapt into them, giggling as he twirled her around. Sabrina stood up from where she'd been crouching in the corner, meticulously cutting the corner of wallpaper so it would lay perfectly. He wasn't totally sold when she'd suggested using wallpaper in the house, but seeing the geometric pattern on the accent wall, he had to agree that it gave the room an extra punch. Even though the room was looking fantastic, Hugh only had eyes for Sabrina. It had been a month and a half since she'd come back from the spa, and it had finally felt like she was opening up to him. She had never told him exactly what it was that had knocked down the last of her walls and granted him access. But he didn't feel the need to push the why. He was just happy that they had regained the footing he'd lost when they were torn apart. Her new outlook had given them a clean start, and he was optimistic for the future. They had both agreed to take it slow, and other than regular dinners together with Cora, always chaperoning, he still hadn't taken her on a proper date. He was all about the slow burn, but if he didn't get a chance to kiss her again soon, desire might burn him up completely. "Hey," Sabrina smiled indulgently. The one meant just for him. "You sure look happy." His hands itched to pull her onto his lap and kiss her silly. That would be about the only thing that would top his mood. "I am happy." "Good. Something at work, I'm assuming?" She was fishing for more clues about his job again. It had actually been kind of fun to tease her with his secret identity for a while, but if she was going to be brave enough to talk with him about her insecurities and doubts, he knew The time was coming for him to quit hiding. The only thing he was going to miss was how flustered she'd get when he teased her with hints about his day job, and she still couldn't figure it out. "Yep, and I think that tonight we should celebrate." He plopped onto the bed and Cora wrestled him from behind. Pulling her over his shoulder, he tickled her stomach, laughing as she screamed so shrilly his ears hurt. "I never say no if there's something to celebrate," Sabrina said. "What are you thinking? Ordering Chinese takeout? Or pizza? It is Friday." Cora's hand shot up in the air. "I want pizza and crab rangoons." "Your wish is my command, Cora." He set her next to him, and Sabrina sat down on the other side. Hugh loved the feeling. Just the three of them. "Tonight, though, do you think it would be okay if your mommy and I went out and you stayed here?" Cora tilted her head, and out of the corner of his eye, he could tell he caught Sabrina off guard. "Who will watch me?" "Yeah, Hugh. Who's going to watch her?" Sabrina playfully lifted an eyebrow. "She's a little girl." "I'm a big girl," Cora huffed, crossing her arms. "You're right." Sabrina patted Cora's back. "You're a big girl, but not big enough to be here without a grown-up. My cousin Gemma. She lives here in Orlando and agreed to help me tonight." Hugh licked his lips, hoping this was the next big step in pushing their relationship out of the friend zone once and for all. "But first, you have to decide. I'm happy to hang out here if that's what you want, but if you ask me, today is worth celebrating in style." Sabrina chewed her bottom lip while she deliberated for what seemed like an eternity, her eyes moving between him and Cora. "Okay, I'll go out with you." Hugh's lungs had been burning with the breath he held, and it came out in a whoosh. "Good, that's great." He stood up and clapped his hands once. "I'll go get ready. How long do you need? 15 minutes? Would that do it? Gemma should already be on her way." Sabrina laughed as she took his wrist and tugged him back down to earth. "If you want this to be a proper date, I should probably go home and shower and figure out what I should wear. Unless, of course, you want to go to some swanky restaurant with me and ripped jeans and wallpaper adhesive stuck on my t-shirt." Hugh shrugged. "Sounds good to me." He loved making Sabrina laugh. "Maybe for you, but if I'm going out with Orlando's most eligible bachelor, I'd like to look like I'm your equal, not someone who doesn't know what a bar of soap or a brush is." "Fine. But you should know I think you look very sexy with ripped jeans and messy hair." Hugh wiggled his eyebrows, making Sabrina blush. She grabbed one of the throw pillows for the bed and smacked him in the face. He pretended to pass out and fell back against the bed. He groaned as Cora crawled up his chest until she was eye to eye with him. "Hugh? What's up, Cora? What's sexy?" It was his turn to blush. "That's a question for your mom." "No, you don't." Sabrina furrowed her brow. "You use the word. You define it when she asks." Setting Cora down, he swung his legs to the other side of the bed and stood up, pacing back and forth. "It means beautiful. Very pretty." Cora grabbed the baby doll Hugh had given her off the bed. "I think my dolly is sexy too." "Maybe you ought to ask your mom to explain it better." His shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. "I'd better go get ready while you have a talk, woman to woman." Sabrina hurtled another pillow at him, shouting at him for corrupting her child. Dodging it, he bolted out of the room, still laughing as tears started rolling down his cheeks and he gasped for air. "You're going to make me change my mind if you're not careful," Sabrina shouted after him. Hugh stumbled down the stairs with Sabrina hot on his heels and Cora shouting happily behind her. "Get him, Mommy." Taking refuge behind the couch, he waited for Sabrina to charge. He moved a step to the left and she mirrored him. He moved to the right and she was just as quick. Grabbing another decorative pillow from the couch, she chucked it across the room. Hugh ducked and it hit the mantel of the fireplace, nearly knocking off the enormous clock Sabrina had hung above it. "Is this why you thought I should own so many throw pillows? Because your aim is so bad?" he taunted. That only egged Sabrina on. Reaching for another pillow, she flung it at him hard enough that he had to hit the floor to dodge it. When he pushed himself off the ground and peeked over the couch, Sabrina had run around the couch and was coming straight for him. Clambering to his feet and doubling back to the kitchen, he was still laughing so hard he could barely run in a straight line. 6 months ago, he had seriously been questioning his judgment when he'd bought the house. It was meant for someone with a family who could fill the walls with memories and laughter and love. Since Sabrina had arrived and brought Cora with her, that was exactly what he'd discovered. Sabrina cornered him behind the island, and they were locked in a stalemate, both panting hard. "When I catch you, I'm going to make you take back what you said about my aim. It's not like I said that you throw like a girl. There's nothing wrong with having terrible aim. My aim is just fine." Sabrina blew a lock of her hair out of her face. "I was the high school varsity softball pitcher for 3 years, remember? I just never had to hit moving targets." "Maybe you should have practiced." Hugh slowly crept for the back door. If he could make it outside, he could outrun her. But in the house, she had the advantage of squeezing through spots he couldn't fit. Shame. It would have come in handy. Call me crazy, but I didn't think I'd be needing to hit a grown man with pillows in his own home to teach him a lesson. You haven't taught me anything because you haven't hit me yet. She let out an irritated, hilariously cute scream of annoyance and stomped her foot. Then she surprised Hugh by climbing up and over the island. For a woman who barely reached his shoulder, she was lightning fast when properly motivated. Hugh dashed away, but she caught his ankle and he stumbled to the ground. Pouncing on top of him, Sabrina weaseled her hands into his neck and started tickling at his collarbone. Immediately, he regretted telling her years ago during a game of truth or dare that he was deathly ticklish, but only by his neck. He squirmed and yelped, but she showed no mercy. With no other recourse, he grabbed her arms and rolled her over, so he had the advantage. Holding her wrists above her head, he could see himself reflected in her eyes. He leaned close enough that he could see the minute details of her face, from each of her dark lashes to the outline of her shapely lips. Their closeness wasn't lost on Sabrina, and though she could have easily pushed him away, and he would have complied, she slipped her arms out from his grasp and wrapped them around the back of his neck, keeping him right where he was. "You're not going to make fun of my aim ever again, are you?" she asked. "Lesson learned," Hugh agreed. "Although, if this is what I get, I might change my mind and tease you relentlessly." He was flirting, outright and brazenly, but he didn't care. The first and only kiss they'd shared had lived on in his memory as one for the books, and greedily, he wanted another, and would never be able to stop. As eager as he was to crash his lips down onto hers, coaxing hers into responding, he didn't. Patience. Persistent. Achingly slow. Patience was what would get them there. Her fingernails ran along his scalp, and he had to hold back a groan of pleasure. She knew exactly how wild she was driving him. "Hugh," she whispered. Closing her eyes, she drew him down to her. His heart threatened to hammer its way right out of his chest, and his lungs couldn't pull in enough air. Fractions of an inch away, where he swore he could feel electricity racing between them, he heard someone very distinctly clearing their throat. They both whipped their heads around. In the entrance to the kitchen, Cora was holding Gemma's hand, who looked down her nose at Hugh and Sabrina with a bemused look. Cora laughed, covering her mouth with her hand and pointing a finger at Hugh. "Mommy caught you, didn't she?" With a smile he hoped conveyed his sincerest apologies to Sabrina, Hugh tried to ignore the sinking pit of disappointment in his stomach. They were so close. If he would have been able to just skim a taste from her lips, he might not have been so disgruntled at Gemma's timing. He reminded himself on repeat that he wasn't in any rush. He'd spent years wishing things had worked out with him and Sabrina. He could wait a little longer. When they finally did seal their affections with a second first kiss, he knew it'd be worth the wait. "Am I interrupting something? What a silly question." She tossed her head and laughed. "Of course I am." Hugh hated the knowing little smirk on her face. His cousin was never going to let him live it down. He wouldn't be surprised if she brought it up at the next family reunion so she could watch him squirm. Someday, he was going to find some dirt on her. Call it a friendly family rivalry, but she wasn't perfect, and it'd probably do her some good to have someone remind her of that. Hugh would be more than happy to oblige. Reluctantly, Hugh pushed himself up and helped Sabrina to her feet. Her whole face was stained with a scarlet-red blush, and she struggled to tamp down her smile. Pushing his hair back into place with his hand, the kitchen was suddenly hotter than an inferno, and not because he was embarrassed. He'd almost kissed Sabrina and been caught. So what? He wasn't ever going to apologize for how he felt about her. Gemma hitched her thumb at Cora. "This little darling let me in. Apparently you didn't hear me ring the doorbell twice, because it seems you were busy with other things." A snort of laughter escaped Sabrina, and she clapped her hand over her mouth to stop herself. She was so cute, with her ponytail slightly askew and her eyes bright with mischief. Hugh wanted to scoop her up in his arms and try that kiss all over again. Maybe it'd give Gemma a hint that they needed a moment of privacy. He ignored Gemma's attempts to get him riled up. "Thanks for coming, Gemma. You remember Sabrina?" Gemma tossed a black garment bag on the island and walked to Sabrina with her hand out, giving her one of her trademark handshakes. She'd perfected it from years in the corporate world, and Hugh knew it was masterful. "How could I forget?" Gemma released Sabrina's hand and tugged at the bottom of her coat to smooth it out. She was still in her charcoal gray power suit and hadn't bothered kicking off her heels at the front door. The woman literally never wore anything that didn't make her look like an executive anymore. "We met once before." Confusion clouded Sabrina's face. "I'm sorry. When did we meet?" "At his wedding." Gemma slugged Hugh's arm. Hugh bit his tongue, holding back the words he wanted so badly to say. If Gemma was trying to ruin his evening with Sabrina, she was doing a fantastic job, bringing up his failed almost marriage. "Classy." "Relax," Gemma said, putting a hand on Sabrina and Hugh's shoulders and shaking them both. "I'm not here to dredge up the past, though I will say, I was never on Team Chloe. I could never understand what Hugh saw in her." "Gemma," Hugh growled. "It's true. Sure, she had a pretty face, but I could have told you that she was going to ruin you," Gemma said. "She had a wandering eye even when you were dating." Sabrina snapped her fingers and pointed at Gemma. "I remember you now. You're the cousin, aren't you? The one who insisted we still have dinner and went and cut the cake yourself so everyone could have a piece." Gemma grinned. There was no sense in letting a perfectly good raspberry and lemon cake go to waste because the bride and groom finally realized they were all wrong together. The longer Gemma talked, the more he regretted asking for her help. He was about to turn her around and send her back out the door so he could order a pizza and crab rangoons for Cora when Gemma tilted her head, picking up the garment bag she'd brought. "Cora, think you can help me get your mom dressed up? I think we need to have some girl time upstairs." "Yay!" Cora ran to grab Sabrina's hand. "All right then." Gemma snapped her fingers sharply. "Hop to it." Sabrina, eyeing Gemma warily, obediently took Cora's hand and headed upstairs. Strolling out of the kitchen, Gemma caught her hand on the doorway and turned back to Hugh. "Go ahead." Hugh filled a glass of water and chugged it. "Go ahead and what?" "Go ahead and thank me." "Thank you? For ruining a perfectly good moment? Please." Gemma laughed and slung the garment bag over her shoulder. "You wait until your date. I'm going to help Sabrina get ready, and when she comes downstairs, well, let's just say I guarantee the best is still yet to come."
Chapter 15. Sabrina. Touching the pearl drop earring that kept bumping against the side of her neck, Sabrina tried to keep her mind from running away with her. She'd almost kissed Hugh. Technically, their lips had brushed past each other, softer than the flutter of a damselfly's wing. They had kissed. The last time they had gotten so close they could feel the electricity sparking between them. It had rocked her to her core, leaving her wanting more. She closed her eyes and could remember it all. After Hugh's wedding had been called off and the guests had emptied from the church in a daze, disillusioned that a beautiful couple like Hugh and Chloe had broken up so dramatically, Sabrina drove aimlessly. She was still in her pink chiffon and silk bridesmaid's dress when she found herself parked in front of the house where Hugh and Chloe were going to live after the wedding. Sabrina had known every turn of the neighborhood and could have driven there blindfolded because as part of her senior project, Sabrina had helped Chloe decorate it. Chloe's parents had bought it as an engagement present, and it was probably more house than any couple would ever need, but her parents had always spoiled her. She always had to have the newest and shiniest, no matter what. So, when Chloe had asked for Sabrina's help, she'd been flattered. It was an invitation into Chloe's tight-knit group of friends, and her house was a giant blank canvas for Sabrina to work with. It wasn't without a catch, though. Sabrina's heart pinched every time she showed up to work on it. Chloe had been an acquaintance from her dorm room when she introduced her to Hugh. They hit it off, leaving Sabrina watching her chances with Hugh slip away. There was more than one night, lying with her pillow hugged to her chest, that Sabrina wished she would have broken up with whatever boyfriend she'd been with at the time and tried her luck with Hugh. It might not have worked out between them, and she'd been terrified to lose his friendship completely. But in hindsight, it couldn't have been any worse than how it had turned out. She'd lost everything in the end, anyway. At Chloe and Hugh's house, Sabrina decided to pull into the driveway and see if Hugh was there. Her loyalty probably should have been with Chloe as one of her bridesmaids. But knowing that Chloe had hurt Hugh in such a calloused way made Sabrina's blood boil. How dare she? She'd had the perfect guy and she threw it all away. Up on the porch, Sabrina rang the doorbell and waited. Hugh answered, a wild look in his eye and a bag of his belongings slung across his chest. The details of what they'd said were lost to time. But the next thing Sabrina knew, Hugh had his hand cupping her face and the other arm wrapped snugly against her waist, bringing her close to him. With trembling hands, she'd returned every ounce of affection he'd laid on her. Then came the fallout. Headlights spotlighted them on the front porch, and they drew away from each other, her heart cracking against her ribcage. Sure, Hugh was technically single. He'd called everything off the second he found Chloe tangled up with one of her former boyfriends, who decided then to profess his undying love. But it had barely been 4 hours since Hugh was supposed to have walked down the aisle and made vows to another woman. It shouldn't have mattered that as long as they'd known each other, there was an undeniable attraction between Hugh and Sabrina. As usual, it all came down to their horrendous timing. That was never more true than when Chloe and the rest of the bridesmaids who'd been consoling Chloe saw everything. There was screaming and accusations, while Sabrina stood meekly to the side, wanting the earth to open its gaping mouth and swallow her up. That would have been the easy way out. Instead, Chloe projected her rage onto Sabrina, dragging her back in, front and center, and Sabrina was too cowardly to defend herself. Chloe put her in her place with cutting words and a sneer that reminded Sabrina she was nothing. By the time Chloe peeled out of the driveway, Sabrina's reputation as a wanton woman with loose morals had been solidified, and the wildfire of gossip had deftly cut her off entirely from their social circle. That one kiss had cost Sabrina dearly. Question was there going to be a heavy cost for another kiss? Is something on your mind? Hugh asked, watching her from the corner of his eye. He was trying to be nonchalant, draping one hand over the steering wheel and the other on the gear stick, but Sabrina knew better. He was unblinking, and the muscles in his jaw ticked as he waited for her answer. You seem uncomfortable. Is it too cold in the car? Here, you can adjust it to anything you like. No, I'm fine. The light turned green and Hugh accelerated, changing lanes and taking a tight right turn into a restaurant lined with palm trees accented by upward-angled landscaping lights. Instead of pulling into the lane for valet parking, Hugh steered to the back of the parking lot, picked a spot as far away from everyone else as possible, and killed the engine. Unbuckling himself, he turned toward Sabrina, his fingers drumming on the dash. "I know you say you're fine, but it's not hard to tell when you're not telling the truth." "You're calling me a liar?" "Lying through your teeth." Hugh chuckled, running his finger across his mouth as he tried to veil his grin. "If I had to guess, this has something to do with the fact that you had to cheat to be able to catch me." That wasn't at all what Sabrina was expecting him to say. Laughing, she immediately felt her mood lighten. He'd never been one to take himself so seriously that he couldn't insert a joke at his expense. "Me? A cheater? Ha. I think your pride is probably more wounded than you care to admit." "Why would you think that?" Sabrina pointed to herself. "You were caught by a woman in a game of tag. One whose legs are a good 6 inches shorter than yours. That has to be humiliating." "Barely 6 inches. 3 if you're in heels." "Wearing heels doesn't make it any easier to run, trust me. I had to talk Gemma out of some 6-inch shoes I was sure were going to break my ankles if I wore them. They were cute, but I prefer a life without having to use crutches. So, this is the best she could do with my conservative tendencies." There was a huskiness to Hugh's voice as he appraised her outfit. "I think you look ravishing, by the way." Sabrina gazed out the window, staring at her reflection. Gemma had done a fantastic job dolling Sabrina up and had been a champ when Cora insisted she help. But as spoiled as Sabrina had been while getting ready, it didn't automatically erase years of nitpicking by Eric. He was still the nagging voice in the back of her mind, reminding her that she'd never be good enough. Sabrina had already been insecure, which led her to fall victim to his abuse, believing that it was what she deserved. Sabrina's fingers traced along the pearl necklace Gemma had lent Sabrina to match the earrings. Ravishing is hardly the word I'd use. Maybe adequate. Or sufficient. Homely? Is that even a word anyone uses anymore? While staring at her hands folded in her lap, letting dark thoughts seep from the recesses of her mind, Hugh's warm hand moved to her shoulder. Her focus shifted to him and his unfaltering smile. That dimple in his left cheek looked just like Cora's. "Trust me, ravishing is what I meant," Hugh said softly. "Is that what's bothering you? You don't feel like you're dressed up enough to go out with me? If that's what it is, I'll take you to a McDonald's drive-thru right now so we can eat chicken nuggets and fries in the car if you'd rather." Tilting back against the headrest, Sabrina chuckled. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'd rather not do fast food if you don't mind. That's Cora's idea of gourmet, and I'm in the mood for something that doesn't come in a wrapper." "Then why are you so troubled? Don't say you're fine. I know you well enough to know when you're not fine." Heaving out a sigh, Sabrina lifted her shoulders, unable to undo the knot in her tongue. "It's that we almost kissed, isn't it?" Sabrina's eyes cut back over to Hugh, and she gave him a tiny nod. "I see. I'm going to tell you right now that I, for one, don't regret it at all." "Well, I'm glad your conscience is clear." "Sabrina." The way he said her name commanded her attention. It wasn't harsh, but it was firm. "There's something I've been meaning to say for a long time." She was tempted to put her fingers in her ears so she didn't have to hear. If they stopped the night right then and there, Sabrina could live contently, knowing she'd been able to make things right with Hugh while sorting out some of her own shortcomings. If they continued, there was the risk that they wouldn't end up with their own happily ever after, and Sabrina wasn't sure she'd be able to endure another relationship failure. There had already been too many, and she had the scars on her heart to prove it. Go ahead and get it off your chest. She steeled herself for whatever was coming next. "I'm listening." "It's about Chloe." Saying her name out loud made Sabrina seize up. "What about her?" I wanted to say I don't regret kissing you. Not in the kitchen, not after I called off my wedding. Sabrina moved her fingers from the necklace to her throat where it felt like an invisible hand was clenching its cold fingers around her. That's good. It was a really fantastic kiss. A smile threatened to split Hugh's face. Better than fantastic. Once in a lifetime, toe-curling, breathtaking, heart-stopping, and perfect. That's a lot of adjectives. And yet, it's not enough. Sliding his hand over to hers, she let him clasp his palm around her fingers. The touch was enough to infuse her with optimism. There is something I do regret, though. Only one thing, I have an entire 20-foot scroll of my regrets. Hugh reached up to wipe a tear that had escaped and slipped down Sabrina's cheekbone. One thing I regret but can make right now is my relationship with you. Me? Yes, Sabrina. I regret that instead of chasing after you, I foolishly tried to follow after Chloe to fix our relationship. I should have recognized a lost cause when I saw it. I don't blame you one bit for hating me all those years. Chloe tried to make an example of you by slandering you to everyone she ever met, but she didn't have the guts to see in herself that she was the real problem. I should have defended your honor, and though I don't regret that kiss we shared, I shouldn't have put you in the position where you had to deal with any of that. For a moment, they sat in silence, listening to the bustling sounds of Orlando's downtown that was alive on a Friday night. Sabrina took in a breath, and it was freeing. The restrictions that had been placed on her by Chloe's judgment were falling off. I appreciate the sentiment. I wish things hadn't turned out the way they did because we lost so much time that we'll never get back. If there's one thing we've never been able to get right, it's the timing. Hugh nodded, his gaze distant as he stared out the windshield. I guess it's given me the experience I've needed to be able to prove that I can be the kind of man you deserve. You don't have to prove anything to me. You might not require it of me, but I want to show you anyway. You've had your fair share of losers. Now I want you to see what it's like to be loved by a real man. Love. Had Sabrina heard right? That was sure what it sounded like. They were barely on their first date, and he was already throwing out a word that too many men spent their entire lives trying to avoid. Sabrina shrunk into herself, intimidated by the enormity of his assurances. Okay. Her voice cracked. Now that we have the opportunity to give each other adequate attention, without any external forces preventing us from exploring all the possible avenues of our relationship, Hugh leaned in close, and Sabrina was sure he was going to continue the rest of their interrupted kitchen kiss right then and there. I want you to know that I'm perfectly happy to take things at whatever pace you're comfortable with. If that means a high five at the end of the night, you won't hear a whimper of complaint out of me. If it's a kiss, I want you to know I'm all in. Hugh leaned back in his seat, and Sabrina had to resist the urge to fan herself. He had to know the effect he had on her, but speaking to his character, he didn't exploit the situation. Because of that, she respected him even more. You wouldn't complain if it ended in a kiss, huh? A smirk played at the corner of her lips, and she took all the charm and smooth talking Hugh had used on her and sent it right back at him. No. Hugh adjusted his necktie. Nope. No complaints from me if that's what it came to either. Good. Sabrina opened her door and moved to get out. How about we have dinner first and see where things go? Now you're talking. They both got out and met at the front of Hugh's Lexus, reaching for each other's hands like it was totally natural. They walked to the restaurant, bumping hips, and Sabrina could scarcely believe how happy she was. All the darkness in her life had carved out the space where she held her happiness, and all the sadness served as a contrast to the amazing experience she was living right then with Hugh. When they reached the front, where the hostess commanded the army of restaurant staff with seasoned efficiency, Hugh walked up to her desk and rapped his knuckles next to the screen she used to keep the restaurant organized. She did a double take as she glanced up at him. "Mr. Applegate, how wonderful to see you. I had read your name on the reservation list and am so glad you were able to make it." Hugh thanked her, and as fast as the hostess snapped her fingers, another hostess appeared to show them to their table. Sabrina didn't miss the jealous glares of other couples who were waiting their turn to be seated. Still, more than one person stopped Hugh to say hello. He'd switched on his public persona and was charming people left and right. "We're almost there," Hugh said through a stiff smile. "Just keep pretending you're happy to see everyone until we're at our table, then we can have some privacy." "Is it like this everywhere you go?" Hugh nodded and circled his arm around her waist, drawing her closer. "It's a blessing and a curse to be loved by so many." "You do it so well," Sabrina whispered. "Have you ever thought of going into politics?" "I feel like you're trying to give me a backhanded compliment." The waitress took them to the back of the restaurant, away from the crowd of tables to a more intimate nook with private booths for couples. Sabrina didn't recognize anyone there, but she could tell one thing about all of them by the way they sat and the longing looks in each of their faces. They were all in love. "How's this?" Hugh asked, helping Sabrina slide into the booth. Sabrina took it all in. The candlelight, the soft music, the delicious exotic smells coming from the kitchen. "You know how to celebrate." "Celebrate?" Hugh sat opposite her and picked up his menu. "Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Remember, you came upstairs and you looked happier than a clown on helium. Then you told me you had something to celebrate." "Oh, right." Hugh grinned ridiculously again, and Sabrina's insides responded in kind. She'd never get tired of seeing him happy. "I must have forgotten in the wake of everything else that's happened since then." "Before you forget it again, you might as well tell me now. I don't know how much longer I can handle the anticipation." Hugh blinked and sucked in his lips. He took a drink of water and his knee started jiggling under the table. "Why don't we say this date is in celebration of our reunion, to fresh starts?" He held up his water to toast with her. "Oh no, you don't." Sabrina pushed his arm down. "Why do I get the feeling that you're trying to backpedal so you can avoid telling me something?" "Because that's exactly what I'm doing." "Hugh," Sabrina warned, "that's not going to go over well with me. Don't promise me something, then take it away." "You're right. It's just, do you want to order appetizers first?" Hugh. "Right." He stopped jiggling his leg, but his nervous energy moved to his fingers and he tapped them on the table. "Have you ever had a secret that you were too afraid to tell someone because you're worried about how people will perceive you after they know?" His question hammered Sabrina right in the guts. There was something she'd been trying to bring up but hadn't ever found the time. She'd hinted at it, but without being direct, there was no way Hugh could have guessed. She took a drink of her own water, feeling like the biggest hypocrite in the whole of the universe. Making a promise that she'd tell him soon, she swallowed to loosen the tightness in her throat. "Yes." Her fingers itched, wanting to fidget like Hugh's, but she wedged them under her legs to keep them from betraying her nerves. "If that's how you feel, I don't want to force you into confessing anything." "Really?" "I willingly release you from your promise," she agreed. Hugh looked like he was mulling it over for a moment, until he shook his head and dropped his forehead onto his hands. No, I don't want you to. I appreciate you taking it easy on me, but I've been needing to tell someone for a long time. It might be hard, but if I rip it off like a Band-Aid, it won't be so bad. Okay. Whenever you're ready, I'm here. Taking another gulp of his water, Hugh dried his mouth with his linen napkin and draped it across his lap. You're sure you're ready? I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The anticipation is killing me. Literally, Hugh. I'm dying over here. Hugh let out a long breath. All right. You know the romance author, Houston Beaumont? Yeah. Sabrina's eyebrows scrunched together. What about her? Well, she's not a her. Hugh raked his hand through his thick hair and his leg jiggled so violently the table wobbled. She's a him. Houston Beaumont, the romance author. He is me. I'm him. I am Houston Beaumont.
Chapter 16. Hugh. Sabrina blinked, then blinked again. The cogs in her brain were turning, but her thoughts weren't filtering down to her mouth. You're Houston Beaumont? She asked. He nodded, waiting for a reaction other than an incredulous stare. Sabrina was the first person in his already small circle of friends and family that he'd had the courage to tell. Gemma didn't know. Luke and Lauren had no idea. Even his own parents were clueless. No, that's not possible. Houston Beaumont writes romance books. For women? Yeah, that's what I intended them to be. Something still wasn't computing, and she put a hand on her forehead, like that would loosen the thought that was stuck. You? Intentionally wrote romance novels? For women? Yeah. Hugh rolled his neck, trying to ease the tension out of his muscles. Of all the reactions she might have had, doubt was one that had worried him the most. He would have preferred she laughed outright, rather than him having to convince her that he was telling the truth. Why would you do that? After Chloe cheated on me and I lost you, I became a little obsessive about finding out what it took to be successful long-term in relationships and love, why people fell for each other, and how they stayed together, even when things got tough. Writing became a creative outlet for me, and on a whim, I decided to submit a manuscript to an agent. They picked it up, and within a year of completing my first draft, I was under contract for my first 5-book series. Sabrina's eyebrows dropped low, creasing her brow together. Then, out of the blue, something clicked. Her eyes filled with glee, and she started to laugh. There it was, what he'd expected her to do in the first place. Wait, I get it. This is a joke. You're trying to lighten the mood, aren't you? She hid her giggle behind her fingers, and if she wasn't so incredible, Hugh might have been annoyed that she didn't believe him. He rattled the ice in his glass. You're sort of making me wish I was. Picking up on his serious tone, Sabrina sobered herself. I want to believe you. Because how cool would that be? Dating a man who understands love well enough to eloquently put it into words? I'd be the luckiest woman in the world. Consider yourself lucky then. Sabrina regarded him. All right, if you're Houston Beaumont like you claim, let's play a little game. What's that going to prove? Humor me. All right. Hugh looked for the waitress, hoping she'd come to fill up his already empty glass. Shoot. I'm going to ask you some questions and we'll see if you can answer. First off, what was the present that Richard left for Jade in her Christmas stocking in A Holiday to Remember? Hugh fired back an answer. Keys to a house that he'd renovated for her because hers burned down. She sucked in a breath, but quickly recovered. Okay, lucky guess. That means we're both lucky. Sabrina pinched her lips and thought of another question. All right, how about this? What color was Amanda's cat in Gone Too Fast? And why did John hate it so much? Trick question. Amanda had a golden retriever, not a cat. It was so red for a long time, John thought it was an Irish setter. He also didn't hate the dog. He loved it because the dog helped him find his lost phone. It's how Amanda and John met. Sabrina's mouth hung open. Hang on a sec. You already admitted you read Houston Beaumont novels. How do I know you're not just a superfan? I guess you can't know? How about this? Who does Houston Beaumont dedicate every book to? To S&M. And before you ask, Move On By has a word count of 62,503 words. Milton from Montana Skies is allergic to bees, and the cover of Align the Stars was originally going to include artwork of the Orion constellation. The marketing team convinced the cover designers to change it to the skyline of Manhattan. Her mouth dropped open, and she stared. He'd done it. She believed him. Fully expecting a barrage of questions, she only managed one. How? Is it really that hard to believe? Well, yeah, Hugh. If you're really not pulling my tail and you did write those books. I've been an adoring fan for years and had no idea I was reading love stories created by you. I thought you said you weren't that big a fan of Houston Beaumont books. I lied. I didn't want you thinking I was a mush-headed girl who only read romance books. I never put any stock in people who turn up their noses at romance books, especially anything written by a man. Why's that? Think about it. Hugh was starting to talk with his hands, and the more excited he got, the more animated he became. He was finally doing it. He was letting out his secret, and it was a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Of all the genres, romance books pretty much follow the same pattern. Guy and girl meet, they fall for each other, have some heartache, get their happy ending. That's it. Readers go into that knowing the formula, which means the author has to keep them engaged enough to read all the way to the end. That's no easy feat. On top of that, being a man in the competitive world of romance novels was intimidating enough, but when I started, I didn't have the backbone to let everyone know that I'd written such sappy stuff. Could you imagine me telling people I write romance books? That's why you decided on using a pen name and retaining your anonymity? Sabrina asked. You were worried about what people would think of you. You kind of proved my point just now. Sabrina shrunk her neck down and caught her lower lip between her teeth. Sorry. He waved away her concern. I get it. It's not exactly a macho career. I'd get a lot more man points if I threw axes or wrestled bears. Maybe with your guy friends, but I guarantee the ladies would be much more likely to fan themselves if they knew you understood women, what they want, romance, all that good stuff. It's the trifecta of all women really wish men understood. Does that go for you too? Hugh waggled his eyebrows. She rolled her eyes to the ceiling, but her blush spoke for itself. Yes. Even an ornery woman like me has a heart that beats for love. Hugh pulled out his phone and started typing. Straightening her back, Sabrina tried to see what he was writing. What are you doing? Writing down what you said. Why are you doing that? Sabrina tried to reach for his phone, but he evaded her. I like that expression. A heart that beats for love. It's very poetic. Maybe it'll be the title of my next book. Don't you dare. Why? Hugh furrowed his brow and grinned a little lopsidedly. Did you trademark the phrase? No, it wasn't that clever, and I don't want credit for inspiring you. Too bad. Hugh sat back and folded his arms. You've already been my muse for a long, long time. You're just saying that to impress me? Do you say that kind of stuff to all the girls you date? Hugh rearranged his feet under the table, and their legs brushed against each other's, sending a thrill racing through Hugh. He'd never tire of how enchanted she was by him. When he spoke, he hoped she could pick up on his genuineness. No, I don't say those kinds of things lightly. I'm completely serious that you've been my muse ever since I started this endeavor. Remember who Houston Beaumont dedicates all his books to? S&M. The revelation hit her hard and she gasped. Sabrina Nicole Madden? That's right, you, Sabrina. That's why I wanted you to be the first to know, so I could celebrate with you. Celebrate what exactly? I finalized a movie deal today. Wait a sec. You have a book that's going to be made into a movie? He nodded, watching her over the rim of his glass as he sipped the few drops of water that had melted off the ice. It's probably every author's dream, and I'm lucky enough to see it come to fruition. The story in my head is going to become a reality. That's major, Hugh. Congratulations. Sabrina perched on the edge of her seat, her eyes sparkling with a broad smile. Which book is it? It's Align the Stars, isn't it? Please tell me it is. Another burst of happiness hit Hugh. Not only was Sabrina a fan, once she'd gotten over the initial shock of revealing he was the man behind the pen name, she'd admitted she was a superfan. That was the biggest compliment he could ask for. You get your wish. Align the Stars is coming to the silver screen sometime in the next couple of years. All those details still need to be hammered out. That long? I don't know if I can wait. Sabrina balled up her fists and shook them while squealing. It was a whole different level of darling, and he tumbled another level of head over heels for her. Over a colorful and delicious dinner, where they ordered whatever they thought sounded good from the menu, and ate until they were stuffed, he answered the flood of questions that were finally coming. They discussed everything from actors and actresses who would be fitting for the lead roles, to how involved he'd get to be with the script writing. It was all exciting, and with Sabrina's support, he was more confident than ever that he'd made the right choice in telling her. He only wished he'd told her his secret eons ago. Walking out of the restaurant hours later, hand in hand once more, there was a look of contentedness that he hadn't seen on Sabrina's face before. He liked to think he was responsible for some of it. He knew he couldn't control anyone else's happiness, but with time and trust and a belly full of good food, there had been some magic between them. The same was true of him. The happier Sabrina was, the happier it made him. Hugh, wait up! Hugh's best friend, Luke, jogged toward them while Lauren walked slower, shushing a crying baby strapped to her front and swaying side to side. Luke gave Hugh a handshake and a slap on the back. Hugh, it's been a while. Good to see you. Hey, Luke. Lauren sidled up beside Luke and he put his arm around her. Pointing between the two of them, Hugh asked, You two out on a date? We were leaving when Luke spotted you and took off. Lauren still rocked back and forth, clutching the bottom of a baby carrier made of stretchy fabric she had tied around her. That's too bad we didn't see you inside, Hugh said. We could have had a double date. That would have been fun other than our little pumpkin Daisy. Would have interrupted any chance for conversation. Lauren patted Daisy on her back. She's been screaming her head off since we got out of the car. You missed out on catching up with us on some titillating conversation, Luke said. What could have been more fun than that? Lauren bumped her hip against him and indicated to Sabrina with a nod. Connecting the dots, Luke's eyebrows shot up. Oh, right. My dinner conversation was plenty engaging, thanks, Hugh said. No offense, man. Hugh slapped Luke's shoulder, and the two of them laughed. Holding out his hand to Sabrina, Luke said, We've met before, if I'm not mistaken. Sabrina, right? Hugh had seen that look on Sabrina before. She was slowly retreating back into her shell, watching from a safe distance until invited into the conversation. With a soft tug of her hand, she stepped forward next to him, right where he wanted her. It's where she belonged. That's right, nice to see you again. Sabrina peeked when Lauren held open the baby sling to check on her daughter. How's new motherhood treating you? Daisy answered with another wail. Lauren started dancing again, but Daisy wasn't having it and continued to cry, helpless and desperate. I think that sums us up. Neither of us really knows what we're supposed to be doing, and it shows. Don't get me wrong, I love her to death, but there are days when all I feel like doing is crying, eating my weight in chocolate and taking a nap. I hear you. My daughter's almost 4, and I still have days like that, Sabrina said. It does get better, though. Just remember they don't stay little for long, so try and soak all of it up because once it's gone, it's gone. I didn't know you had a daughter. Lauren pulled Daisy from the wrap and checked her diaper. Are you wet? You can't be hungry? I just fed you so Mommy and Daddy could have a quiet dinner without having to talk over you, and it didn't work. Hugh held out his hands. Do you mind if I hold her? I love how snuggly newborns are. You sure? Luke said. Nodding, Hugh clapped and wiggled his fingers. I've got this. Make sure you support her head, Lauren said as she carefully transferred her daughter over to Hugh's waiting arms. Why? Hugh asked. Do their heads fall off otherwise? Lauren slapped his arm. I'm serious. She's not a doll. I'm just kidding. Hugh brushed his fingers over Daisy's fuzzy baby hair, and it calmed her enough that her cries faded down to stuttering whimpers. And yes, she is a doll. Look at those beautiful eyes. I think they're going to be blue. Yes, they are. Who's going to have blue eyes? You are. He knew Luke was stifling a laugh as Hugh spoke to Daisy in a baby voice, but Hugh didn't care. He walked circles, commiserating with the baby until she'd forgotten all about being upset. While staring up at him, Daisy uttered a quiet coo, and her chubby face wreathed into a smile. "Did you see that?" "She smiled at me," Hugh said triumphantly, kissing Daisy's cheek. "Are you trying to tell Uncle Hugh all about how hard life is? It's hard eating and sleeping and having dirty diapers on your bum." Snapping his fingers for a pacifier, Hugh was able to get Daisy to take it. The baby's eyelids drooped and the pacifier quivered in her mouth while he continued to pace circles around the parking lot, not caring how foolish he looked. Within minutes, Daisy slipped into a deep, carefree sleep. "You're a miracle worker," Lauren whispered, as she took Daisy back and slipped her into the sling, patting her back when she whimpered quietly. "It would have been nice to run into you before dinner." "What can I say?" Hugh shrugged. Taking Sabrina's hand again, there was a look on her face that he couldn't quite read. She was shielding herself. For what reason, he didn't know. Intertwining his fingers with hers, he gave her a wink. "I love babies. Hang on to this one, Sabrina," Lauren said. "Any guy who loves babies as much as Hugh does is worth his weight in gold."
Chapter 17. Sabrina. "We're back," Hugh called from the front door, his hand pressed against Sabrina's back as they walked in. "We're in the living room," Gemma called. "Send help." Sabrina's heart leapt into her throat and she rushed to the living room, almost tripping over her heels. Coming around the corner, the room was a disaster. Pillows and cushions had been pulled off couches. Music from the ending credits of The Wizard of Oz was playing on the television, and Gemma and Cora were nowhere to be seen. "Cora," Sabrina called, breathless from panic. Cora popped up like a gopher from its hole from behind the love seat holding a foam dart gun. "I'm here, Mommy." Sabrina put her hand over her chest. "Thank goodness, I thought Gemma said she needed help." Behind the couch, Gemma slowly appeared, peering just above the back. Her hair had been tied into 2 tangled knots at the top of her head, and there were at least a dozen bows clipped in. The bright blue eyeshadow looked terrible with her skin tone, and it had been applied all the way up to her eyebrows. "I was the one calling for help," Gemma said. "Cora's cornered me, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to escape." "I got you!" Cora pointed at Gemma and released a foam dart, which whizzed over the top of Gemma's head. A scream eked out of Gemma, and she ducked behind the couch. Hugh joined in on the back-and-forth foam dart battle, siding with Cora to attack Gemma. Sabrina should have been laughing, enjoying the perfect ending to the perfect day. But inside, she was numb, cold. Hugh had told her his secret, and now she needed to tell hers. "All right?" Gemma stood up, her hands held high in the air. "I surrender, Cora. It was a good game while it lasted." "You have to go?" Cora said, jumping on the couch with her baby doll flopping listlessly as Cora held onto its arm. Try as she might, Sabrina had never been able to break Cora of her habit of jumping on furniture, and right then, she was too tired to try. Gemma bent down to be eye to eye with Cora and put her hands on Cora's tiny shoulders. "Yes, it's way past my bedtime. I'm not used to staying up this late." Gemma had to use her impressive negotiation skills to be able to leave without Cora having a meltdown caused by too much fun and not enough sleep. But when Gemma promised she'd see Cora soon and made her pinky promise that Cora would get to give her another makeover, Cora conceded. While Hugh saw his cousin to the door, Sabrina hurried to tidy the living room. She had to get out of there. She needed time to think. Secrets could wait because being there with Hugh was suffocating her. It wasn't that he hadn't been a perfect gentleman on their date. He'd opened doors and been attentive in their conversation. It was after, while talking with Luke and Lauren, that Sabrina had been blindsided with a truth she'd been denying for her own selfish reasons. Hugh loved babies. He said so himself. He was hardwired to love kids, and there was nothing that could change that. "Don't worry about cleaning up," Hugh said, taking a pillow out of Sabrina's hand and tossing it on the couch. "There will always be another mess waiting when you finish. I don't want you waking up to this tomorrow morning." "What makes you think I'd mind?" Hugh took Sabrina in his arms and spun her, then drew her in close, swaying side to side like he was hearing music in his own head that they could dance to. He ducked down to whisper in her ear, and the feel of his breath on her neck made her involuntarily shiver. It'd be a nice reminder of tonight. Sabrina would have given almost anything to stay, but she couldn't. She wouldn't hurt Hugh that way. "Hugh, I'm not sure." Pressing a finger to her lips, Hugh pointed to the couch. Cora had curled up in the corner and was already fast asleep. "Let's not wake her. Not yet. Care for an after-dinner bowl of ice cream?" Hugh tried to guide her to the kitchen, but Sabrina rooted herself in place and slipped her hand out of his. "I should get going." Worry etched itself in Hugh's features, and it pained Sabrina to know it was her doing. It almost made her resolve falter, not wanting to injure Hugh. But she found her resolve. A little pain now would save a world of hurt later. "Why?" Hugh asked. "Do you have something going on tomorrow?" Sabrina took a step back. It was too difficult to think straight while she was in the radius of his cologne. He smelled so good, and she didn't need another reason to want to stay. Hugh must have read her thoughts because he pleaded, "Stay." "No, this isn't going to work." She took another step back, and without her hand in his, she hugged her arms around herself. Suddenly, the air conditioning was too cold, and she needed to get outside to be enveloped in the nighttime heat. "I don't understand. Didn't you enjoy yourself?" "I thought we were enjoying ourselves at dinner." "I did. We were." "Then why the 180? Is it about our history? I thought we talked it out in the car. If I haven't apologized enough for how Chloe treated you, or for me abandoning you after the fact, I'm sorry. 1,000 times over, I'm sorry." Hot tears clung to the rims of Sabrina's eyes, and she secretly begged them to stay in place. If she started crying, she wasn't sure she was strong enough to keep herself from falling into his arms. "You're not making this easy." "Am I supposed to be?" Hugh shoved a hand through his thick hair and clenched his jaw. "When I don't want to give something up, I fight for it. That I won't apologize for." "And you shouldn't, but I can see where this would all go if we let it." "Where's that, Sabrina? A happy, fulfilled life? Joy? Dare I say a family filled with love?" The sarcasm in his voice burned, and though Sabrina tried to keep her temper in check, she could feel it simmering beneath the surface. "What's your dream, Hugh?" Hugh threw his hands in the air and turned a circle, muttering under his breath. "Can you please stop talking in riddles and tell it to me straight? Answer me first. What do you want out of life?" Hugh slapped his hands against his thighs. "I don't know. A wife, a bunch of kids to fill up this house, is that too much to hope for?" "Yes, it is," Sabrina snapped. She wasn't angry at Hugh for what he wanted. She was angry that she wouldn't be able to deliver. "I'll tell you how it'll probably turn out for us, and it won't be like one of your gushy romance novels, where the hero and heroine get everything their hearts desire." "Did you not hear me?" Hugh shifted his weight and put his hands on his hips. "I have you, or I thought I did. That's all I've wanted." "No, it's not. You want children. You said so, and I saw how good you were with Daisy and how you looked at her while you were holding her in your arms." "You're not making any sense. Now it's a bad thing that I like kids?" "It's not you. It's me. I'm broken." Sabrina's voice wavered. She rubbed at her nose, and while she tried to find her voice, Hugh waited without saying a word. "I was so happy the day Cora was born. The doctor put her on my chest, and I thought I might explode with joy. I didn't think she would solve the problems that Eric and I were having, but I thought he'd at least love his daughter. Fast forward a few years, and I was ready to have another baby. But not Eric. He said he was done, and if I loved him at all, I'd do something about it. So I did. I tried everything to keep him happy, but it was never enough. Even on the day I got my tubes tied, thinking it would save our relationship because it's what he wanted, I knew deep down it would never be enough. Of course, by the time I mustered the courage to realize I didn't need to keep sacrificing my dreams for what Eric wanted, the damage was already done. So, that's it for me. No more babies." Sabrina finished her monologue and waited for Hugh to answer. "You think my attraction to you is based on your ability to have children?" Hugh shook his head. "That's got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard you say. Stop acting like it's a non-issue. Right now, you might be able to shrug it off, pretend like you don't care. But what if we keep going? Get married, even. 10 years down the road, your entire bank account will be dried up after paying for medical procedures to try and get pregnant. What if I'm still unable? You'd resent me for it. Maybe not now, but eventually you will, because I'd be the representation of everything you wanted, but couldn't have. You're trying to protect yourself from ever being hurt by always making sure you're the victim." "I'm not. I'm being realistic." "You're throwing a pity party." That hit below the belt. As far as she was concerned, she was allowed to feel sorry for herself once in a while. Tucking her purse under her arm, Sabrina stormed over to Cora and hoisted the girl into her arms. Still sleeping, Cora rested her head on Sabina's shoulder, smacking her lips and moaning quietly as she wrapped her arms around her mother's neck. There was a fire in Sabrina's belly, and she wanted Hugh to feel her anger. "I know you think I'm putting this all on me, but there are still some nagging doubts in the back of my mind, too. Go ahead. Spit them out before you change your mind and leave me trying to guess what you're thinking. That never seems to work out well for us." It was a not-so-subtle jab at her, and it only enraged her more. "All right, as much as you claim that you like kids, I'm not entirely convinced you do. For one, you don't exactly lead a family-friendly lifestyle. How do you think that would work out? While you're busy spending your nights at parties while the rest of your family is stuck at home." Sabrina headed for the front door, but Hugh went ahead and cut her off. "Everything you've said is completely theoretical. You know I hate having to go to those parties." "Sure you do. Life of the party but hates it? Not likely. It's so cliché, that's ridiculous." "Why do you even go? Do you relish that people flock to you because you're able to do and say everything right in any social situation? Go ahead. Be honest." Hugh stopped himself while he searched for the right words. "I was filling my time. You, of all people, have to know that when you're lonely, it hits particularly hard at night." Sabrina did know, and she remembered the evenings once Cora had gone to bed, sitting alone on the couch and trying to breathe through the crippling fear upon the conclusion that she was unlovable. There was a big difference between their loneliness, though. While Hugh was filling his time with lavish parties and entertaining hordes of people who all adored him, Sabrina was barely surviving. Easily forgotten. Other than Cora, there were days when she wondered if anyone would notice if she simply stopped existing. Instead of admitting he was right, Sabrina's pride took the wheel. She tilted her chin up a notch and narrowed her eyes. It sounds like you found a solution that works well for you, so forgive me if I don't relate. I'm not saying you have to. We all cope with things in different ways, and being at parties for the company was only a small reason I actually went. It's never been something I look forward to. It has always been a necessary evil for me to be successful in my career. Now, who's not being honest? You really didn't like spending time with beautiful women and eating food off platters served by people like me? That's laughable. Hugh's jaw muscles flexed as he clenched his teeth. Sabrina was trying to provoke him, but he resisted her efforts. I was there for inspiration for my writing. It was an easy way to create characters and find new twists, because that's what people were living in real life. Everyone's so eager to talk and give up their stories if they're asked the right questions. There you go, you have a muse other than me. Sabrina took another step toward the door, but Hugh didn't budge. She was staring at his chest when his fingertips brushed her jawline and brought her eyes up to his. I was serious when I told you that you were the underlying heartbeat of all I've created. Everything else was just extra. Sabrina's resolve started to melt, but she reminded herself that fairy tale endings weren't real. Her life with Eric taught her that. At first, there was a glimmer of true love and romance. Then came the tears and messes, trials and downfalls. And in the end, it was all a mirage. Don't do that to me. Sabrina shied away from his hand. Do what? Hold me up and set me on a pedestal. Even that can be a cage and is setting me up to fall from a height that might mortally wound me. Hugh growled and in frustration threw his hands in the air again. Now I can't even treat you well without there being a complaint? Come on, Sabrina. You have to let go of the past and realize that not every man is like Eric. But in some ways, you are. How? You keep telling me you want to be a family man, but I'm not sure you can handle the restrictions that come with it. Eric couldn't. That's why he gave up on me and Cora. And as much as you say you love kids, I think you see them as more like pets. Pets? What are you talking about? They're like puppies on two legs that are fun for a while, but aren't as likable when they throw tantrums or wake you up in the middle of the night. That was the cruelest accusation she'd hurled at Hugh, and it was evident in his expression. I've never treated Cora like that. That's because you've always been able to return her once you lost interest. Whether or not he saw any truth to her accusations, he didn't say. I'm sorry for what Eric did to the both of you, but I'm here now. I want you and our future together, whatever that might hold. Wearily, Sabrina scooted Cora higher on her shoulder, barely feeling like she had enough strength to hold it all together. I don't know what you want from me. Right now, I don't know. Maybe scream at me. Yell and tell me how angry you are so you can get it all out of your system. You've been holding back a lifetime of frustration and betrayal, and instead of releasing it, it's been growing inside of you and blocking your ability to open your heart when the right man does come along. As much as you think shouting might be therapeutic, I don't have the luxury. I have to live with the consequences of my actions, along with everyone else who passes them on to me. That's what happened when you kissed me, when Chloe broke your heart. And that's been my life since Eric left us because he realized we weren't what he had envisioned happening with his life. That's not fair, comparing me to him. Isn't it? Sabrina swallowed, ignoring the painful lump in her throat. The reasons might have been different, but when all was said and done, you both left. Hugh opened his mouth to argue, but he slowly slid it shut. Stepping aside, he gave Sabrina access to the door. She paused, feeling uncertainty chaining her in place. If she left, she might never be back. Hugh walked to the door and opened it for her, clenching the knob so tightly his knuckles were white. Finally getting her feet to move, only the sound of her heels on tile filled the silence. "There's one thing you should know before leaving, Sabrina." Hugh spoke quietly, barely above a whisper. She stopped on the porch and turned halfway, unable to find the courage to face him head-on. "What?" "I'm only letting you go because I love you. You're taking my heart with you as you go, but I will not force you to stay here with me. I want you to choose what makes you happy, and if it's not me, then I haven't done a good enough job showing you how important you are to me. I know people don't believe in love at first sight, but I've loved you since the moment I met you." "You can't know that. You don't mean it." "Yes, I do. If there's one thing I know about love, it's that it doesn't mean everything is going to run smoothly or that there won't be bumps in the road. What it does mean is that there will be someone to travel the difficult journey with you. That's all I ever wanted with you." His words were so sincere that Sabrina couldn't hold back the tears that lined up in her tear ducts and pushed themselves out. With one last glance, his wounded expression was a bee sting straight to her heart. There was no way she could think straight knowing Hugh had willingly given her the key to his happiness. He was wrong to do it, and as much as he'd convinced himself that she was right for him, he could do so much better than her. She had to leave. So she did.
Chapter 18. Hugh. Florida had rightly been dubbed the Sunshine State, but the weather that was usually so chipper had deteriorated for the past week and a half that it mirrored Hugh's mood. Sulky gray clouds spit rain, keeping the air temperature unseasonably cold. And, if he didn't know better, Hugh would think Mother Nature was mourning with him. He'd been so close to having Sabrina again, so close that he could almost envision her curled up on his lap, laughing as he nuzzled against her neck, a sparkling wedding band glistening from her ring finger. But, when it came down to it, he couldn't convince her that he had grown into the man that she needed. Not that he blamed her. The more he replayed their fight, the more idiotic he realized he'd been. He'd cooed over Daisy in ignorance. But when Sabrina had been brave enough to share one of her deepest fears was that she wouldn't be able to give him what he wanted, he'd been completely insensitive. No wonder she'd walked out the door and hadn't looked back. His blank computer screen stared him in the face. He was in one of the small cafes he frequented when he was in the trenches, trying to hash out the nitty-gritty details of a novel, but instead of finding a flow of creativity, it was stifled. Not that it mattered where he was. He wasn't going to get anything to stick. His muse was gone, and he wasn't sure he cared if he ever wrote a single word the rest of his life. "Earth to Hugh? Are you in there?" Gemma leaned in closer and rapped on the table with her knuckles. "Gemma? What are you doing here?" Hugh rubbed his tired eyes, wondering how long he'd been staring. He thought about going home to sleep the day away on his couch. At least it'd be getting something useful done. "I'm meeting someone here for lunch." Gemma pointed to the cafe sign. "Did you forget you're in a place where people gather to eat and talk?" Hugh shut his computer and leaned back in his chair, stretching his legs out and putting one ankle over the other. "You caught me in the middle of something. Not working, if that's what you're implying. I watched you for like 5 minutes and you were just sitting there staring vacantly at your blank screen with your hands on the keyboard. Did you have a case of writer's block or something?" Hugh choked on the apple juice he'd ordered to go with the egg and ham croissant. He'd barely picked at any of it. Her guess hit a little too close for comfort. Something like that. "What are you working on?" She tipped her head back and laughed. "Sorry, I said work and you in the same sentence. Is that even the right word? I'm not sure you have had to toil a single day since you won the lottery. Not unless you're putting together a guest list for your next party, that is." Hugh smirked at her thinly disguised insult, wondering if he should tell her just how much work he had put in since winning the lottery. Gemma would undoubtedly tease him about writing romance novels, but even she'd have to respect that he was an author with bestseller status and a movie contract. "No, not a party," Hugh said. "I'm looking forward with too much giddy anticipation for the luncheon you're dragging me to next week to do anything of my own. It might not be your idea of a wild and crazy time, but it's going to be a big career move for me. I've arranged to pitch the idea of a merger with some of the chairmen of the marketing firm we're looking to acquire. If I'm successful, it'll launch my career to the next level." Gemma sat down in the seat opposite his, but looked like she was going to jump right back up again and cheer maniacally. Hugh steepled his fingers across his stomach. "Can I give you some advice?" Gemma's lip curled like she'd stepped in fresh dog's droppings. "Advice? About what?" "Money's not everything, and your career can't ever give you total fulfillment. You have to find some balance in your life." Her mouth relaxed into a smirk. "I see how it is. You're so head over heels in love with Sabrina that you're feeling particularly qualified to give life advice. Look, I'm happy for you, and I'm not saying that I won't ever prioritize a search for my one and only. But right now's not a good time. I didn't inherit my dad's advertising company and grow it into something he had only dreamed of to throw it away for some guy who'd probably be insecure about my success." Hugh smiled at Gemma's bluntness and pulled out his phone to type a note about her. A headstrong heroine who hid from love behind her corporate job would be so satisfying to watch squirm in an enemies-to-lovers storyline. Gemma craned her neck to see his phone. "What are you writing down?" "Nothing," he muttered and slipped his phone back into his pocket where she couldn't steal it from him. "Just a note to self. If you're sending mean texts to the rest of the family behind my back, I will hurt you." He loved getting under his cousin's skin. It was all too easy. Even though she had grown up with a pair of older brothers, everyone knew she was the princess of the family. She had perfected the act of a tough exterior, but on the inside, she was still all frills and hair bows. Gemma picked at Hugh's food, testing it without bothering to ask. "How's Sabrina, by the way? I'm ready to come over and have Cora give me another makeover. I do plan on teaching her how to properly braid my hair, though. I think it took me 2 days and an entire bottle of detangling spray to be able to comb the snarls out." Staring at his closed laptop, Hugh knew the question would be coming, but hadn't worked out an answer that wouldn't bring him under scrutiny. "That won't be necessary." "Why? Are you taking Cora with you this time?" Gemma leaned her elbows on the table and batted her eyelashes at him while making kissy lips. "And people think I'm the immature one. You're basically a man-child. I don't know how Sabrina puts up with you." Picking up his croissant, Sabrina took a bite. "I have to say, Sabrina's been really good for you. I never thought of you as a family man. But with her, I can see it. It suits you." She couldn't have known how much her words wounded him. His teeth squeaked as he held back his emotions with a clenched mouth. "Actually, Sabrina doesn't want to see me anymore." Gemma didn't even try to hide her shock, and it took her a moment to recover. "Excuse me? I haven't seen Sabrina since the day you babysat Cora." "What did you do?" Gemma asked indignantly. "One date and you got rid of her? That's a record even for you." Hugh didn't even fight her accusation that it was entirely his fault. It was. He'd hurt Sabrina once, and he'd done it all over again. She decided I wasn't what she wanted, so I let her go. Forcing her or tricking her or bribing her to stay wouldn't have done anything to change her mind, and honestly, it's not my style to try and put a patch on things. So, where did you two go wrong? I need details." Gripping the edge of his chair, Hugh forced himself to answer. Gemma's sort of therapy might be abrasive, but she had always been one person he could talk to and trust to get a straight answer. Sabrina's been through so much in her life, and it's hard for her to put her faith in other people, including me. Hugh thought about sharing the nitty-gritty details of their fight, but decided against it. Sabrina's fears weren't his to share. She's got a lot weighing on her mind right now, so let's just say it's complicated. You already told me a long time ago that things with Sabrina were going to be complex, but do you remember what I said to you about that? I do complicated well. It's still true. For whatever reason, you're able to navigate people better than most. What I don't understand is why you let her go so easily." Hugh covered his face with his hands to keep from rolling his eyes. I didn't just shrug my shoulders and tell her goodbye, and that I'd send her a card on her birthday. I tried to talk with her, but she had already made up her mind. One fight and that's it? Did you think maybe she's scared, or needed time to cool down and process? Or maybe she needs you to show her that you're not going to be so easily dissuaded from pursuing her just because she had one bad night. In my opinion, I'd be ticked if a guy gave up on me because I had a moment of weakness where I wasn't sure what I wanted. Hugh was speechless. Gemma's intuitiveness when it came to relationships was shocking. He couldn't remember the last time she cared to even have a boyfriend. Hugh understood what Gemma meant, though. He didn't have to force or manipulate anything from Sabrina the way Eric had done to her, but he could let her know he would be there if she changed her mind. Love was so much more than simply declaring the feeling. It required action, to back up and bear witness that it was an unfaltering motive for wanting to be with someone. You're right. He had a burst of energy and a renewal of spirit, the way the sun broke free from the clouds after a storm had passed. Stuffing his computer into his bag, he zipped it and stood up. I have to go. There are some things I need to figure out. You're welcome. Gemma sat back in her chair, looking entirely too pleased with herself. Enjoy your date. Hugh finished off the last of his juice and picked up the croissant, taking an enormous bite. His appetite returned in full force, and his stomach complained loudly for more. I never said I was meeting anyone here for a date. Can I give you some more advice? Gemma frowned. It would be unsolicited. I don't need help from you, especially regarding love. You need to hear it anyway. Hugh swung his bag over his chest and pushed it behind him. You're not fooling anyone with your tough businesswoman in a power suit. Everyone knows you're still a princess, and maybe it's time you find your Prince Charming before he runs off with someone else. She grabbed a wadded napkin off his table and chucked it at him. Shut up. You know I don't buy into that syrupy romance garbage. Huh. Hugh picked up the napkin she'd thrown and tossed it in the trash. Backing away, he waved. I'll see you around. Where are you going? Hugh pushed open the door and called back. I'm going to write my own happily ever after.
Chapter 19. Sabrina. Mommy, can we go? Cora sat in the shopping cart, rubbing at her bleary, tired eyes. I don't want to be here anymore. I know, honey, we're almost done. I just have to pay for our groceries and then we can get out of here. Sabrina punched in the numbers for her cucumber at the self-checkout. You want to do something fun afterward? I don't have anything else I need to do today. It had been almost 2 weeks, and she hadn't heard from Hugh. Vacillating between wondering if she'd been too harsh with him and anger that he had proven her point by not calling, Sabrina had lived with the ache caused by abandonment. She'd come to know that pain all too well. After Eric left, she managed to force it into hibernation for days and sometimes even weeks at a time. But once Hugh betrayed her, loneliness had reared its ugly head and had been a near constant companion. Her only reprieves were hours of Netflix binging and a diet of way too much junk food. When she was able to get a break from her thoughts through sleep, she woke up feeling groggy. Even in her dreams, she was haunted by what had transpired between her and Hugh. There was no rest. Are we going to Hugh's? Cora's tired eyes brightened a degree, and she kicked her feet wildly. I like his house. I like him too. Sorry, honey. That's not what I meant. Sabrina scanned a gallon of milk and avoided looking at Cora so she didn't have to see Cora's disappointment. I was thinking about the park near our apartment. You like going to the tornado slide there. I want to go to Hugh's. He's going to build me a treehouse with a slide. And a swing. I told him I wanted a pink swing and he told me he would. He promised. Honey, I'm not sure we're going to Hugh's house anymore. I'm all done with my work there. Balling up her fists, she pressed them into her eyes as fat tears cascaded down her cheeks. I want to see Hugh. Sabrina had tried to hide her anguish from Cora, but her daughter was attentive enough to know when something was the matter. She'd seen it all before when Eric left. Hurrying to finish scanning the rest of her groceries, Sabrina tried to ignore the judgmental glare an old man threw at her for Cora's tantrum. All she needed to do was get out of the store. Putting all her groceries back in her cart, Sabrina fished around in her purse for her wallet. "You want a piece of gum?" she asked out of desperation as more prying eyes were aimed in their direction the louder Cora got. "It's spearmint, the green kind." "No," Cora whined. "It's too spicy." "It's not spicy, it's minty." "I don't like it. That's all I have." Cora's whimpers turned into sobs. While Cora carried on, Sabrina covered her eyes with her hand and massaged at her temples. She couldn't do it, not without shedding a few tears of her own. Later. First, she needed to calm Cora down and get their ice cream home before it melted. Reaching into her purse, Sabrina felt around for her wallet, unzipping each pocket and digging out every last piece of trash, but no matter where she looked, she came up empty-handed. Asking the grocery store clerk if he'd watch her cart while she ran out to her car to see if she'd dropped it there, Cora stiffened as she was pulled out of the cart. She flung herself back and tried to break free of Sabrina's grip, still crying desperately about wanting to go to Hugh's. Wrestling Cora all the way out to the car, Sabrina was barely able to get her key in the door. She tried not to think about how much easier it had been to unlock and how the door no longer groaned every time it opened. To notice would have been acknowledging Hugh's kindness. Inside the car, her wallet was nowhere to be found, and dread took hold of her. She was sure she'd had it when she left her apartment because she'd stopped for gas before going to the grocery store. While on the phone with the attendant at the gas station to ask if anyone had turned in her wallet, Sabrina hurried back to the self-checkout registers where another woman with short, salt and pepper hair and a beach tan that made her shirt appear extra white was talking with the employee. "I must have dropped my wallet somewhere," the older woman said, looking as near to tears as Sabrina felt. "I don't think you dropped it," Sabrina interjected. "My wallet's missing too. I have a sinking feeling that you have a thief in your store." The older woman's phone buzzed with a text message, and she held it up to show Sabrina. "I think you're right. I just got an alert from my bank that someone's trying to use my credit card." Putting everything else on hold, the store employee notified the manager and then called the police. Sabrina spoke with her bank over the phone, laughing bitterly as she hung up. Whoever had slipped her wallet out of her purse was going to be sorely disappointed when they looked in through it. She had no cash on hand, and since Eric had stripped her of almost every earthly possession, his only parting gift being a horrible credit score, Sabrina didn't qualify for most reputable credit cards without an astronomical interest rate. It was a little bit of poetic justice for someone who was motivated by greed that in the end, they'd get nothing from her. Sabrina sank down onto a nearby bench and cradled Cora in her lap. Having her wallet stolen was the last straw. Coming to Florida to escape her troubling past had only brought her to a brick wall of new hardships. The thought crossed her mind that maybe she was destined to always exist, with her head barely above the water. The grocery store employee wheeled Sabrina's cart over. "Did you still want your items?" "I guess I can't pay if I don't have my wallet." Sabrina wistfully prayed for a good Samaritan to come her way. Just this once. It would restore an ounce of her faith in humanity. Plus, she really wanted her cookie dough ice cream. It was going to hit the spot if she could just get it home to her apartment. "I guess you're not going to need any of this stuff today then," he said. "Not unless you take IOUs." He grimaced apologetically and shook his head. As she was about to excuse him so he didn't have to stand there, watching uncomfortably while she tried to hold it together, Sabrina's phone rang. She stared at the screen, too shocked by the caller ID to answer right away. Hugh was calling. The vindictive side of her brain told her to silence the call and pretend like she wasn't there, but her subconscious had other plans. Her thumb swiped the answer button and put the phone to her ear before she was even ready. "Sabrina?" Hugh's voice was comforting, the way a bonfire could warm everything around it on a chilly autumn evening. She choked, but was too stunned to weep. "My wallet's been stolen." She could imagine how Hugh snapped to attention the second she said the words. "Where are you? I'm coming." Sabrina sniffled and gave him the address. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Time didn't pass like it was supposed to. 5 minutes was an eternity and an instant, all wrapped into one. Sabrina thought about ducking out of the store before Hugh could get there, but when he came rushing in, a look of concern in his features as he searched for her, she was glad she stayed. "Hugh!" Cora climbed off Sabrina's lap and sprinted to him. He picked her up and twirled her around, settling her on his hip as he strode to Sabrina. His eyes were intense as he stared down at Sabrina, and she felt transparent under his scrutiny. He wasn't angry, worried, relieved. Maybe there was some affection that still remained for her. She could recognize a simmering indignation, probably at the person who'd put her in this predicament, but there was no hatred toward her. "Are you okay?" he asked gruffly, a little shaken. Sabrina rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. She might have walked away from him, but that didn't mean her body didn't still react the same way at seeing him. "I'm all right, though." He sat down next to Sabrina and put Cora on his lap. It struck Sabrina how natural it looked for Hugh to be holding Cora like he was and always had been her father. "Whoever stole your wallet is an absolute loser. Who picks on a woman with a kid to lift a wallet from?" "Someone who probably realized I was the most distracted person in the store." Sabrina pointed to where the other woman was giving her statement to a police officer. "She's another one of their victims." Hugh covered his eyes with his hand. "Did they get anything of value other than your wallet?" "No, I don't carry around much. The worst of it will be getting a new driver's license. That, and I guess I can't buy my groceries until I get a new card." "Why don't you let me—" Sabrina stopped him with her hand. "I know what you're going to say. You're going to ask if you can pay for my groceries. I knew you'd offer before you said anything, so I was considering how I would answer while you were on your way over. I appreciate the thought, but I don't want you to have to keep rescuing—" Hugh grinned like he knew something she didn't, and it stopped her mid-sentence. "Actually, that wasn't what I was going to say." "Fine. Then what were you going to say?" "I was going to suggest you pay with that." He motioned under the bench, and Sabrina leaned over to see where he was pointing. A crisp $100 bill was laying on the floor next to a straw wrapper and a glob of dust bunnies. She picked it up and brushed it off, staring in disbelief. "Where did this come from?" Hugh shrugged, and his grin exuded boyish charm. "No idea. I thought it was yours." "Are you kidding? I don't carry around newly minted $100 bills with me." "How should I know what you do with your money?" Sabrina fanned the bill and narrowed her eyes at him. "Are you sure you didn't slip it under there when I wasn't looking?" Hugh's smile tightened and Cora poked at his cheek, giggling at his dimple. "Hey, I have one of those." Cora feigned a smile and pointed to her cheek. Folding the bill, she tucked it into her back pocket. "I should go ask customer service if anyone reported it missing." She made it a few steps until Hugh reached for her, encircling his hand around her wrist. "All right, you caught me. I slipped it under there because I knew you were going to turn down any help I offered. But will you let me? Just once more?" "I really and truly think you don't think I'm capable of taking care of myself." That's not at all what was going through my mind. Everyone knows you're amazing, but when you hit a snag, it's okay to let others help you out. I'm happy to do it. Besides, if you didn't want me to come, you should have said something when we were on the phone. You shouldn't be wasting your money on me. Sabrina, Hugh said with a laugh. I haven't wanted to say anything because I don't want to brag, because I know money has been a delicate issue for you. But you know that movie contract I got for Align the Stars? Yeah. That, along with some wise financial investing with my lottery winnings, has pushed my bank account into the 9 figures. You're a millionaire. Actually, 9 figures makes me a billionaire. Hugh sheepishly smiled, and for his modesty, Sabrina admired him a little more. But you drive a Lexus and your house is big, but it isn't that big. Hugh burst out laughing, and Cora copied him, simply because she was tickled to be with him again. I own a Porsche and found a guy who's restoring a 1972 Ford Mustang for me. Otherwise, what kind of car should I be driving? I don't know. I thought rich people drove Lamborghinis and wore silk suits. If it helps paint a picture of me, I also keep a penthouse in downtown Orlando for entertaining, and I own a cabin in Colorado when I want to go skiing. Does that make me fit the mold of a stuffy rich guy better? You're so down to earth. I'll take that as a compliment. Hugh stood up, and standing close to Sabrina at his full height, she got a lungful of his woodsy cologne straight off his skin. Why don't you go pay for your groceries? I see a tub of cookie dough ice cream that looks like it's about to melt, and I'm guessing you'd rather it be doing that in your stomach, not on the grocery store floor. Sabrina's eyes flicked over to her grocery cart. I guess I'm easy to read, huh? I was just thinking about that ice cream. Hardly. You're the kind of woman who speaks her mind, but only a piece of it. The rest is behind a very sturdy barricade. I have devoted a lot of time trying to sneak over the razor wire to figure you out, and if there's one thing I know, it's not to get in between you and your ice cream. I'll give you that. Sabrina's lips twitched as she tried to keep back a smile. Come on then, my ice cream is probably liquid by now. Pushing her cart back to the register, Sabrina rescanned her groceries while Hugh took Cora back to get a new carton of ice cream. Afterwards, Hugh kept Cora busy by letting her pick out an overpriced, king-sized candy bar. When Sabrina opened her mouth to object, she decided against it when she saw the look on Cora's face. What would it hurt for Cora to be spoiled once in a while? The small kindness made her insanely happy and warmed Sabrina with gratitude. Heaven knew Cora could use a good male role model in her life. When the cash register spit out the change, Sabrina insisted Hugh take it back, her cheeks turning bright red as he laughed when he reminded her that he wouldn't miss a couple dollars out of his wallet. He handed it down to Cora instead and told her to put it in her piggy bank. After a brief interview with the police officer before leaving the store, Sabrina felt back on edge as they left. The nerves that quivered through her whole body while waiting for Hugh to invite her over to his house to talk made her certain her legs were going to give out on her at any instant. If Hugh had something to say, he didn't utter a word. Instead, he trailed quietly behind her, spending their final moments together catching up with Cora. He offered the occasional or and asked questions, but otherwise let her chatter happily about whatever she wanted. Making Cora say goodbye to him was going to be a shot straight through Sabrina's heart. At her car, Sabrina popped the trunk and let Hugh help load her groceries. Her pulse was pumping so wildly it drowned out everything. The sparrows hopping under cars in search of food, the cars driving past. There was nothing except the thrum of her own heartbeat. His invitation was coming at any moment. The apologies. She knew they were. Weren't they? Hugh shut her trunk and helped Cora buckle into her seat. Opening Sabrina's door for her, he shut it behind her. Turning on the car, she rolled down the windows and blasted the air conditioning that still didn't work. She made a mental note to take the car to a mechanic to have the Freon charged, then quickly crossed it off. Hugh had been overly generous with his pay for her services, but since leaving, Sabrina had been without a job. She dreaded the thought of having to call Kelsey to beg for whatever waitress position she might have upcoming. That hardly mattered. Which jobs she took and when wasn't a choice Sabrina had the luxury of making. Gripping her door, Hugh leaned against her car and stared in. Like her, Hugh was masterful at keeping his thoughts dammed up. Beneath his attempt to maintain a poker face, there was a particular kind of anguish that Sabrina knew she had caused. "I'm glad you're doing all right," he murmured. "Other than my wallet, I think I'm doing okay." Sabrina stared at his hands. They were the same hands that had run up her back when they'd first kissed all those years ago, and they were the same hands that had held her face so delicately, like she was as beautiful and breakable as china when he tried to apologize. She rewarded him and his gentleness by ending things before she risked being hurt. "I hope I'll see you around." Hugh stood up and went to Cora's window, leaning in to give her a quick hug. "You be good for your mom, all right?" Cora had chocolate smeared around her mouth and she was licking off each finger. "Okay." Hugh stood up and walked to his car, his long stride carrying him away too fast. Sabrina's heart was wrenched out of her chest and was trailing after Hugh. With all the emotions wrestling each other, one was able to take them all on and win. Love. "I've made a mistake," she whispered for only herself to hear. Saying the words out loud gave them power. For all his faults, Hugh's intentions had always been pure. While she was suspicious of him, he had been forthright. When she talked about her dreams, he was supportive. He loved Cora like she was his own. And though Sabrina had doubted, his confession of his affections and adoration had been constant. "I've made a mistake," she said louder. Getting out of the car, she spun around, looking to see where Hugh had disappeared to. Spotting him 3 aisles over, she shouted for him. "Hugh!" Hearing Sabrina's voice calling for him, he turned around. Sabrina cupped her hands around her mouth. "I've made a mistake." It took a moment for her voice to reach him, but Sabrina could see a smile break upon his face when it did. More importantly than what she said, he seemed to have understood the meaning behind her words. Slamming his car door shut, he dodged in and out of cars and sprinted the rest of the distance when he reached the straightway. Stopping only feet from her, Sabrina's heart was racing as if she'd been the one running. Hugh pushed his smile wider and pushed his ear forward. "I don't think I heard you right." Covering her face with her hand, she wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Peering through her fingers, she poked at his chest, her finger bouncing off his taut muscles. "Watch it, mister. I think you heard me fine." "You're right." He took a step closer and she could feel a change in the atmosphere as he entered her space. "I did hear you." She put her palms on his shoulders and slid them both down to his pecs as she studied the buttons of his shirt. "I made a mistake, Hugh, and I want to work through this, if you'll give me another chance." "You don't ever have to wonder if you've run out of chances with me. Remember what I said about love being messy? That just means we get to keep trying together." She nodded, moving her loose hair out of her eyes. For all her uncertainty, there was also a headstrong resolve that cut all her doubts in two. It was going to be new territory for the both of them, but she let hope keep her from balking. "Do you think we can go back to your place and talk?" He slipped his hands around her waist and tucked her against him, stroking his fingers through her hair in a heavenly way. "Nothing would make me happier."
Chapter 20. Hugh. Hugh unlocked the front door and Cora raced inside, blissfully unaware that there was reason to be anything but at ease. Not so with Sabrina. Her posture was stiff, and instead of making herself at home by kicking off her shoes and settling on the couch, she stood in the corner, careful not to touch anything. She looked like a stranger who was searching for her place in his world. He hated that she felt that way, and worse, that he'd been the cause of it. One hug in a parking lot hadn't been enough to erase the fissure that had put them in opposition. If only he'd listened, instead of letting his anger get the best of him when she was finally sharing her fears. They wouldn't have slid all the way back to square one. Wishful thinking wasn't going to undo their reality, and Hugh knew there were things that had to be said. But for all the practice he had pouring out his thoughts and emotions in books, it was completely different when face to face with Sabrina. She was an unknown, and he couldn't anticipate where she would take the conversation they needed to have. It was possible Sabrina would frankly forgive him, and it was possible she'd put him back in the friend zone. The only way to find out would be to broach the subject, as painful as it might be, or they were going to be stuck right where they were. Hugh had spent enough time mired in doubt, wondering how he was going to reconcile with Sabrina. For good. To say the past 2 weeks were torturous was an understatement of gargantuan proportions. He'd known for the longest time that he loved Sabrina, but he hadn't adequately expressed the depth and breadth of his adoration for her. She was integral to his life, the way every breath he took sustained him. "Do you need anything?" He went to the kitchen, flipping on the lights and putting her ice cream in the freezer. "A water? Or lemonade or something?" "No thanks." He rifled through the contents of his freezer and pulled out a handful of popsicles. "I've got popsicles." Her mouth moved into a halting smile. "Of course you do. I know it's not necessarily sweltering outside, but I've never known anyone to eat a popsicle and feel unhappy afterward." At the mention of popsicles, Cora came tearing down the hallway, sliding to a stop by Hugh. Raising her hand, she hopped in place. Me! With Sabrina's permission, Cora chose a grape popsicle, and Hugh clipped off the top. Setting her on a bar stool at the island, Sabrina spoke softly, reminding Cora not to slurp. Having the two of them back in his house, the difference was palpable. There was no longer an empty feeling, and for all the artwork and wallpaper and accent rugs Sabrina had worked so hard to arrange, it wasn't what made a home. The people inside and the love between them fostered that fulfillment. They didn't have much to say while Cora ate, but once she'd sucked the popsicle dry, she tossed her garbage and disappeared up the stairs. Wiping up where Cora had dripped, he was rehearsing what he wanted to say in his mind. He was ready to talk, but Sabrina beat him to it. "I'm going to cut right to it, Hugh, and tell you I'm sorry." Sabrina's apology surprised him. Not that she wasn't capable of a genuine, sincere apology, but because he didn't think she had cause to be groveling. Wow, what? You're a lot braver than I am. What was brave about apologizing when I needed to? I was going to drag out the small talk for 15 minutes or so I could test the waters and see how you really felt. But you dove right in. 2 points for you for getting right to it. His humor had the effect he'd hoped, and Sabrina's smile extended. It broke the ice enough that they could get things moving, hopefully in the right direction. "I'm not sure you're the one who needs to be apologizing," Hugh said as he leaned against the counter and folded his arms. "All you were doing was telling me what you were scared of and the potential problems we might face in the future. There's nothing wrong with objectively looking at a situation to make sure it's viable." "I totally threw you under the bus, Hugh?" "A couple of times." He shrugged and moved his hands to the edge of the counter. "It doesn't matter how often you're run over once you're already under the bus." Another laugh, only louder and longer. Then it was interrupted by a sniffle. Why do you have to be so wonderful?" "Hey," Hugh said, moving around the counter so he could spin Sabrina around to face him. "I'm not trying to be agreeable to make you feel guilty. I hope to avoid that kind of manipulation at all costs. That's part of what makes you so incredible." Sabrina fished in her purse for a tissue and found the last sad, crumpled up one that would be able to do the job. "You're so introspective and articulate about where you need to improve while I'm stuck, eyeball deep in the muck that makes up the mess that is my life. I want to improve. I want to be an equal to someone like you, who's so incredible that he's a benefit to the world, whether it's anonymous or in person. When I make any attempt, it's like the harder I try, the more I stumble. Everybody stumbles once in a while and you might not see it, but I've seen your strength. You keep getting up and keep going, even when you're hurting." Hugh reached for a napkin when she'd soaked her tissue and delicately sopped up the tears that kept coming. "You need to realize that there's no need to convince or convert me in order to have my love. You've got it, because you're amazing. More than amazing. You're glorious. You've shattered my expectations of how a man could feel about a woman." "Then why does it seem like you're always doing me the favors? I still haven't done anything extraordinary for you to show you how I feel. And you don't need to because you already have." Sabrina tisked. "What? Decorating your house for you? Even that felt selfish because I was enjoying it so much on top of being here with you." Hugh let his eyes drift over his home. "It does look amazing because of you, and I'm grateful for that. But that's not what I was talking about. I was referring to me and the change I've seen in myself. You rescued me from the listless and meaningless life I'd convinced myself I was content living. You gave me purpose and resuscitated my spirit. We're better together, and I hope that even through all the trials we've faced, it'll only make our love story that much stronger and enduring. I want you, Sabrina, for however long it takes to make our journey. Forever." She raised her hand, reaching out for his. It was a lifeline between them, rescuing them both. Encircling her hand in his, her hand fit perfectly in his. "I'm scared." "Of what?" "Of messing up. I'm happier with you than I've ever been, like I'm on top of the world, but I'm not sure I'd survive a fall from this height. I know I can promise you all the livelong day that I'm never going to let you fall, but what I want you to have are wings so that you can fly, regardless of me. I've hidden who I am for a long time because of how Chloe hurt me, and I used my playboy persona as a self-defense mechanism to protect myself. Never again. I'm my best version of myself with you. And when I mess up, I promise I'm going to spend every waking hour to make it right. That's the kind of commitment I can give you." Sabrina took the next step and stood from her chair, removing all obstacles in between them so she could rest her head against his chest. Hugh didn't even bother trying to hide the way she made his heart stumble and race. She should know that as empowered as he wanted her to be, he was completely at her mercy. "You know what I think is so wonderful about you?" Hugh asked, running his fingers along her spine. "That I'm short enough that you'll never have to worry if I'll be taller than you in heels?" He made a sound like a buzzer. "I'm not intimidated by women who are taller than me. Besides, you'd have to have a freakish growth spurt to even come close to being eye to eye with me." Sabrina laughed at him. "What is it then? Because it can't be my style? Unless slovenly chic is a thing. I love the way you dress." "Sure you do." "I'm serious. So many people dress pretentiously because they're preening like a peacock to get everyone around them to look in their directions. I love that you dress down for me. I've noticed you don't do that for anyone unless you're comfortable with them." Hugh rested his hands on her hips, and she held herself closer, locking her arms around his waist. "Besides, that's still not what I was talking about. What I truly admire about you is that you've been able to turn being scared, lonely, and confused into a true appreciation of being loved. Not everyone is blessed by experiencing full, deep, lasting, and devoted love because they've lived their entire life without surviving being hurt. The blessing of pain is it gives contrast to the beauty of true love." "Exactly. Hugh reached for his phone in his back pocket, but stopped himself. He didn't want to miss a moment with Sabrina. Not that I would have wished any of this on you, but your ability to turn a negative into a positive is laudable. This conversation seems like it would be perfect in one of your books. She ran her nails slowly up the bare skin of his forearm, sending each nerve into a frenzy. Remind me to write all this down. Later. Will do. Sabrina migrated her hands up to his hair and gazed deeply into his eyes. Tilting her face up to his, she gave him full access to her kissable lips and the trail of soft skin, right under her jaw and down her neck. He lowered his mouth slowly down to hers, sure the kiss he'd been waiting so patiently for was imminent. Then, the doorbell chimed. Hugh closed his eyes and rested his forehead against hers. Going in for a kiss only to be disrupted was almost physically painful. Cora heard the bell from wherever she'd sequestered herself and came tearing down the stairs to the hall, her bare feet slapping along the tile. "I'll get it." Sabrina raised an eyebrow at Hugh. "Are you expecting someone? Do you remember how you envisioned Houston Beaumont? About him being a regular Romeo?" "Vaguely. I believe I mentioned something about flowers and chocolate, maybe." "You said you bet he's a regular Romeo who buys his love flowers every day, brings her breakfast in bed, watches cheesy romance movies." "Right. Yeah, I remember. I thought I should do my best to live up to your expectations since I'm the man behind the books." Hugh excused himself and went to the front door where Cora was trying to unlock the deadbolt. She gasped as he opened the door and was met with a bouquet that was bigger than her. Giving the delivery guy a generous tip, Hugh shut the door and plucked out a white freesia flower from the bunch and handed it to Cora. She raced ahead to the kitchen and showed Sabrina the flower. "There are more for you. See?" Hugh set the flowers on the island, and Sabrina looked misty-eyed as she fingered the petals of a peach rose. "These are gorgeous." "Thank you." Cora stuck her nose into her flower and inhaled deeply. "This smells happy." She took another breath. "I'm going to go let my baby doll smell too." She took a winding path back up the stairs, and when her footsteps faded, Hugh hugged Sabrina from behind, and she tipped her head back against his chest. Turning her around to face him, he brushed aside her hair. He couldn't wait any longer. Kissing along her collarbone, he followed her neck up to her ear. "Now, where were we?" he whispered. The hunger in her eyes made Hugh grip her tighter. "I think you were just about to kiss me senseless." "I think I can manage." Initially, their kiss was slow and tame, taking the time to savor every second. Their first kiss had been furious, burning them up with an outpouring of emotion that was too intense to remember the details beyond how marvelous it had been. But now that they were older and wiser, the restraint allowed them an intimacy that wasn't rushed. The doorbell rang again. Hugh heard it, but he couldn't stop kissing Sabrina. Their lips moved together in a coordinated dance, soft and warm, tasting both sweet and spicy. It was easy to lose track of where he ended, and she began because in that moment, they were one. He broke away to catch his breath, but only for a moment. Running his lips back along her neck, she sighed happily. "Aren't you going to get the door? That might be my chocolate." The doorbell chimed a third time. "Cora can manage." He tickled her earlobe with the stubble from his chin, eliciting a giggle. Hearing Cora's footsteps again, Hugh crowded Sabrina further into the kitchen where Cora wouldn't see them. Sabrina leaned into his kiss, and the air in the entire house electrified. All the pent-up feelings they had for each other finally had an outlet, and as breathtaking as their first kiss had been, it couldn't compare to the poetry of the moment. "They're right there." Cora had come back to the kitchen, holding Gemma's hand and pointing at them. "I told you they were kissing." Gemma's eyebrows almost went up to her hairline. "I see that." Leaning her head against Hugh's chest while she panted, Sabrina's shoulders shook with stifled laughter as she hid behind Hugh. "Hi, Gemma." "Hello, Sabrina. Nice to see you again." Bending down to Cora, Gemma asked, "Do they kiss a lot?" Cora made a face and put her arms up as she shrugged. "I don't know. I was playing upstairs with my baby doll. We were jumping on the bed." "I see." Gemma said like Cora had told her something profoundly important. Hugh loosened his grip on Sabrina, letting her step out from behind him. They were both red in the face, and he brushed back Sabrina's hair, smoothing what he'd messed up in his passion. "I wasn't expecting you." Hugh settled his fingers between Sabrina's. "I thought you were the chocolate delivery guy." Gemma held up a box. "He was here a couple minutes before me, but when he couldn't get in, I told him I'd bring it in. Now I know why you didn't answer. You were busy." "Thanks for taking it off his hands so he didn't have to wait." Sabrina was standing too far away for his liking, so he shifted his weight and let his arm drape around her. She stood snugly in the crook under his arm, because he was convinced they were made to fit. Gemma slid the box onto the island and opened it, letting Cora choose a chocolate before she took out a milk chocolate bonbon and popped it in her mouth. "You owe me $100. "For what?" Hugh asked. "Walking at 15 feet from the doorstep to my kitchen?" "I tipped the delivery guy $100 because you made him wait." Gemma went for a pretzel crisscrossed with white and dark chocolate. "That seems a little excessive." "He wasn't waiting that long," Hugh grunted. Gemma's eyebrows went up again. "You sure?" "He said he was there for like 10 minutes waiting for you. He was on the phone with his boss when I showed up, asking what he should do because he didn't want the chocolate to melt if he left it on your doorstep." Looking down at Sabrina for confirmation, she was nibbling her bottom lip. "Did we really ignore him for that long?" She grimaced. "At least, we were pretty oblivious." Gemma cupped her hands over Cora's ears. "All right, I'm going to stop you right now. How about I take Cora out back to play on her new treehouse so you can finish up whatever it is you're in the middle of?" "Treehouse?" Cora ripped Gemma's hands off and she gasped, wide-eyed. "Does it have a pink swing?" "Well, yeah." Hugh beamed, witnessing Cora's excitement. "I had it built to your specifications. It's all yours, kid." Cora went flying for the back door, her screams of excitement echoing off the walls. Smirking at Hugh and Sabrina, Gemma stole another chocolate. "I didn't buy those for you," Hugh pointed out. "I know, but I'm serious. You owe me. Big time." Sabrina laughed as Gemma backed away, pumping her eyebrows in their direction. "Let us know when you've come to collect." "You'll know." Gemma's laugh was slightly sinister, and she went out back to play with Cora, slamming the door behind her. Putting her hand to her forehead, Sabrina leaned back into Hugh. "That was so embarrassing." "What?" "Getting caught kissing. By my daughter and your cousin, no less." "Don't be." Hugh hugged Sabrina and quickly kissed her, then rested his cheek on the crown of her head. "It's not like we're teenagers trying to hide that we were making out from your parents. I have no regrets because we weren't doing anything wrong." Sabrina sighed. "I suppose you're right." "You're the one who invited me to kiss you senseless." Sabrina slapped him on the chest. "I see how it is. This is my fault." "If the shoe fits." Sabrina's laugh filled the spaces in his heart that had been incomplete without her. "That was beyond senseless. You have to warn me you're going to do that so I can mentally prepare myself." Hugh kissed her cheekbone and moved his way down to her mouth, and her soft lips slid over his. The world had been reduced to that single point of longing, and Hugh was sure he could die happy right then and there. "This is all I've ever wanted," he murmured. "All I've ever needed." What? Did the billionaire need a kiss? Her tongue ran over her lips. Their kisses had been delicious, and like Hugh, she fully intended on going in for seconds. "More than that," Hugh said, relishing the desire in the way her eyes searched his. He'd never get tired of seeing that look. "I needed you."
Epilogue. Gemma. Gemma pulled her carbon steel gray Porsche convertible to a sliding stop at the end of Hugh's driveway. She recognized Sabrina's new ride, a brand new minivan in cobalt blue. It was a little bright for Gemma's taste, but it was loads better than the bucket of bolts she used to drive around. Though Gemma hoped never to be caught dead in a minivan, it was an ideal vehicle for Sabrina. Since finishing with Hugh's house, he'd helped her set up her own interior design company. Clients were slowly trickling in, and it seemed like every time Gemma looked into Sabrina's trunk, it was packed with paint samples and fabric swatches. The other car next to Sabrina's might have been worse than the dilapidated bucket of bolts Sabrina used to drive. It was parked under the shade of an old silver maple, all 4 windows down, probably leaking oil all over the grass. Since she didn't recognize the vehicle, she could only assume it belonged to the photographer Hugh had invited to come shoot his home. With the right connections, Hugh had convinced some local magazines and social media tycoons to feature the work Sabrina had done as a sort of calling card for her business. Making sure the bun she'd put in at the nape of her neck was still impeccable, Gemma started up the long driveway for Hugh's door. It was a shame that more people didn't take their work seriously. Showing up to a job in that sorry excuse of an SUV was going to cost the photographer clients because it would give people the wrong sort of impression and might turn up more than a few noses. Like dressing for the job a person wanted, driving the right car was an opportunity to impress. Halfway up the driveway, Gemma spotted the photographer crouching in Hugh's lawn, trying to get the right angle. He wore a Yankees baseball cap backward and a pair of Levi's that fit his thighs just right as he squatted down to get the picture. "Hi." Gemma veered from the driveway, trying to keep her weight on her toes so her heels didn't stab into the grass, and headed for the man. If no one else had told him how unprofessional his car made him appear, she wasn't afraid to have those conversations that would inevitably help them. "Are you the photographer here for the magazine?" She held out her hand and kept a pleasant smile glued on her face. Whipping around like he'd been startled, he shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand. Stopping in her tracks, Gemma's blood turned to ice. "Gemma? Fletcher?" He stood up and slipped a pair of aviator glasses on. Wiping the grass off his knees, he ignored Gemma's outstretched hand before she retracted it. Not that she was going to shake it anyway. Fletcher Murdoch in no way deserved it. "What are you doing here?" Fletcher said, putting the cap on his camera. "This is private property, you know." In a matter of seconds, Fletcher confirmed that their old high school feud was still alive and well. "Duh." "Who says duh anymore?" She ignored his attempt to rile her up and glared at him. He wasn't deserving of her smile either. "It's my cousin's house." "Hugh Applegate is your cousin?" Fletcher put a hand on his hip and cocked one foot out in front. Gemma mirrored his hostility by crossing her arms and scowling. "Applegate's my last name. I didn't think it'd take a genius to make the connection." Fletcher turned his attention back to Hugh's house and spun his hat around on his head so the brim could block the brilliant morning sunshine. His wavy black hair stuck out in a fringe under his hat, and Gemma pretended not to notice the sinewy muscles of his forearms and the way the veins crisscrossed. Not even his broad shoulders, or the fact that he had grown to be taller than even her, was tempting. "Figures," Fletcher muttered. "What figures?" Even with his sunglasses on, Gemma could tell Fletcher was giving her a hard look. "It figures that a princess like you has money that runs in the family. The only difference is that Hugh isn't pretentious about it and is a nice guy." Gemma itched to give him a piece of her mind, but didn't want him to know how he could get under her skin. She welcomed conversation with him about as much as having a sliver stuck deep in her foot. "You're not making a good impression, you know," Gemma snapped. "Apparently no one taught you the meaning of professionalism." Fletcher tipped his glasses down to the end of his nose and very deliberately ran his blue eyes up and down the length of Gemma. Even in the sweltering, late summer day, the tiniest shiver bounced around her spine. That only made her more determined to prove how tough she was. "Don't worry, Gemma. You've cultivated enough professionalism for the both of us." He laughed at a joke that was germinating in his own head. "I can only imagine what you thought of my car when you pulled up. I bet it nearly gave you a brain aneurysm." Stomping in front of him and disregarding how her heels sank into the grass, she was going to go head-to-head with Fletcher and put him in his place, even if it meant having a shouting match on Hugh's lawn. Their long-standing and mutual loathing for one another was going to end with her on top. "Now, see here." Fletcher's hands went to Gemma's arms, and his strong grip threw her for a loop. She could see her reflection in his sunglasses, and she was definitely startled at his touch. "What are you thinking about kissing me because I'm going to tell you in your dreams?" "You'd be so lucky." He moved her out of the way of the house and dropped to his knees, flipping the cap off the front of his camera. "You're in my way." Following his line of sight, she saw Hugh come out the front door, with Cora following. Sabrina shut the door behind them, laughing at the way Cora was jumping like a kangaroo around the porch. "You're only supposed to be taking pictures of the house, not Hugh or his girlfriend and her daughter. He was very specific that he wanted to remain anonymous." "Aren't you a know-it-all?" Fletcher snapped a dozen photos in quick succession and checked them on the screen. "I am when that's what Hugh has told me he wants." "Well, guess what?" Fletcher stopped briefly to give her a smug look, even as he was squinting against the sun. "You don't know everything. Hugh slipped me a little extra cash to catch this special moment for him." It took a moment for Gemma to understand what he was implying. Whipping around, Gemma's mouth dropped at the same time Hugh went down on bended knee. Sabrina's hands cupped her cheeks, while Cora danced in place, as Hugh pulled out a box from his pocket, revealing a ring. "I'm not one of those creeps who chase around rich and famous people, trying to catch them in unflattering poses on the beach, or to steal private moments from them." Fletcher took a final few photos and started packing up his camera. "I do like helping preserve those special moments for people who ask, though." Gemma was too shocked to think. There weren't many things she wasn't privy to in the family, but Hugh had managed to keep his intentions on proposing to Sabrina a secret. Gemma kind of figured it would happen, but she was surprised Hugh hadn't let anything slip. "You might want to go congratulate them." Fletcher gathered his things and tipped his head toward the house, where Sabrina was staring at the ring on her finger and fanning her face while Hugh held Cora. "It looks like she said yes." Gemma came to her senses and tilted her chin up a notch. "That's what I was going to do." "Then you don't need me telling you." Fletcher lifted his hand, holding his tripod, and tipped his hat at her. It was a gesture that didn't scream that they were as close to mortal enemies as two people could get. "See you around, Apple Cheeks." Rage doused Gemma like a bucket of boiling water dumped over her head. She loathed the nickname he'd given her in high school. Taking back any semi-tolerable thought she ever had about Fletcher, she glared at him as she watched him go. Forget what he said. The only thing that would make Gemma happy was if she never saw Fletcher Murdoch ever again. The end.
The Billionaire Needs a Kiss. Written by Rachael Eliker. Copyright 2024. BHF Creative Works. If you enjoyed this story, continue the series with The Billionaire Needs a Life. Gemma and Fletcher never imagined they'd be dating, but a mutually beneficial fake relationship is the last thing they thought would make them fall in love.